Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Summit Point Raceway. It is day number 2 of the April-ish MARRS, presented by our great partner, OG Racing. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati. And, of course, we've got our director, Spencer Gaynor, here on hand, pushing all the buttons, giving you all the great views of this beautiful 2-mile, 10-turn circuit. And, Brian, let's before we get underway, let's take a look at that circuit. As we fly in from outer space, I pop the parachute, and we land here just above, beautiful Summit Point Raceway, our home for the weekend. As we said, 10 turns, 2 miles, wonderful flow, lots of elevation changes, a wonderful circuit, a traditional club circuit.
Yeah, absolutely, Greg. Definitely a club circuit here, but there are some nuances in this racetrack that you've got to be able to maneuver and get around quickly if you want to come out and set up a pretty quick lap. And that's getting through turn 3, that's getting through shoot. Also, you got to get through turn 5, set yourself up for 6, and then really from turn 6, 6A, all the way to turn 10, it's nothing but full throttle. That's where your lap is going to be the best. You can get down the front stretch with the throttle, but if you can get through turn 6 all the way to turn 10 with barely any braking or basically full throttle, you're going to have a pretty fast lap here.
Indeed here. And lots of great passing opportunities, 2 threshold braking areas, both down at turn number 1, and you can see that big gravel trap at the end of turn number 1. And also, as you come through the fastest corner in the course, the chute, turn 4, you have to slam that car all the way down, probably to around 40 miles an hour for turn number 5, its slowest corner on the course, and then you do start feeding in throttle the rest of the way. All right, so we've got our safety car now, or a pace car, getting ready, staged up, or getting staged up on track, and going to start bringing our racers onto the track for their pace lap. There's Joel Pence, our splitter with the big Mickey Mouse hands there, signaling to the drivers to go to the left side or the outside. Let's run down the starting order, and then we'll talk a little bit about what we saw yesterday and fill everybody in a little bit more on what bracket racing is, Brian. Starting on the front row today, he finished second on track yesterday, driving his BMW 328 IS from Hedgesville, West Virginia. It's Christopher Graham. Then starting on the outside of the front row, scheduled to start on the outside of the front row, in the white Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car, Corey Markovitz. Then on row number 2, we've got Christopher Schooler in his BMW M3, the number 39 machine. He's out of Washington, D.C. And then we've got Stephen Shue in the white and green Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. That's the number 81 machine. Trey Harper in his Porsche Cayman, scheduled to start 5th. Today, he's out of Chantilly, Virginia. That's the number 9 car, with Joseph Dedricks out of Fort Worth, Texas, representing the Texas region of the SCCA in his Ford Mustang, the number 163 car, starting 6th. On the inside of row number 4, starting in 7th, driving the number 63 BMW M3 from Hoxton, Delaware, representing the Philadelphia region, it's Matthew Richard. Nick Shively in his new-to-him Panos Esperante. He will start 8th today. He's out of Gum Spring, Virginia, with David Alessi driving the number 34 Honda Prelude out of Palmyra, Virginia. He starts 9th. Starting 10th, Brian McRae in his Scion FRS. He's out of Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania, representing the Susquehanna Valley region. That's the number 98 machine. With Steve Martin in that black number 50 Ford Mustang, the Silver Spring, Maryland driver, starts 11th. Starting on the outside of row number 6 is Dennis Jenkins. He's driving the number 62 BMW 318 Ti. He's from Ocean City, Maryland. With Benjamin Brunk, starting 13th. He's in the number 114 Subaru BRZs from Frederick, Maryland. Starts lucky 13th. And then Louis Alessi in the number 43 Honda Prelude. Just went through our screen right there, so we know he got his car back together. He's from Scottsville, Virginia. He starts 14th. Then we got Zach Hollander in his Mazda Miata, representing the Blue Ridge region of the SCCA. The Manassas, Virginia driver starts 15th, with Jennifer Romes in her Scion FRS, starting 16th in the number 186 machine. Jed Prentice from Tacoma Park, Maryland, will start 17th in the number 68 Mazda Miata, with Christian Zanatich starting 18th, the outside of row number 9 in the number 67 Honda Civic. As our racers on the front straight, starter looks over the field, and there we go. Green flag is in the air, Brian, to start day number 2 of racing from Summit Point Raceway. On the front row, we don't have, looks like we don't have...
Wait, timing and scoring just doesn't seem to be working. Waiting for data is our first 20 positions right now.
But going into turn number 1, it is a 2-car battle. We don't have Corey Markovitz in the BMW at the front. We had Chris Schooler and Chris Graham. Graham in the BMW 328, the white E36. Chris Schooler in a much newer number 39. I think it's an E92 chassis BMW M3. That's the black car. Right behind, we've got the Spec Racer Ford of Stephen Shue, and looks like the Porsche. And Shue has dropped back a couple of positions. I think we've got the M3 of Matt Richard, also the Cayman of Trey Harper that have both gotten around that Spec Racer Ford Gen 3.
Yeah, Trey Harper moved all up. Markovitz was late to the grid, ended up not going out, starting out very in the back of this field, so he's going to have to work his way all the way up. You talked about Christopher Graham, you talked about Chris Schooler. Really good race yesterday with Markovitz and with Christopher Graham in that BMW. Schooler not too far behind, ended up being about a couple tenths behind behind those two, pulling it up towards the rear as they started to come in through some lap traffic halfway through the race and towards the end of that race yesterday. So we'll see. Dedrick's in that Robert Noaker Ford Mustang, getting some pretty good run down going out in turn 1. A little bit of lock up there, a little bit further back, able to keep that moving straight. I believe that is actually going to be Matthew Richard that's in there. So it looks like our timing and scoring is starting to come up a little bit more.
All right, so as our racers complete lap number 1, we'll start to bring you the lap times as well. And as we discussed yesterday, Brian, bracket racing, and by the way, this is a 10-lap race, so let me quickly make a first call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the paddock. Spec Miata, race group 2. This is your first call to the grid. Spec Miata racers, please start heading to the grid. All right, so Brian, as opposed to our Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series races, and we'll show you the schedule, what's coming up today here in just a few moments. These races, these 10-lap races, of which there are going to be 2 today, 1 now obviously, and then 1 right after lunch. What we do is we split the drivers into time slices of areas of 2 seconds per lap, and that determines what class they're in. Essentially, much like bracket racing for drag racing, you don't want to break out of your bracket.
Sure.
Because you, in drag bracket racing, you actually end up getting disqualified. Here, you don't get disqualified, but you could end up competing against a much faster car that is many seconds ahead of you on track. And so we split things up into drivers that are, I believe, for example, a minute 21 to a minute 23, a minute 23 to a minute 25. Stuff like that, and we'll try and break that down for you here. It looks as though our bracket racing timing and scoring, which I originally pinned to the chat, is not functioning correctly. So we'll try and fill you in on how that stuff is working out.
Yeah, and you can always go, up in bracket. You cannot go back.
Down.
So even though, if you run that faster time, you stay in that bracket for the remaining, unless you go faster and then you can move up. But you will not, if you run in that 120, 123 range, and then or 121 to 123, then let's say you run a 124. You don't move back down in bracket. You're still in that, whatever that bracket is between 121 and 123.
Yeah, indeed. And so, for example, if we take a look at the finish of yesterday's 15-lap race in the A3 bracket, which is for drivers that raced from a minute 20 to a minute 22, Corey Markovitz took the win. And was our overall winner. And again, he did not come out for today's race, with Chris Graham second, Chris Schooler third.
I tell you what, Greg, just watching Joseph Dedricks go down into turn 1, he was trying to make a pass on Trey Harper in that number 9 in that Porsche. Ended up going an unorthodox line, went in too tight getting into the turn and ended up going 4 wheels off in the middle of turn 1 and turn 2. So to say he missed the apex, he missed it by about that much. Went all the way over driver's left, not able to hold on to that. It was able to continue, but he's going to lose another position back behind Trey Harper as they went back into turn 2 and turn 3.
All right, and speaking of Trey Harper, Brian, he was your winner yesterday in the A4 bracket. That was for drivers a minute 21 to a minute 23, with Stephen Shu and a Spec Racer Ford finishing second, Joseph Dedricks finishing third in that bracket. In the A5 bracket, for drivers a minute 23 to a minute 25, Matt Richard took the win over Nick Shively. Brian McRae finished third. David Alessi finished in fourth. In the B1 bracket, Ben Brunk was your sole racer. Steve Martin, your sole racer in the B2 bracket. In the B4 bracket, which was for drivers, I believe, a minute 31 to a minute 33, Jennifer Romes took the win, with Zach Hollander finishing second, Jed Prentice finishing third. And in the B5 bracket, for drivers a minute 33 and up, Matt Phillips took the win in the blue turd, who we just saw drive by us there on track. Kristen Zanatich in his Honda Civic finished second. Jeff Liller in his Mazda MX-5 finished third, with Larry Slavinsky and Dan Dennehy Rodriguez there finishing fourth and fifth. And Brian, speaking of Dan Dennehy and speaking of Matt Phillips, we've got a big crowd in the chat today.
Yeah.
Checking in from Pennsylvania. We got Amanda Haynes. This doesn't surprise me that she's checking in from the Pittsburgh area on Matt in the blue turd, as she also drives that car from time to time. Dennehy in the Honda, oh, not the Honda, in the Nissan Sentra. Exactly. We've got. Should I really say this? We've got Big Dingus in the chat.
I didn't want to say that either. I just saw that.
Now we're going to get demonetized. He says the Nissan Sentra is awesome. And we wanted to welcome Jesse Marsden, to the chat, who was here at the circuit yesterday watching all the great racing with his two daughters. Great to have him here, and great to have him on watching the stream as well.
Well, you know what? I'm really wondering if Matt actually has a video going on of the race in there, because he was chatting from the grid before he went out. Somebody yelled at him, said, "Put your phone down." So I'm hoping he turned the video part off.
As he leads this group of cars through the carousel, looks like he's got at least one hand on the wheel right now. So, yeah, I mean, and that car, that's an EP series around 2000, 2001 Honda Civic Si that he's racing. That was before Honda started putting Bluetooth in the radios, so he's certainly not telling Siri to send his messages for him.
Correct.
And nice little lineup right there, as we've got the two Honda Civics in a row. Matt Phillips in the blue machine, and then we've got Christian Zanatich in the number 67. That's a 1988 to 91 vintage Honda Civic hatchback. All right, Brian, real quick, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Race group number 2, Spec Miata, please head to the grid. Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. And so, Brian, I just saw them give a black flag, and I think a meatball flag, to Chris Schooler in the number 39 machine.
Coming out of turn 2 now, headed up into turn 3. So I don't see anything wrong with that car. So unless he's got something on the left side of it,
or possibly a sound violation, I haven't heard if there's anything
good point. Yeah, didn't think about the sound.
By the way, I'd like to let everybody know that we've upgraded the majority of the cameras around the circuit. I'm sure you could probably pick out the one that hasn't been upgraded, because it looks as though it's got a 3-year-old glasses prescription on it coming out of turn 4.
It's definitely not the start-finish turn 1 or turn 2.
Yeah, exactly. We'll try
it from there.
We'll see. Unfortunately, we're going to be stuck with that probably through lunch, but we'll see if we can get that one fixed up. And we'll see here if the 39 car, if it pits in. And he's come on to the front straight.
Yeah, so he's right behind here the Nissan Sentra.
Yeah, he's right behind Dennehy Rodriguez's Sentra. And I'm looking and I couldn't see if it was a soundboard that they were showing him. There you go. You can see the starter stand. Just pull that board back. So let's check back in here up at the top of the field. It is Christopher Graham, our top racer on track at the moment, running second in the field, and Graham in the 119s. I believe that would put him into the A3 bracket that he ran yesterday. Yesterday, his fast time was a 119.728, so he has actually gotten down a little bit faster than he ran yesterday. He's lapping right now in the 125s as he works his way through traffic. Then we've got Chris Schooler, about, as we can see here, about 10 seconds in arrears from Graham, also in that A3 bracket. And the interesting thing yesterday, Brian, was that Schooler was actually leading the A4 bracket until the very last lap of the race, where he got in the draft of Corey Markovitz and Chris Graham, who went side by side coming onto the front straight, and he ended up picking up like 0.4 of a second, putting him into the next higher bracket, where he then finished third. As we now see coming down the pit lane, Chris Schooler now brings that car in I'm sure he'll find out exactly why he was brought in from the stewards in just a moment.
Jason Stein made a nice little comment in the chat, thinking maybe you left your 1988 VHS camcorder out there and turned 3 and 4. So
I had one of those forehead VCRs, and it was actually sharper than the camera that we have at the exit at turn 3 right now. There you go.
So what that does now that
it looks like a nice oil painting actually there, Brian.
Now that Chris Schooler has pitted, that's actually going to move. I believe that's going to be Dedricks up into the second position overall here, with Trey Harper back in third.
And I said that Corey Markovitz didn't make it out for the race. He is actually out,
but he started out last,
right,
as I said at the very beginning. I don't know if he was late to the grid, but he definitely started in the back. And as the group kind of went out to start their pace lap down into turn 1, that's when he first came out.
All right, and with our leader on track, Chris Graham, now crossing the start-finish line, and there he is, almost all by himself. He's got one other car with him that he's likely going to pass coming into turn 1. There he is under the brakes. When he comes across the start-finish line, he will see the checkered flag this next time by.
Yeah, Dedricks now going through turns 1 and turn 2 right now, going to head up out of turn 2 again. That car been pretty quick early on, had to make some crazy moves to get around some of these cars.
Yes, he did.
But was able to do it. Now he's got Corey Markovitz behind him.
Yeah, and Markovitz just made it through a big gaggle of slower cars that he's on the way. Remember, he took the overall win and had actually worked up to the A3 bracket. Obviously now, as Chris Graham is making his way over to turn 8 and starting to head up the hill here in just a moment. That wasn't him, but
that was Jennifer Romes.
That was Jennifer Romes. Actually, he's on the area. Is coming through turn 10. Markovitz isn't going to beat Graham, even if he's in the same bracket, as Graham now crosses the line, takes the checkered flag. Yesterday, he finished second in the A3 bracket. Today, he's going to take the win in the A3 bracket, and all of our remaining racers will cross the line. We'll try and get a rundown on the times for you here in just a moment.
Yeah, here comes Joseph Dedricks now. He's going to finish second. Markovitz is going to finish third overall. Then you're going to have Trey Harper. He's going to finish fourth. Then you've got the 63 there, Matthew Richard. Looks like he's going to finish in fifth. Then Stephen Shue, again, our lone, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 car. Right. Normally we see at least 3 or 4 of them out here, and he's the only one out here this weekend so far.
All right, so it does look like Markovitz, with the lap times that he put in the Porsche, although he finishes third on track, he does finish second in the A3 bracket, the same bracket as Chris Graham. And then Dedricks will take the win today in the A4 bracket. That's for drivers a minute 21 to a minute 23 there with, I believe, Trey Harper then will finish second in the A4 bracket. Yesterday, he was the winner in his Porsche Cayman.
Yeah.
All right, Brian, let me make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for Spec Miata. Please head to the grid. Spec Miata racers, this is your final call to the grid. All right, Brian, before we take a break, let's bring up the schedule so we can show everybody what we're going to be doing today. And, of course, we just had our first 10-lap sprint race for the Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. We're now going to be going to MARRS Racing, where we've got feature races for our next 3 run groups for Spec Miata for improved touring and B-Spec, as well as SSM, which is what we'll make it through. Then we'll break for lunch, and then we repeat it all over again. Our final Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series race of the day, and then we'll conclude the day with 4 more Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series 20-lap feature races. All right, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, Spec Miata here at Summit Point Raceway. It's the 2025 April-ish MARRS, presented by our wonderful sponsor, OG Racing.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
Need a ride?
No. Okay. Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, Belmont, Ohio.
Welcome back, everybody, to Summit Point Raceway. It is the 2025 April-ish MARRS presented by our wonderful partner, OG Racing. And next up is Spec Miata, race everybody waits for. Let's run down the starting order as they're out on their pace lap now. Starting on the pole today, there he is in the black number 51 machine from Strasburg, Virginia. He finished second yesterday, Brian Price. On the outside of the front row, driving the light blue number 4 machine from Arlington, Virginia, yesterday's winner, Robbie Hines. John Hotz will start on the inside of row number 2. He's in the white number 63 car. He's from Sparks Glencoe, Maryland, with James Lindenthal out of Morgantown, West Virginia, starting to John's left. He's in the number 18 machine. Then it's 3/5 of the Wits. Starting 5th today, driving the number 84 machine from Roanoke, Virginia, Dylan Witt. Greg Witt is going to start right beside him. He is in the number 04 car. He's from Monetta, Virginia. And then we've got Scott Witt starting on the inside of row number 4 in the number 85 machine. He is also from Monetta, Virginia. Then we got Jonathan Murchison. He's in the number 1 car. He's from Sykesville, Maryland. He starts 8th with Ted Cahall starting 9th. He's in the number 78 car. He's from Christiansburg, Virginia. Tom Bourne is going to start 10th. He's in the number 72 car with Casey Mosley in the 105 machine starting 11th. Starting on the outside of row number 6, Doug On in the number 100 machine out of Brooklyn, New York, with Durwood, Maryland's Kip Gaynor starting lucky 13 today. He's in the 44 car. John Jenkins is in the 195. He's from New York, New York. He will start 14th. Starting 15th is Will Dodd. He's from Amherst, Ohio. He is driving the number 11 machine with Robert Cahall starting on the outside of row number 8 in the 178 machine. He comes to us from Gurnee, Illinois. Starter looks over the field, and the starter has waved off the start, Brian. And we've got a couple of drivers. We're expecting the green flag, getting onto the brakes, a lot of brake smoke in the air, but the starter just did not like what he saw.
We've got more contact going further down. Looks like everybody's kind of stopped all the way through. So, again, the field looked pretty good coming out of 10, and then all of a sudden it just seemed like they just disappeared all over the place trying to get the jump of that start. We've got one car off on driver's right in the grass.
He's going to rejoin at the back of the field. We'll see if he continues the white machine there. Just now coming back on. We'll try and get the number for you here. But, the challenge here, Brian, when a start gets waved off, and it was waved off because the starter didn't like the way the field was formed up. maybe some drivers were kind of shading to the inside or the outside to get a better view of the starter stand. And so we are now technically on our very first lap, although it is still under full course caution, and the racers will line up 2 by 2 again. By the way, that trailing car, Brian, looked like it had a lot of damage to the hood. It looked like the front corner was all full
actually, the front bumper is completely off. That's the 72 machine.
All right, and
that's out there.
Yeah,
that's Tom Bourne,
who was scheduled to start 10th.
Yeah.
So on the outside of row 5. The challenge here, when there's a wave off, Brian, is because the starter stand is actually downhill.
Yeah, it's hard to see.
It's hard to see.
Absolutely. And if you have a driver in front of you that doesn't wave you off from there, you can't see. We were, talking about that up here earlier with Spencer about looking at some in-car people driving, waving people off, trying to do it. It just becomes very difficult, to do that. So, again, Bourne, I think, is going to take the worst of that. The whole front bumper cover, basically, on the front has come off that car.
Right.
I will tell you that, honestly, the driver that's going to kind of get the best of this is Jonathan Murchison, because he would have been right there in where all that started. Halfway down past the start-finish line. He actually is starting in the rear of the field. So,
all right, so Brian Price effectively is your pace car here for lap number 2. He and Robbie Hines, they know the drill. They're both champions. They now have lined up 2 by 2. The rest of the field lines up behind them, getting calls from the corners that they are looking very well. Are looking very good here as they come around onto the front straight. The starter looks over the field, and now we do have a green flag. And so, Brian, instead of being a 20-lap race, this is now effectively a 19-lap race to the checkered flag. Brian Price, Robbie Hines side by side as they head down into turn number 1. John Hotz trying to push Brian Price a little bit ahead of Robbie Hines as they go into turn number 1. And Hotz has to get out of the throttle just a little bit there as Robbie Hines continues his march from the outside, but he's got to take the long way around. If he can get up alongside Brian Price, he'll have position going into turn 2.
Tell you what, part of the challenge that Robbie Hines had was he didn't have anybody helping him get down in there, Greg.
Right.
He had Lindenthal that was behind him, but he was a little bit further back. Couldn't John Hotz able to push Brian Price all the way out into the front. We've got a couple cars going 2 wheels off there, but able to continue. That's the normal Miata line here. So nothing to be worried about there, as it looks like we're all going to get single file here as we come down to the first heavy braking zone here in turn 5. Looks like everybody's going to get through there, which is actually good. A couple cars locking them up, but I think that's just from early on. Again, still trying to get heat in the tires and in the brakes.
That's right. And I think that was the 04 of Greg Witt
Yep.
that had dropped the wheel over there coming out of turn number 3.
16% chance that it's going to be one of the Witts.
Yes, exactly, as we went over that yesterday. And I think as we discussed here, Brian, so Dylan Witt is Scott Witt's son.
Yep.
Dylan Witt is on his second year racing. He went to driver school last year. Greg Witt is Scott Witt's brother. Okay, and then we've got Greg Witt's 2 sons, Adam and Griffin.
Greg got a problem with a 105, Casey Mosley. He had a problem yesterday,
he
all the way over very far driver's right coming out of turn 10, and then stacked up a little bit of the field. He's got some type of an issue. He's going to go all the way to the back, going to basically turn off right there in turn 1, right next to the flag stand there. We'll see whether or not he continues, but trying to get completely out of the way. There you can see it right there. I think he'll come all the way around until the cutout, until all the cars go by. But
yeah, I think that's exactly what he's doing. He's just trying to get off the course. Now, it still brought out the local caution and kept racers from making passes there until they got past him. But we'll see if he can creep it back to one of our cutoff roads as we jump back over to the action here at turn 5.
Yeah, may have had something. Maybe the car shut off, because now we're back coming out of 2, heading up into third 3. He was back to full song, so unless he's got a problem. So he'll probably bring it back in, able to work himself around. But definitely came out of turn 10 last time, but went all the way driver's right. Everybody kind of stacked up behind him, trying to get by him.
All right, so we mentioned yesterday our winner was Robbie Hines. He made pass, I believe, with 3 laps to go to get around Brian Price. And John Hotz, who was our pole sitter for yesterday's race, ended up finishing third. And it was, I think the margin between Brian Price and John Hotz at the line was somewhere along the lines of 37 one-thousandths of a second separating them. I mean, it really was as close to a photo finish as you could get for that second position. And those three racers, Brian, they are already now starting to separate themselves out from the rest of the field. That's James Lindenthal in the blue number 18 machine, who is running fourth position, but already about 6 car lengths back from our leaders.
Tell you what, yeah, he's going to drop back, going to be on an island by himself. Then you got to go back probably another 20 car lengths. That's to the 84. That is going to be Dylan Witt. Then you've got Ted K. Hall. John Jenkins made a great pass on the 04 of Greg Witt last time by. We've got one car coming through out of turn 3. Looks like it's a silver car with that may be one of the Wits as well, Greg.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a good chance if it's almost 20% of the field that are all Wits. But yeah, we saw all the dust and dirt flying through the air. It looks like that car has managed to continue. And I think you're right. I think that might have been the 85 of Scott Witt, actually.
Yeah. We'll take a look. It was a pretty big gaggle going in there. And you
now
can see
they're
now
much
it's
more
kind of
stretched out.
separated
Yeah.
out. So a lot of. So we'll look to see here as they come by. Here comes the 84 machine. That is going to be Dylan Witt. Then you've got Ted K. Hall. So it was the 85 of Scott Witt that went through the turn 3 and ended up pulling all the way back.
Yeah, matter of fact, he's now dropping, has dropped all the way back, I believe, the 21st or 22nd position here just now as he's coming across the line. Actually, he's dropped back to 25th, so he lost like 15 positions there with that off at turn number 3.
And again, it's going to take a minute or two. When I say a minute or two, probably a lap or two to get that gravel and everything off those tires, because with the number of laps that he ran early on, got a lot of heat in them, and it's going to pick that stuff up. That car's not going to handle well. Plus, you get it up in the wheel wells and everything else, you feel like that car is just completely falling apart. But it's just getting rid of the gravel. So the rest of our field heads up now out of turn 3 and down. Our leader's now going to come out of the carousel, come up out of turn 8, up the hill. There he is. There's Brian Price, Rob Hines behind him, John Hotz third. There again, you talked about Lindenthal basically on an island on himself. Right. Now, one of two options can happen. John Hotz could go back to pick the Lindenthal up to be able to get back to Price and Hines, or he can have to try to stay in that draft with front two leaders.
And whether that's the plan or not, we're kind of seeing now where Hotz is being left behind.
Yep.
And we saw this during yesterday's race as well, that John Hotz says, we've got a car off at turn 10, drops a wheel and comes all the way across the track. We'll try and get the number on that machine now, Brian.
That is the 81, Greg.
All right, so yeah, indeed, that is the 81 machine that goes around. That is David Gast. And David, who started this race back in... he started in 21st position. He had moved up a number of positions over the course of the race, but the car is still there. He's trying to get it out of the grass. We'll see if he can at least get the car rolling again. If he can, we may save ourselves from a no, he's actually dropping it back towards the wall, and it sounds as though we're going to need to send a vehicle out to get that car. So that is likely going to bring out a full course caution here in just a moment. But I was going to say, Brian, that it looked as though John Hotz, much like yesterday, was starting to fall back from our two leaders.
Yeah, and we also got Dylan Moore that came in through, kind of coming the back way here in the at 82 machine. He's pulled off through the crossover as well. The 81 there you saw, he trying to move David Gass, as you said, tried to move, couldn't get it done. I think he's going to have some left rear damage. He's able to move the car backwards, but can't get it to go forward.
Yeah, matter of fact, I think it looks like he was just trying to move it away from the track surface in hopes that they could do this without having to deploy the full course.
Still not in a good spot, because if he went off there, somebody else could probably go off there.
Exactly.
So.
All right, so as we reset the field now, as we have 14 laps remaining, Brian Price just reset fast lap. They were the 127.4. Rob Hines running second. John Hotz, who's actually made up a little bit of ground now. He's right back behind Robbie Now, as they come down into turn number 3, and I think they got compressed as they came out of turn 10, they had that local caution there, and John Hotz was able to make up some of the ground. So James Lindenthal now running in 4th, then Dylan Witt, Ted Cahall. Cahall now moving up from 9th. He's in 6th position with John Jenkins, Greg Witt, Bob Cahall, Kip Gaynor, your top 10.
So it looks like we are going to move him out of there. We're going to do it under green flag conditions. So we are going to do a little hot pull, get him turned around to get him back to the pits.
All right, so we've got the local caution at 10, and hopefully we'll see the drivers adhere to that. They've seen the incident there. Hopefully they don't assume because the conditions are the same as the last time they went by that they carry a little more speed through there. No, and Brian, we are going to a full course caution. Yep. So there you go with 14 laps, and actually it'll be 13 when Brian Price crosses the start-finish line, which he just has done. We will have 13 laps remaining as we go to full course caution. Of course, our leader had already passed start-finish.
Yeah.
There's a possibility if the safety car deploys that it can actually take the crossover road and maybe get the leader. But I think for the second time this morning, Brian Price is effectively your safety car here for at least a lap.
Yep. Yeah, coming through turn 10 with a kind of a, again, that high rate of speed, they're not able to catch up to safety car, not able to get out, even if it does take the crossover road. So we'll let Brian Price go all the way around, and we'll pick him up coming out of there. As we have our in-studio race with our stink bugs up here.
Stink bugs you chasing me around the booth right now.
You became pit road right there.
Yeah, exactly. Good thing I didn't catch on fire.
Yeah, that would have been tough.
Spencer was ready to hit me with the fire extinguisher, though. You could tell. And I don't mean fire this fire extinguisher. I mean, he was literally ready to hit me with the fire extinguisher.
Correct, right?
All right. Oh, my. All right, so again, we are under full course caution here. Not going to call them to the grid yet, but great morning of racing coming up. Our next race going to be our B-Spec and improved touring race. And Brian, even though it wasn't a battle in class yesterday, the battle for the overall lead in our Group 3 race between our ITS winner at York and our ITA, the ITA standout Deacon Greenfield and his Honda Civic was just amazing to watch until, and we got word yesterday that, as I predicted, and this is what happens when you race that chassis for years, Deacon ran out of brakes. So we'll see.
That's what Deacon is saying.
Yeah,
I'm thinking something else.
He wanted time on the skid pad, which I mentioned.
Right? He wanted to get some extra track time.
Yeah, exactly. So, that's definitely a race we want to look forward to. That is our next race up after this, and then we're going to have more Miata racing to round out the morning with SSM, all for first generation 1.6 liter Mazda Miata. Is also another great race that we had yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and again, we're going to have to bring out the rollback for that car out there because, like I said, as the contact that was made with that tire wall there, it is need to be up.
Yep. All right, and so, Brian, what we're going to be doing now is we're going to be going to a black flag, which is going to bring all of our drivers onto the pit lane. The clock will continue to run. Remember, this is, although we have 12 laps remaining, this is a 20-lap or 40-minute race, whichever comes first. If we feel that there's a need for us to switch over to where we're going to finish on time, we'll change the ticker there. But for the time being, we're going to keep it there on number of laps. That clock does continue to run under black flag conditions, but I think part of this is primarily because of the way that car is oriented on the front straight, Brian, where it is perpendicular. In order to get it onto a rollback, the rollback would end up taking up a good portion of the track surface.
Yeah, absolutely correct. And that flat, that rollback's got to go all the way around, take the crossover, and come all the way around.
Right.
Race. Come through the racetrack. So there's no easy way to get there. So it's best to black flag all, bring them in, put them down on pit lane, reassess the lineup there, get this car out, we can go back to racing. Again, still plenty of time. We're still got just on right around 24 minutes left with about 12 laps to go. So we've got plenty of time. I don't think it's going to take more than a couple minutes to get this car up and done, and then we can send them back out to finish this. So we saw this yesterday, Greg, in one of the other classes. I believe we saw this in our SRF, where we had to go, unfortunately, to a red for an incident that we had. The cars came in, they had to settle down a little bit, tires got a little cooled off, brakes got a little cooled off, and then we actually saw some really good racing after that between them. I think you're going to see the exact same thing here, especially in this group, because we always see a great finish in our Spec Miata class. So I think we've got all of the cars now have come down on pit road. They'll line up behind the safety car. Brian Price is your leader. Rob Hines second. John Hodge third. James Lindenthal is sitting in fourth. Dylan Witt is in fifth. John Jenkins sixth. Ted K. Hall in the 78 machine is seventh. Greg Witt eighth. Robert K. Hall is sitting in ninth. Kip Gaynor in the 44 is 10th. 11th is Will Dodd. 100 Douglas On, he is 12th. The 07 Bill Gartner 13th. Jonathan Murchison, who started shotgun on the field here, worked his way all the way up to 14th. 15th, the 14 of Kevin Conlon. Then you've got Ben Foltz in the 58 is 16th. 131, Christopher Kelly, who had some problems yesterday morning during qualifying. He's all the way up to 17th in that 131 machine. The 06, Griffin Witt, 18th. Bill Dodd is in 19th in the 186. Then the 85, who we talked about earlier on, going off in turn 3, able to recollect and continue going in the 85. He is in 20th. The 33 of Michael Arendosh is in 21st. Keegan Manning in the 08 is 22nd. Dominic Mandiel sitting in 23rd in the 68 machine. The 108 of James Mann is 24th. Adam Witt in the 05 is 25th. Dylan Moore, who has pulled his car back to the paddock in the 82 machine, sits 26th. David Gast sitting out there getting ready to put on the rollback. The 81 machine's 27th. Casey Mosley in the 105. We saw him have some problems down in
issue on the start.
Yeah. Tom Byrne.
Bourne,
had
Sanders,
that problem.
and that's right. Bourne was
he's still sitting over here.
Yeah,
in
the crossover road.
Yep.
He was the one that got caught up on the waved off start.
Yep.
And then David Sanders and Key Doss both did not make the start today. Hopefully, we'll see David a little bit later. In his Touring 2 Chevy Corvette.
Getting his missiles ready.
That's right.
The Malvern missile.
Didn't want to waste any of the ammunition on Spec Miata this weekend or today. Yeah. Or either that or he was thoroughly well, he wasn't embarrassed, but again, this is the first week. David Sanders, who's been running in Touring 2 for a number of years in a beautiful Phoenix Performance prepared Corvette, put in his first weekend in a Spec Miata yesterday, and I'm sure maybe wasn't up to his standards, but he kind of knew that going in, and when he sent us a note before the weekend, he kind of alluded to it. All right, so again, we are under a black flag conditions here. We've got our racers on the pit lane lined up. They'll get them. They should be in the correct order, that we should not have to regrid, because we didn't have we had them still rolling, and before we went to the black flag, we had full course caution. Here we didn't go directly to a black flag, and we do have the rollback. Spencer, if you can take down the ticker for a moment. There you go. And this is why we're why we black flagged this race, is because you can see there on the back half of that truck is where they're loading up the injured car. They're the 81 of David Gast, and as we suspected, there'd be almost a full track blockage in order to be able to get him off. Yep. And we've got him loaded up, and they're going to bring him back to the paddock. And looks like they might have a little bit of tire wall repair going on right now, but we should be able to get back underway with racing here in just a moment. As we're now, Brian, we're only time-wise halfway at this point. Now, the issue is that we're not quite halfway lap-wise. So we'll see if it's necessary to switch things over here. in just a little bit. But I think for the time being, we're going to keep things rolling the way they are.
Doesn't look like any tire wall repair there, so it looks like our emergency vehicle's rolling out of the way, and we should get back to green here momentarily.
And and the good thing is the tire wall that's along that concrete pit wall was upgraded a number of years ago. That there is a long conveyor belt, basically, or band that runs along in front of all the tires. So when a car impacts that, and Brian, we're getting word now that the racers should be heading back to the track in about 3 minutes. Yep. So we got a little time to kill. But that conveyor belt is there to help when a car hits it to dissipate and spread the energy across the entire tire wall. But it also has the added effect that it doesn't send tires flying through the air. And they don't necessarily have to go and restack tires as they did 20 years ago.
Right. It's almost like a safety wall that you'll see at most racetracks nowadays, right? You've got the cushion of the impact there, but as you said, it keeps the tires from maneuvering and going everywhere if there is some contact.
Exactly.
There. And honestly, looking at what we had yesterday and what we had just there, it doesn't seem like we have too much damage to these cars. So it's definitely done its job.
Indeed. All right, so let's see. We're going to go and bring the timing back up there. Again, 12 laps remaining on the clock. We just hit the 18 minutes remaining on the clock. So again, we're kind of in that area where the race could either end either way. It could end on laps or end on time, and we'll try and get that figured out here as we get closer to cars on track. I have a feeling now we're likely going to be ending this on time rather than laps. And again, our next race is going to be B-Spec and Improved Touring. And then we're going to wrap up the morning with SSM. More Mazda Miatas, but even, this is called Spec Miata, Brian, but SSM, I think, is even more spec than Spec Miata, as all the engines are dynoed and have to be within just a couple of horsepower of one another, and very limited. They have to run the same type of exhaust, and there are a number of different things that really equalize those 1.6 liter Miatas. All right, so again, when our racers come onto the track, as opposed to the start of the race, it will be a single file restart.
Right.
They will come out behind the safety car, and when they see the green flag, there will then be 11 laps, or pardon me, there will then be 10 laps remaining, because we're still technically on lap number 8 right now. As soon as they come across the start-finish line, they'll be starting lap number. They'll be 10 laps. Yeah, they'll be starting lap number 10.
Yep, exactly. They'll be taking the kind of the halfway point of this race. And if my math is correct, which I know mine is a little bit better than yours, we've had that conversation. You probably need about 15 minutes to get those 10 laps in.
Right.
So I think we should be pretty good.
Like I said, we're going to be
right on that borderline of probably getting those 10 laps in. You think about it, about a minute and a half per lap, right. For your leaders. You take that and you multiply a few numbers, and then you divide by a few numbers, and that's how it gets. I'm not going to give my formula away, but we'll see how quick I am as far as getting that done. So.
All right. Now, I did not see the lap counter tick over when they crossed the start-finish line, which is a little odd. But so we may have an extra lap, Brian.
Maybe
we'll find out.
I think if we end up with an extra lap, I think we will end up on time, because of the timing will run out on that. But you know what? That's not for us to figure out. We're going to call the action until the checkered flag comes out, just like all these drivers are going to race until the checkered flag comes out.
Oh, we hope.
You'll notice again, it's going through right now. You'll see these cars as they come through, and they will start to really weave in and out through here. Spencer, where again they sat for a couple of minutes. They got to get those heat back in the tires and the brakes again, because when that green flag comes out, you've got to be at optimal temperatures all the way around.
Yeah, wide arcs are definitely what we're going to be seeing from the drivers, especially now as they come down through the chute. You see some wobbling there from our front 2 and 3 looking kind of in tandem there. But it's also interesting that they went back to a single file restart, so it won't be quite as door-to-door action as we usually see like at the start of a race, but that does change slightly maybe some of the strategies for a restart like this, where you really want to be butted up, you want to have a good partner in front of you to really try and maybe, if you're lucky and you get a good jump, like we said, it's hard to see the green flag, but if you do maybe see it, you can catch a couple extra positions on a start.
Right. Yeah, and again, remember, we saw this yesterday during some of these single file restarts where we had some people sleep, and I don't mean this figuratively. They were sleeping at the wheel.
I'm not going to do the snore sound effect here.
The minute the leader gets there, and we're seeing they're getting ready to come up through turn 8, Brian Price is the one who starts it, right? At this point, it's up to him. He can start it right underneath the bridge. He can start it, once that pace car gets on the pit road, he can start it whenever. We saw that yesterday.
Yeah, but technically, Brian, the lead car is not supposed to be racing until the green
totally
flag comes out.
Totally agree with you.
It's a fine line because the starter could actually wave off the restart.
Absolutely, can wave off a single restart. Absolutely.
We'll see if we get a wave off now.
Well, no, you're not going to get a wave off now, but we've got a couple people that have kind of not really fell asleep here, but a couple people that have got some really good restarts. A 178 there, Ted Cahall. John Jenkins got another good restart right there. Yeah. Now you're going to have Cahall and Greg Witt going to go side by side down into one.
Yeah, I was going to say where you have probably the biggest advantage, Brian, is actually in the mid-pack, because what you'll see is as soon as the starter brings out the green flag, the double yellows at all of the other corner stations drop immediately. Yep. And as soon as that corner station drops its yellow flag, you can start racing. And, you can, before you even come out of turn 10, pick up a position or two. As our leaders now come through turn 3, and Price and Hines and Hotz, they're going to have to do it all over again, Brian. We'll see if Lindenthal, who's, for the moment, right there on the back of John Hotz, this time he doesn't have to try and draft up the Hotz.
Right.
If he can stick with them and keep this a 4-car battle. But, at this point, we're all nose to tail almost all the way through the back of the 25 cars or so that are still remaining.
Yeah. Looks like we got the 05 of Adam Witt on pit road. Not sure if he's going to go back out or not. They're asking which way. It looks like he's going to make that right-hand turn and head down back into the paddock.
And remember, he had that pretty big off
yesterday.
Yeah.
Yep, that is the 05. So.
Yeah, looks like his day is done. He's going to retire from 25th position. So now we're down to 24.
Pretty good run a little bit further back. Everybody pretty much single file. Douglas on in that 100 machine, getting a really, really good run out of turn 10. Headed down past the start-finish line. Going to get a good run on the 14 of Kevin Conlon. You'll see them here. They're still going to be too wide going into turn 1 right there just at the end. And then you've got another vehicle right there. He's going to try to stick his nose up in there. But Douglas on and Kevin Conlon side by side, still side by side, coming out of turn 2, headed up into turn 3. Like Conlon's going to hold on to that position there as they come up through there. You see him going to tuck right back in front of Douglas on in there. Then you've got to throw Will Dodd in that number 11 machine.
And, good to see Doug on get his car out. I think I had the ultimate expression of the announcer's curse yesterday.
Yes.
At the end of yesterday's race. He was coming in with like 3 corners to go. I said,
small bore. I think he's going to finish fourth.
He was going to finish 4th. That's right. It was the small bore race. I think he's going to finish 4th, assuming he doesn't put the car off on the last corner. And off he went. It's like, oops, sorry. All right, so now we see Robbie Hines and Brian Price definitely working together. Brian Hines right on the back bumper as they came out of turn 8, worked their way up the hill. Hines was literally locked in and bump drafting up the hill to separate themselves from John Hotz, that they really want to turn this into a 2-car race rather than a 3, or in this case now 4-car race, because again, our 4th place runner Lindenthal, he's right there with John Hotz.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, now as we take a look down into turn 1, you're going to see them. They're going to be side by side, which is going to open up that air and now going to give that lead to Robbie Hines. He's going to take the lead over Brian Price in that number 51 machine.
And, and this has, it's a lot earlier. We've got 9 laps remaining, Brian, but this looks a little bit like how Robbie Hines took the win yesterday.
Right.
So with, I think it was 3 laps to go, Brian Price, who probably did not want to be the lead car going into turn 1 on the last lap, he let Robbie Hines by, and he could never get back alongside Robbie Hines to retake the lead on that last lap, and Hines ended up taking the win. And again, Price had to fight off John Hotz for second place.
Yeah, just as we were talking about that battle, I think we gave the curse now to Kevin Conlon as we talked about that battle with Douglas on. He has now pulled in the crossover, so he is taking it back to the paddock through the crossover. So again, Kevin Conlon's day and weekend, I believe, is now done.
Yeah, and that's the number 14 machine out of Westminster, Maryland, Carroll County. Hey, we got Jason Stein in the chat. Jason Stein, one of the organizers of the H Production National Championship. Taylor Hyatt, good to see Taylor here with us. Taylor on the board of directors of the Washington, D.C. region SCCA, longtime H Production racer herself.
She down there relaxing and getting a suntan in
Probably.
turn 9. I think that's what she said.
I wouldn't blame her. I mean, it's either that or help Mike Kelly get ready for his race. I wouldn't do that.
I'd be in turn 9.
Yeah, exactly. You gotta weigh the pluses and minuses, right? She left Baker the dog over there to help Mike. I'm sure.
That's true. Yep. Well, that's the real leader of the family anyway. So, pretty good battle here coming out of turn 2, heading up into turn 3 between Ted Cahill in that 178, or in the Robert Cahill in that 178 machine, and Kip Gaynor. Kip not wanting to let him get through turn 3, but Robert just took the nose kind of right there in front of him.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 3, B-Spec and Improved Touring. B-Spec and Improved Touring racers, please start heading to the grid. Your race is next.
Yeah, that battle with Robert Cahill and Kip Gaynor, neither one of them wanted to give an inch coming up out of 2 into 3. And Robert Cahill just basically had to take that position in order to make that work. If not, he would have been left out and really fallen way back.
I think it was actually a retake by Cahill because coming past the start-finish, Kip Gaynor was actually ahead of Cahill in that pack. He was leading it going down into turn 1. I don't know if there was maybe a bad braking zone incident, but it caused them to take that swap back.
All right, Brian, we're going to want to watch Jonathan Murchison in the number 1 machine, who apparently just went for the wild ride down at the bottom of the hill down at turn 5. Didn't get the braking done. Came across the infield, and the call is that he made up a number of positions. So we'll see if he gives them back.
He went straight across.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see here. Actually, I mean, it looks like he still ended up losing positions. I'm showing him now back down in 22nd position here and continuing to drop through the field. So he may have picked up some positions, but he ended up pulling over and letting a number of cars go right by. And I think the net loss is greater than that, as we just had somebody run very wide through turn 3.
Yeah. Well, they ran that kind of that normal line. I did not see Jonathan Murchison come by, so looking out the window. So,
and apparently, Brian, we're going to have to watch here coming down as we watch our leaders, because the car that went wide at turn 3, that was your leader, Robbie Hines, that went all 4 wheels through the dirt, and just ahead of this pair here. And, Brian, we've got a new third-place racer as James Lindenthal in the number 18 machine. He has now gotten around John Hotz. Question is whether they can, with 7 laps remaining, or 5 and a little bit under 6 minutes. And I'm going to switch this over to time because we've got a little bit less than 6 minutes remaining on the clock. Whether or not Lindenthal and Hotz can get up to our 2 leaders.
Yeah, I don't think Hotz's car is up to full song here, because we saw him out earlier this morning, Spencer, out doing some warm-up. So I'm wondering if he's got a little bit of a problem there with that car, just trying to nurse it and get it done. He's kind of fallen about a car length and a half off of Lindenthal now, going through turns 1, coming up out of turn 2. It's about a car length in between them. So I don't think he's really on full song right now.
No, it doesn't look like it here, as, again, Price and Hines continue to stretch that advantage. Hines, Brian, even taking 4 wheels through the gravel, coming out of 4, resets fast lap, turned in a 127 flat, about a 10th faster than Brian Price that time. And, and as we saw when Hines got to the lead at the end of yesterday's race, he was, when he needed it, able to separate himself out from Brian Price so that Price was never close enough to affect that pass.
Well, that's what happens when you cut the course. You get a, you're able to get a faster lap time.
That's right.
Again, they're going to, our leaders now, don't believe they're going to come up on any lap traffic. And Brian Price goes a little wide coming out of turn number 10 right now. That's getting the back end sideways. He's going to lose about a half a car length now to Robbie Hines, but he should be able to draft right back up to him. That car got really, really loose out of there. We talked about that yesterday, Greg. That car's been loose all weekend long.
Yes. And we've got Madman Motorsports in the chat right now. We had our competition licensing school here just a few weeks ago, and Ben Foltz, rookie this year out of Peru, Vermont, currently running in 15th position. Madman says that he's made great strides here, so definitely good to see that. And let's see, Ben finished up yesterday's race in 23rd position. So indeed, good pickup for him so far today.
Yeah, I think the rookie class that you're seeing out here that's running this weekend has done an amazing job being able to come out here, run clean, and then improve your positions as the race goes on, right? So, again, pretty good shout out to all of those drivers.
And just as I say that, I think we just saw Scott Witt Scott's not a rookie, but Scott with a big brake lock up there going into turn 5, gathers the car back up and continues on.
Yeah, right around 3 minutes left to go here, Greg. So, again, you're right. I think this is definitely going to come down to time unless they extend it out because it'll be, kind of a 2-lap difference.
Yeah. And by the way, it was actually Greg Witt who locked it up in the turn 5. I knew it was one of the Witts.
He had 12% now because we lost one that put the car back in the paddock. So, you're down to 12%.
That's right.
Pretty good battle heading down into turn 1 between Lindenthal and Hotz. Hotz right on the back bumper. That's going to be for the final podium spot here in Spec Miata.
All right, and we are getting word, Brian, that the next time our leaders come down the start-finish straight, the front straight here, they will see the 1 to go board. So about a lap and a half remaining here.
Oh, Greg, we've got a little bit of contact here coming out of turn number 2 between the 0-4. That is going to be Greg Witt and Ted Cahall in the 78. Great recovery by Ted Cahall. Ended up going driver's right, hit the grass, kind of slid through the cutout there, able to continue. He is back on track right now. So again, 2 drivers fighting for the same position.
Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 3, B-Spec and Improved Touring. Please head to the grid. B-Spec, Improved Touring racers, please head to the grid. Your race starting in just a few moments as Robbie Hines now comes out of turn 10 and onto the front straight, Brian, and he continues to stretch the lead over Brian Price. The margin now 1.1 seconds, looks to be about 10 car lengths as the battle for third for the last step on the podium now. It is definitely up for grabs as John Hotz and James Lindenthal cross the start-finish line 33 thousandths of a second apart, and John Hotz gets a pass done going into the braking zone of turn number 1 on the very last lap. He now pulls back up into third position.
Yeah, I tell you what, he's opened it up just a little bit more. Got about a car length lead now over Lindenthal for that third position as they come out of 2 and head up the hill, up into turn 3 and up over the hill for turn 4.
All right, we watch now in Lindenthal, he's going to try and return the favor coming down the hill, Brian. And as they go through the chute, Lindenthal comes right underneath John Hotz. He retakes third as they head into the all-important carousel here at Summit Point Raceway. Our leader, Robbie Hines, continues to stretch things out over Brian Price as we now watch that battle for third coming through turn 6.
Tell you what, watch them come up the hill again. Lindenthal leads by about half a car length, but John Hotz putting a lot of pressure on him coming up the hill. basically right there on the back bumper coming through up underneath the bridge. Here comes your overall winner. That's going to be Robbie Hines. He's going to pick up the win here
for the second day
Miata.
in a row.
Brian Price going to be second. Here comes the battle for third, Greg, as it seems like John Hotz just may not get it done. I think it's going to be Lindenthal is going to pick up third place, but a great finish to the end.
There we go. And as they cross the line, Brian, it was close yesterday in the battle for second. Today, in the battle for third, John Hotz and James Lindenthal separated by 29 one-thousandths of a second. And I'll tell you, if John Hotz would do less weaving around on the front straight, Brian, and just pulled out and took a position, he might have picked up that last step on the podium. So it's Hines, it's Price for the second day in a row. James Lindenthal, your third place finisher today. John Hotz finishing in fourth. Dylan Witt ekes out fifth over John Jenkins. Jenkins ran his fastest lap of the race on the very last lap. They were separated by 18 one-hundredths of a second. Greg Witt will come home in seventh with Kip Gaynor finishing in eighth. Will Dodd in the number 11 machine. Dodd, who started off in 15th position today, he finishes in the top 10. He finishes ninth with Bob Cahall rounding out the top 10. All right, so that wraps things up for Spec Miata. We've got two more races this morning before we break for lunch. Let's do this. Let's thank some of our partners and sponsors. And when we come back, well, actually, let me make a final call to the grid here. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for Improved Touring and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Improved Touring and B-Spec racers, please head to the grid. Your race starting in just a few moments. All right, now let's take a quick break. We'll be back with more racing action here from Summit Point Raceway. It is the 2025 Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
Need a ride?
No. Okay. Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, Belmont, Ohio.
It is the 2025 Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, the April-ish MARRS, presented by our great sponsor, longtime partner, OG Racing of Sterling, Virginia. Next up is Improved Touring and B-Spec. Brian, and heading out on track now for their pace lap. Let's run down the starting order today. Starting on pole, driving the number 56 BMW 325 IS. Can't miss it. It's bright and it's orange. He's out of Mount Airy, Maryland, representing York Automotive. It's Ed York. He was yesterday's ITS race winner. Deacon Greenfield, our ITA winner yesterday, will for the second day in a row start on the front row. He's out of Bristow, Virginia, driving his Honda Civic SI. That is the gray number 19 machine. Starting in third, Glenn Evans in his ITS Mazda Miata. He's out of Centerville, Virginia, with Joel Gambino starting fourth. He's on the outside of row number 2, driving the number 31 ITA Mazda Miata. He's out of Harpers Ferry, Maryland. Then we got Mark Liller. He starts fifth today. He's driving the number 127 ITS Mazda MX-5. He's from Bowie, Maryland. And then there is Dan Freeman, is our 2024 ITA MARRS champion. He's from Pawleys Island, I believe that's Virginia, in the number 1 Mazda Miata. And then we got Justin Shepard. Justin's in the number 100 ITA Mazda Miata. He's from Hampstead, Maryland. John Gretsch will start 8th today. He's in the number 9 ITA Mazda Miata, with our ITB pole sitter starting on the inside of row number 5, starting 9th. He's in the number 69 Mazda Protege, hailing from Frederick, Maryland, Scotty Holman. Jason Paternitti will start 10th today. He's in the number 51 ITA Mazda Miata. He hails from the Plains, Virginia, with Rich Allen starting 11th. Rich is in the number 44 ITB Volkswagen Golf GTI. From Mountaintop, Pennsylvania, we got Joseph Gretsch. He's in the number 5 ITA Mazda Miata. He starts 12th today. And then we've got our B-Spec pole sitter, Alex Ratcliffe, in the Rat Sport Mini Coupe. He's from Leesburg, Virginia. Starting 14th today, driving the number 67 ITA Mazda Miata from Woodbine, Maryland, John Legg, with Robert Ahern starting second in B-Spec, 15th overall. He's in the number 99 Rat Sport Mazda 2. Then we got John Kinberg in the number 02 ITB BMW 2002. Had some ignition issues yesterday, didn't make the race. Garrett Bowser in the number 152 ITB Honda Fit, starting 17th. As the green flag now is in the air, Brian, and we are underway once again. We'll have to take a look if we've got the Datsun 240Z of Jeff Lucas. He once again did not make the field. He had some engine issues he thought was going to get fixed last night, and apparently did not have the car ready today.
Yeah, no, I think that happened on Friday.
Right.
And I think that he has packed that thing up, put it in the trailer. I'm going to work with Nathan later this afternoon and yesterday. So that car, I believe, that motor has expired on that as of Friday.
That was they were going to work last night to put a new motor in. Apparently,
decided not to.
Yeah, I thought there was more important things, and also getting John Legg, who's their teammate, ready to go.
Yes.
As for the second day in a row, we are watching Ed York and Deacon Greenfield battle it out for the overall lead here on turn 1 as they go down into turn 5. Deacon Greenfield trying to make that pass on the outside of Ed York. Couldn't make it work yesterday, but here on lap number 1, Brian, Deacon Greenfield gets the pass done. Again, this is not for a battle in class. We've got York in ITS. We've got Greenfield in ITA. And Greenfield, in the section of the course where that Honda Civic is definitely much stronger than the BMW it was yesterday, he was able to stretch out about a 4-car advantage. Now, when they come onto the front straight, I think this is where the tables turn back to the BMW here, as we see Ed York being able to draft up right to the back of that Civic. And as they come across the line
like
to
right
complete
there.
lap 1, Deacon Greenfield, though, leads at least 1 lap. He led 1 lap yesterday as well, although it may have been just for a few moments. Glenn Evans running 3rd overall in his ITS Miata. Joel Gambino, who had an unfortunate spin coming out of turn 10 yesterday, dropped to the back of the ITA field after having been 2nd to Greenfield. He's running 4th overall, then Liller and Gretsch. Dan Freeman, who had to start yesterday's race from the very back of this 17-car field, he is now up into 7th as he gets started today in 6th position. He actually lost a position to Gretsch there here at the start.
Yeah, I lost that position to Gretsch, but I tell you what, Gretsch tried to make a diving move going into 3, and Daniel Freeman kind of held that line. Gretsch had to get back out of it, tucked in behind, what brought Justin Shepard back in pretty quickly as well into that fold.
Hey, let's do this. Let's stick here for just a moment. Coming through, we've got our ITB leader, Scotty Holman, and he looks like he got a real good jump out of turn 5. As they came into 5, Rich Allen in that black number 44 ITB Volkswagen Golf was right on the back bumper of the taxi. And the slightly shorter wheelbase, and I think it's a little bit better rear suspension than the Golf, expanded that lead quite a bit at the bottom half of the course. But it looks like it's shaping up to be a nice little ITB battle there between those two cars, and we'll see. Kinberg might be the dark horse here. Is that BMW 2002? He did not make yesterday's race. He was having ignition issues where the car was shutting down in qualifying. He thinks he's gotten them all rectified. He's got a couple race wins under his belt as well. We'll see how things play out today.
Yeah, it looks pretty strong right now. So hopefully you're right, Greg. Hopefully he's able to get those and go the entire distance here. Falling a little bit back from Richard Allen in that ITB battle. He's actually back just in front of our B-Spec race with Alex Radcliffe and Robert Ahern Jr. I believe this is Robert's maybe his first race in B-Spec this year.
I believe it is, yes.
So.
And that's also a new build by Ratsport. I think they just finished it up last week.
Yeah.
They had been building primarily either Mini Coopers or Mini Coupes. And this Mazda 2, I believe they just picked up about a month ago.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw him out here practicing on Friday. Talked a little bit about it yesterday. He was out here kind of running, and so I do believe it's his first official weekend out here. Also saw Dan Conway out here, I believe, on Friday practicing for a little bit. Yeah, I think he's getting ready for next weekend. Head down to VIR for the Super Tour in the B-Spec, so pretty much spread out right now here, Greg, and that battle in that ITB that you're talking about, Richard Allen and Scotty Holman. Scotty Holman now opening up by about almost 1.8 seconds. It's about 10 car lengths between him, and his Holman now goes down into turn 1 right there. Allen just now entering into turn number 1 right there. So it's about 10 car lengths. It works out to be about 1.8 seconds. Then a little bit further back, you're going to see here, there's the 0-2 that you were talking about with Kinberg, and then you got Alex Radcliffe right on the back of him, followed by Robert Ahern Jr.
Yeah, indeed, as we've got the B-Spec racers coming up right behind Kinberg's early 70s BMW 2002, as we've got one of our racers there. Was that, I think that was Joseph Gretsch, the number 5. It was either Gretsch or Paterniti. Dropping a wheel on the engine.
In that 51, yeah.
Going
pretty
into
good battle
3.
right there between the two. Those two have been nose to tail pretty much the entire since the start of this race, but yes, the entire weekend. So I'm not sure if they're pitted next to each other. If they are, that's going to make for a really long weekend because you're out there battling with them the entire time.
All right, so I'd like to pick up, if we can, the battle for, well, I thought this was the battle for second in ITA with Gambino and Freeman.
Well, Gambino is just now heading down into turn 1. That's about 20 car lengths between Gambino and Freeman. The battle actually is for fourth place right now, heading down into turn 1 between John Gretchen, the 9, and the 100 of Justin Shepard. Right here coming into your screen. That's the battle for fourth. And yeah, they're side by side right there. It's a really good battle. Justin Shepard has done a lot to that car this year in the offseason to get ready for this season, with him and his father and that family-owned team. So good to see Justin out here giving it everything he's got, being able to run right there up front. He's going to go a little bit wide right there through turn 3, but able to collect it.
I was gonna say Gretsch didn't give him a lot of room. So Shepard's in the black number 100. Oh, big brake lock up there from Dan Freeman going in the 5. And Gretsch in the blue number 9 machine. And as they came out of turn 3 there, Brian, Gretsch tracked out all the way just as I think Shepard thought that might be a great opportunity for him to make a pass. But now he comes right underneath John Gretsch going into 6B. as the track winds back. And if he could have kept the car maybe alongside, he would have had position here coming into turn 8 and up the hill. But Gretsch was able to open up that entire corner, able to carry a lot more speed up the hill.
Yeah, I thought Gretsch maybe opened up the door a little bit going through the carousel there, but was able to close the door pretty quickly and then really got enough run and drive off of turn 8 to stay in front. But here comes Shepard now, going to come out of turn 10, head down over the hill to start finish line. You can see he looks like he's going to pull out, try to make another pass over Gretsch, headed down into turn 1. We'll see if he's able to make that stick as they get down into turn 1.
All right, and as they do, Shepard now right alongside and even nose up, under braking from driver's right from the inside lane, and he now takes the position. So move Justin Shepard up to 7th overall. More importantly, move him up to 4th in ITA.
Yeah. Really good pass right there. Was able to set him up coming out of turn number 10. Again, coming up under the hill, under the bridge, got out, got really good drive off, got that car set straight pretty quickly, and was able to make that pass stick down in turn 1 and 2. Nice, good, clean pass.
All right, and as we've been watching ahead of this battle, Dan Freeman, we saw that he had some brake lock up in the 5. Freeman, who had been within about a half second of Joel Gambino in the battle for 2nd in ITA, he's now fallen, I think, quite a bit back from the blue number 31 machine.
Yeah.
Freeman last time by about 1.2 seconds back. Although Freeman ran his fastest lap of the race the last time by, he was still about a 10th off of Gambino's pace.
Yeah. Looking a little bit further back, I was looking at coming through the carousel. You've got, we talked about that battle that's been on Patronetti and John Gretsch. We'll now throw in John Legg, Jonathan Kinberg, Alex Radcliffe, and them in there as well.
All right, Brian, so I was just talking about Freeman and Gambino and how Gambino had started to stretch a lead on Dan Freeman. Well, as they come down into turn number 1, Freeman had a heck of a run out of turn 10, and as they came under braking in the 1, Freeman moved all the way to the inside. Gambino moved all the way to the outside, and Freeman, he pushed through, but Freeman was so far to the inside, I think needlessly, he didn't get a good drive out of the corner, and Gambino's going to complete an over-under 2 corners later as they come down through the carousel. Yeah,
just barely.
So this is the battle now as they come into turn 5. And again, a brake lock up there from Freeman. This is the battle for 2nd in ITA. They are currently over 15 seconds in arrears of Deacon Greenfield in his Honda Civic. But great fight here. Again, Freeman, your champion in ITA in 2024. Gambino, who was the 2023 champion, finished 2nd to Freeman, just a couple points back. It all came down, I think, to the very last race weekend at New Jersey Motorsports Park last year.
Yeah. Also got a really good battle here just now coming into turn 5. There you see it on your screen. That's the battle in B-Spec. Robert Ahern getting ahead of Alex Radcliffe in that Mini Cooper. Right now, coming through the carousel, again, Alex was stuck right in behind Jonathan Kinberg. Had a little bit of a problem, had to get out of the throttle. That allowed Robert Ahern to get right up on the back bumper, and now he's officially made that pass.
And Ahern, I think he's, let's take a look. Because Ahern, his fastest lap yesterday was a 1:33.705. And Ahern is... he just turned in a 33.6, so he's knocked a couple tenths off of what he was able to do yesterday here. But as they come across the line now, he's opened up almost 3 tenths, which is about half a B-Spec car, over Alex Radcliffe as they now come down into turn 1 at the tail end of this pack. And Ahern is going to concede the position there.
Open the door.
So Radcliffe retakes the lead.
Yeah, that's a product of, again, getting in there probably too hot in that B-Spec. And again, just still figuring out that, that Mazda there.
And so as far as things go in the B-Spec world, the Mini Cooper has much bigger brakes than the Mini does. Okay, or probably has much bigger brakes than the Mazda 2 has. Yep. Also has an independent rear suspension, which the Mazda does not. The Mazda has a twist beam like the old twist beam rear like the old early mid-70s Volkswagen Rabbits. And most of the B-Spec cars have rear suspensions like that. So the Mini, a much better handling car. But the one thing about the Mazda is it's quite a bit lighter than the Mini Coupe is. And the challenge and what you need to do, these are momentum cars. If you can keep the momentum up, you can still carry more speed through the corners, like here in turn 10, than the Mini.
Yeah. As we watch them come out of turn 10 again, Alex getting in front of Robert Ahern on that last lap. But I tell you what, Greg, as we talked about before, and you mentioned it, and I did too, they're coming up on the back of Jonathan Kinberg. And Alex is going to go driver's left against Kinberg. Ahern's going to try to follow him through there. Not sure he's going to be able to stick that and stay there. He may want to tuck up underneath Kinberg to open up that air. He's going to come and stay driver's right. Looks like Alex is going to try to sneak up underneath the Kinberg machine coming out of turn 2 now. Coming into your picture. We'll see whether or not they're going to be able to do it. I don't believe they're going to be able to sneak up underneath there. So pretty good thing to be patient right there and not stick it through. Again, just because it's a battle on the racetrack, it's not a battle for class. So no need to stick that in a spot where potentially could be some contact.
And a little bit of a brake lock up there from Alex Ratcliffe going into turn number 5. Again, it's such a challenge here at Summit Point, Brian, to come through turn 4, to come through the chute, the fastest corner on the course. These cars probably doing somewhere about a $105 coming through that corner, and then have to slow down to about 35-40 at the bottom of the hill as all the weight is leaning over those front wheels, where so many of these cars are front wheel drive and the front wheels are already doing so much as it is.
So I'm looking in the chat, and our back-to-back B-Spec national champion says Rob needs to be more aggressive on the brakes.
Is that Rich Roman spelled H-R-I-C-H? Rich Roman?
That is. Well, yeah. He did a really good job right there, Rich, coming out of turn 10, because now he's going to go side by side with Alex. So he definitely got the drive off. So I guess he did really well with the aggressiveness on the brakes going into 10. If you even use brakes in a B-Spec in turn 10. If you do, and maybe that's what slows you down.
And right now, as Ahern gets back around Alex Ratcliffe, they're still there in the thick of it with Jonathan Kinberg's ITB BMW 2002. Kinberg stuck to the inside as they're going to come through turn 3. And I'll tell you, and Ahern drops a wheel to give Kinberg some room there going into turn 3, as we're now just about halfway through, got 10 laps remaining in this 20-lap or 40-minute race. And next up, Brian, and let's make a first call to the grid because it's a pretty big group. It's SSM. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 4, SSM. Please start heading to the grid. SSM racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
I was keeping an eye on this this battle for second in ITA between Freeman and Gambino, and last time by, Gambino was able to get right back on the back bumper of Daniel Freeman as they cross the start-finish line. Looks like Freeman may have missed his entry and his exit coming into turn 1 and turn 2, and that enabled Freeman to open that up just a little bit more as they were starting to battle Justin Shepard and John Gretsch. They started to close in a little bit, but now they seem to have fallen back a little bit. And, Greg, we have Jonathan Kinberg has now pulled just past the start-finish line, taken the cutout. I don't know if he's just going to take the cutout and go, didn't want to go down into turn 1 and turn 2, wanted to get completely out of the whole B-Spec realm.
Just cut off a portion of the course.
He did. He's sitting there. I can see him looking out over to driver's left coming out of turn 2. We may see him continue.
That's the look of despair, Brian.
Yeah, he may continue and just take the cutout and let the B-Spec guys go. A lot of pressure as our overall leaders are now starting to get involved in that battle as well. There you see at York and Deacon Greenfield coming up behind Alex Radcliffe and Robert Ahern.
All right, and let's watch here as Greenfield's going to come right underneath both of the B-Spec cars, forcing them to the outside. Part and parcel of racing in B-Spec, whether it be in regional racing, Brian, or whether it be in national racing as well, as knowing how to play well with traffic, because typically when they are in a run group, they are not the fastest class, and they're typically spending as much time watching the rearview mirrors for cars coming up from behind as they are trying to affect the pass on cars ahead of them.
Thought you were going to say play well with others.
Well,
I didn't do very well in school with that either.
No,
so.
I didn't either.
Here comes that B-Spec battle now again across the start-finish line. Robert Ahern's going to lead, Alex Radcliffe one more lap there. So, again, that battle's going to come down. And Alex always gets past the start-finish line and then looks to pull out and try to go side by side with Robert. Again, Robert not having a lot of experience in this, probably just could be, trying to set some stuff up, but Alex really gets through turn one really well.
He does. And, look, I think this is good practice, being passed and getting repassed there to work out the timing between those two cars. And obviously, as they're both teammates, the ultimate goal is to bring both cars home alive.
Well, when we take a look at them the next time they go, when they went up through turn three, they were, side by side. It looks like we have a standing yellow down in turn 5, so we'll have to listen for that call.
Yeah, we got the call coming in from the corner station right now. And talk about the
told you took the cut through.
Yeah, took the look of despair.
Yep.
As Jonathan Kinberg, he did decide to continue, and I think probably thought of maybe trying to limp the car back home onto the pit lane. He is now parked off by turn 5, where they have the local caution. We're going to see if that brings out hopefully he's in an area where they do not need to come pick him up.
Yeah, I looking at that shot there from that camera angle, looks like he's up near the little tower there, or a little booth, I guess you could say, or flag stand.
Flag stand, yes.
I know I've been in that flag stand in the karting world, so he is back far enough off the racetrack. I'm sure they will leave that.
And a matter of fact, over at Station 5, they've now dropped the local caution there. I think most of the racers have been through and have seen him. As we're watching, this is a great little fight going on here, Brian, as we watched. We saw them coming down into the chute just a few moments ago. And here now going into turn number 1. This is John Legg and Jason Paterniti, the 51. Or actually, I think that's
that's actually Glenn Evans and Mark Liller.
You're right.
Battle.
It's the other Burgundy car.
Yeah.
I made the same mistake yesterday. We've got 2 Burgundy Miatas out there. We've got Miller, who's running in ITS in the NC Miata, and he's there as you mentioned with Justin, probably not with Justin Shepard, with Glenn Evans in the number 10 car. So that is the battle right now for second in ITS. As they've been going at it, as they're now making their way through the B-Spec field there, nose to tail. And so it's Glenn Evans. He is in the number 10 machine, and then we've got Mark Liller in the 127, the Burgundy with the black top.
I'm not sure what happened to Scotty Holman here, Greg, as he came by the start-finish line. That car did not sound well at all. And that, where he had about a 15, 16-second lead over Richard Allen. I know that's dropped to just under 14, but that Scotty Holman machine, that does not seem like it's all up there when he came across the start-finish line.
And he was about 7. Let me take a look at his last lap times. So the last 2 laps, Brian, are about 4 to 5 seconds off of what he had been running previously. He'd been clicking off pretty consistent 1 minute 31s. He then 3 laps ago turned in a 33, then a 37, then a 38. So that car has definitely been losing power. I mean, he may be dialing things back a little bit with a 15-second advantage.
Well, Richard Allen did the same thing. Last time by, he only went 137. So I'm wondering if something happened between them two, but because there was such a big gap, they let the leaders go by, and basically they just got at it, right? So, but yeah, Holman did not seem like that. That car just didn't seem to sound right when it came by here. Like he was shifting to third gear. So, here comes our overall leader. now out of turn 10 and coming down by the start-finish line. That's Ed
yeah,
York,
Brian,
and that's Pete Greenfield, and he is almost basically dead stopped.
Yeah, we can see him there. He is moving very slowly.
I think he's
now
trying to
down
do
the front straight.
He's trying to do the Flintstone legs out the bottom of the car to get it to go down the hill.
Right. Well, he might want to use the Flintstone legs to stop the car. He did not bring the car off onto the access road. He continues on the front straight very, very slowly.
And I think Richard Allen is doing the same. He's having a problem as well, Greg, because he's mired in a bunch of traffic right there, and that's you were talking about the Mark Liller and the Glenn Evans. Mark Liller now has gotten around Glenn Evans for second place in ITS.
And to add to my confusion, they just put John Legg in the other Burgundy Miata a lap down.
Yeah, correct.
So
with Patronetti right behind
him.
Right
behind, exactly, as they were all together there. But yeah, we can see Rich Allen now coming in all by himself in the turn number 3. We don't expect that Golf to be as fast as the ITA or ITS cars ahead, but it looks like the B-Spec cars are starting to make up ground on them. Brian, real quick, as we've got 5 laps remaining, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 4. SSM, please head to the grid. SSM racers, please head to the grid.
Yeah, again, we saw this yesterday, Greg. Let's pick up our overall battle here because this is, again, ITS versus ITA with Deacon Greenfield and Ed York. Again, Ed York having to work hard for it out here this weekend.
Absolutely. Now, I look back to the heyday of ITS where Ed York had one of the fastest E36 BMWs in the country here. And this car, which I believe has put in, this is an E30 BMW, has got compared to the E36, an inferior rear suspension. But this car was originally set up for endurance racing and is, I think, a little more softly sprung and certainly not world-class ITS world beater like cars that Ed has driven in the past. But this Honda Civic, Greenfield is definitely keeping up the pace. Now, yesterday, as we mentioned, when he kept pushing that Civic yesterday, he ran out of brakes like we expected him to. And luckily he had built up, Brian, a very large lead. Like for right now, he has a 38-second advantage over the battle for second between Gambino and Freeman, like we're watching right now.
Well, I tell you what, Gambino just now got back around Freeman for a second. They're actually coming up on that B-Spec battle here. So you've got 2 good battles going on. The 2 back cars there, that is Gambino and Freeman in the 31 and the 1, the blue and then the black with the orange. That's for second in ITA. Then you have the B-Spec cars just in front with Alex Radcliffe and Robert Ahern Jr. there. They're trying to push through as well. So both of those battles are going to come down to the end. I do believe that our ITA, that battle will get by them when they at least get to the front stretch.
Yeah, exactly. And we'll see here. It's a question. They may get to them before turn 10, and that's going to create some problems because, again, these B-Spec cars can carry a decent amount of speed through the apex. I'd argue almost as fast as the ITA cars here. And so as they come out of turn 10, both Freeman and Gambino do make their way past the B-Spec cars and onto the front straight. And so for the moment, Joel Gambino, he is in second place in ITA. Moved Dan Freeman down to third. Joseph Gretsch considerably further back in that number 9 machine, still in that fight with Justin Shepard. And here's, I keep watching this, Brian, every single time in the turn 1. Gambino, he opens up the corner, he keeps his car driver's left, and really opens the door for Dan Freeman. But Freeman keeps getting caught out going into turn 1. And why does he get caught out? Because Freeman, for whatever reason, brings the car all the way down driver's right, makes it as hard as he can on himself to carry speed through that corner.
Scrubbing the speed completely off the car. There's no momentum
when
for
he's got almost 20 feet to his left that he could use to open up that corner. And so every single time they come through there, Gambino is right alongside him going into turn 3.
Yeah, Gambino opens up entry into turn 1 quite a bit. You see him making that left-hand move and then that right-hand, back into the turn. So, it ends up being, where
Yeah, and I'm not saying anything is right that Gambino, I think, is as he moves the car and he makes that extra little juke. We talked about Ted Cahall making that move last year, where he'd make a juke to the left as if to get the car to rotate. It's not something that car really needs, but he's given even more room to Dan Freeman, and Freeman's not using it. As now it looks like Scotty Holman, our ITB leader, Brian, is really hurting here, and he's likely going to pull off, and that moves the Volkswagen Golf, who's the third car in this shot. Rich Allen, he's your new ITB leader.
Yeah, pretty good run there. I think Holman may be having some brake issues, Greg, or something,
possibly.
because every time he comes out of turn 10, it's like he's barely creeping through there. So he may be downshifting to get into turn 10.
Yeah,
right?
that's
just barely doing the brakes. As our leader's now getting I believe, going to get the 1 to go board right here. So Ed York getting that 1 to go right here with Deacon Greenfield about 8-9 car lengths back. So everybody else is kind of in the same gaggle of cars on the racetrack there with your ITB and even some of your ITS cars and the rest of your ITA cars. So.
All right, so as our leaders are working their last lap, Brian, let me make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 4. That's SSM. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. SSM racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
Yeah, here comes that battle. Here comes that battle for second place in ITA. There's Dan Freeman. Here comes Joel Gambino. There goes Richard Allen. He's your new ITB leader. We'll see. And you're right here. Scotty Holman on pit road, so not going to be able to finish this race. There goes your B-Spec race down there.
All right, so and here we go with Freeman, and Freeman now doesn't have to open up the corner. And oddly enough, we didn't see Gambino make that little juke to the left.
He stayed right on
that
on the
time.
line there.
Yeah, very, very odd. I mean, look, I'm talking about 2 MARRS champions, but
maybe they have radio communications between the both of them and trying to figure out which car does better on which line.
magnets. All right, our leaders now coming onto the front straight and taking the overall win for the second day in a row, taking the ITS win for the second day in a row. Ed York in the number 56 York Automotive BMW. Deacon Greenfield takes the win. A much easier run to the checkered flag for Deacon Greenfield today. He will win ITA for the second day in a row. Here's our battle for the lead in B-Spec. It is definitely not done as they are working their final lap here at Summit Point, and just ahead of them, another great fight going on. That is that the
that's the Freeman and
Gambino battle for the last step on the podium in ITA, and we just saw there Justin Shepard, John Gretchen Shepard quite a bit further behind. So let's watch as the Miatas now come out of turn 10 onto the front straight, and it is going to be Dan Freeman. You see, we stopped the action for you right there. So you can see it. Dan Freeman, he's going to finish second in the number 1 Envirotex machine, 50 seconds back from Deacon Greenfield. Joel Gambino will finish in third. And here's the battle for the ITB, or probably the B-Spec win. And as they cross the line, Brian, taking the win, and his first win in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, Robert Ahern in his Mazda 2, by 0.18 of a second over Alex Ratcliffe.
So John Gretsch came out of turn 10 and went 3 wide with both of those cars with Alex in the middle, and Alex had no choice but to get out of it at that point, which enabled Robert Ahern to go.
Wow.
Go completely pick up that win. But, hey, look, another great run, not only by Alex Ratcliffe, but Robert Ahern, again, just still learning that Mazda 2 car to pick up that win here. Way to hang it together and keep it going.
All right, so in ITB, Rich Allen took the win. Scotty Holman, who pitted in a lap early. Well, luckily for him, John Kinberg pitted in 10 laps early. So it's Allen, Holman, and Kinberg, your top 3 in ITB. In ITS, Ed York, Mark Liller holds off Glenn Evans for second. Evans rounding out the podium. Again, Ahern and Ratcliffe in B-Spec, and finally in ITA, Greenfield, Freeman, Gambino, your top 3. John Gretsch, Justin Shepard rounding out the top 5. All right, we've already made our final call, so let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more racing action from Summit Point Raceway. It is the 2025 April-ish MARRS presented by OG Racing. Stay with us.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
No. Okay. Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, Belmont, Ohio.
Grid.
It is the 2025 April-ish MARRS presented by OG Racing here at Summit Point Raceway. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Donati. And of course, we've got Spencer Gaynor, our director, here with us today, pushing all the buttons. And next up, it's going to be our last race before we take a break for lunch. It is SSM for 1.6 liter Mazda Miatas. And Brian, as they start the pace lap, let me run down the starting order for you. Starting on pole today with a qualifying time of 1 minute 28.89 seconds from Sparks, Glencoe, Maryland. It's the number 63 machine of John Hotz. From Fort Mitchell, Kentucky, representing the Cincinnati region of the SCCA, it's Sam Paley. He's driving the number 73 car. He's going to be on the outside of the front row. Kalen Crocker from Herndon, Virginia, is driving the number 123 machine. He will start third, with Colin Murchison starting fourth today. He's in the number 58 car. He's from Sykesville, Maryland. Jordy Fuhrman, Jordy Foo, he's starting fifth today. He's out of Wrightsville, Pennsylvania. He's in the number 8 car, starts fifth. Starting sixth today. He had a blazing start yesterday, Brian, driving the red number 98 machine out of Silver Spring, Maryland. It's Arif Kazim with Isaac Jordan in the number 46 car from Weehawken, New Jersey, representing the northern New Jersey region of the SCCA. He starts seventh. Ben Jones will start eighth in the number 10 car. It's from Midlothian, Virginia, with Chris Tilton, who we just saw a little bit of in-car video from. We'll see him quite a bit more here in this race, I'm sure. He's out of Leesburg, Virginia. He starts ninth. Jay Bindrum is going to start 10th today in the number 88 car. He's from Oaksville, Virginia, while Millersville, Maryland's Ben Sarley is in the 199 car, and he starts 11th, starting 12th today in the 113 machine. Representing the Blue Mountain region of the SCCA from Birdsboro, Pennsylvania, it's John Moyer. And lucky 13th today, driving the 101 car from Fairfax Station, Virginia, it's Meyer Alzot. Miranda Price will start on the outside of row number 7 in 14th position. She's in the 08 Mazda, and she's from Strasburg, Virginia. While John Maslin from Ellicott City, Maryland, starts 15th today. He's in the number 16 car. Florence Solaru will start 16th today. The number 27 car is from Clarksville, Maryland. While Isaac Clark is in the number 17, starting 17th. He's in the number 86 car, representing the North Carolina region. Ray Seabird Heath will start 18th today. He's in the number 9 machine. He's from Mechanicsville, Virginia, with Mountjoy, Pennsylvania's James Roberts starting 19th. He's in the number 6 machine. And then in row number 10, starting 20th today, Jim Hess out of Newcastle, Virginia, representing the Blue Ridge region, and John Grayhor in the number 40 machine. He's out of Ashburn, Virginia. He will start 21st. All right, as our field makes their way through turn number 10, and onto the front straight, as our starter looks over the field, John Hotz, your pole sitter, sees the green flag, as do the rest of our racers, and we are underway racing once again here from Summit Point Raceway. And Brian, for the second day in a row, Sam Paley in the number 73 RP Performance machine gets a wonderful start as he heads down into turn 1, and he is going to take the lead from the outside lane, putting John Hotz in the second. He's done that now 2 days in a row, as Kalen Crocker, Colin Murchison trying to get around the 63 machine as well.
Tell you what, Colin Murchison pushed that 73 of Sam Paley all the way to the front, all the way into the entrance into turn 1 and up out of turn 2. That propelled him up in front of John Hotz. Tell you what, Arif Kazim and Jordan Fuhrman did not get the start they got yesterday, Greg. There was a gap between our first 2 rows. You can see that now as it looks like Kazim looks like he may look on the inside there of the 123 of Caleb Crocker. Again, some of these vehicles had some issues yesterday as the race went on.
Yeah, it was not a good day to be an Isaac, if I remember correctly yesterday, Brian, as both Isaac Jordan as well as
Isaac
Clark both retired their cars early. And taking the win yesterday, then although he didn't have the greatest start, John Hotz took the win over Sam Paley. Arif Kazim, who started off, I think, 6th yesterday, actually started off 8th yesterday, worked his way up to 3rd, took the last step on the podium with Jordan Fuhrman finishing just off the podium in 4th.
You can see here with our in-car camera that we were showing you right there with Christopher Tilton. Again, just on that entrance going into turn 10, you get a little bit hard on the brakes there. Just a quick little tap just to keep these momentum of these cars up. This is all about momentum in this class, so you can't be on the brakes very hard in that position.
Yeah, going into turn 10 in these 1.6 Miatas, it's a slight brush, essentially to set the nose, to dig that left front tire into the pavement so you can turn the car in, and then you're back to the throttle. In most cases, it's actually going to be, if the driver can do it, it's going to be a left foot brake, so you're actually applying a little bit of brake and just smoothly moving your right foot all the way back to the back to the floor on that gas pedal.
Yeah. Tell you what, pretty good move here, a little bit further back by Raymond Eve. I tell you what, he picked up a 2-for-1 going into turn 1, and then coming out of turn 2 was able to pass the 27 of Saluru and the 08 of Miranda Price there. So really good entry in to the 9 of Raymond Seabird Heath there, picking up 2 going through there. I tell you what, as we go through and look this up, like I mentioned, and Greg mentioned too, we had a couple drivers that had some problems. Found out some of us didn't put our fuel in the gas tank there yesterday, so didn't have enough in there, wasn't able to finish. Hopefully we got that figured out. If not, we're going to have to definitely fire a crew chief here later on this weekend if we don't have enough. But again, St. Paley opening it up, coming out of turn number 10 right now. There you see the entrance. This is what I'm talking about on your onboard. You're barely getting on the brake. You're letting that car go all the way out past the rumble strips, and then it is able to pick that up. Pick back up on that throttle. That's Christopher Tilton in that 36 OG Racing machine. I tell you what, that car looked really good that time, Greg. We'll see whether or not he's going to be able to pick up some time on this lap. That's where his lap really starts to take place, is right there. As now we got a little bit battle further back coming out of turn 2 and turn 3 as they head up the hill up through the short chute. You're going to see right there, there's Caleb Crocker, there's Colin Murchison right now. They are going to go side by side through there. We'll see whether or not they're going to be able to get single file going down through the chute, and it does look they are, and it does look like Caleb Crocker's going to get back in front.
Easy for you to say.
Yeah, right, exactly. Right?
Kalen, see, now I can't say it. Kalen Crocker, Colin Murchison.
KK. Start calling him KK.
That's right.
That's all I'm going to start calling him.
But so far, great little fights here. I think probably the question is whether Crocker and Murchison will be able to draft their way back up to our 2 leaders as Paley reset fast lap once again, and they're still lapping, Brian, about a full second off of qualifying pace. So, but again, early on, and these Toyo tires, they do take some time in order to bring the tires up to temp.
Well, I tell you what, if our 3rd and 4th place cars, Crocker and Murchison, do not stay single file, they will not catch John Hotz. If they're battling, they're going to drop back, and they're going to fall into the Arif Kazim Jordan Fuhrman battle, which is going to bring 4 or 5. Again, I'm going to give another shout out here. Ben Jones took some time off last year, spent some time outside with the family, and back here racing again, running up in the top 10. Right now sitting in 7th, but he is right in that battle, really for 3rd all the way back to Isaac Jordan in that 8th spot. So pretty good battle as they go down into turn number 4, down and heading up into the hill to turn 5 in that hard left-handing braking zone again. So Ben Jones picking back up where he left off here early on last year.
Oh, running a little bit wide, going through 6, actually dropping a wheel off there. That
may have been Murchison there,
I think. Yeah, and that's if you end up turning in a little bit early there, that will happen right there. You probably need to wait just a little bit more before he cranked the wheel in to turn in at turn 6. If he continues to do that, he's going to find where that left front tire is going to really start to give up the ghost towards the end of this longer 20-lap race.
Yeah. Yeah, I think if any one of these drivers, and now here you're going to see as we go by the start-finish line, you're going to see Murchison's going to pull out and try to go around Kalen Crocker. He's going to bring Arif Kazem with him. He's going to tuck in front of Kalen Crocker, and Kazem's going to go side by side with Kalen Crocker down into turn 1, and we're going to see whether or not he's going to be able to make that stick right there. I do believe Kazem now is going to end up being side by side with Murchison coming out of turn number 2 and heading up into the hill, into turn 3.
Yeah, and Brian, as they come into turn 3 now, we see they're coming from the outside. Arif Kazem now taking over third place, and I think he was bringing Kalen Crocker along with them. We'll see as they come down the hill. I think Crocker has managed to get around Colin Murchison as well. It was pretty clear when they went into turn 1, Brian, that Kazem had planned all along that when Murchison was going to move over driver's left, he was going to try to pick both of them off.
Yep.
He just didn't have the pace to get down there, but he stuck with it.
Yep.
Took 2 more turns, but he got it done.
Yeah. Stayed in the throttle, got back into throttle as quickly as possible in order to help him get in front of not only Murchison but Crocker. We have, I believe, I'm not sure if that is Isaac Clark or that may be the 40 that I just saw on the camera there going through turn 5, getting hard on the brakes, kind of went around there and was able to continue. We'll see, but definitely got hard on the brakes and went wide in turn 5. That battle that we talked about between 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th now, that's kind of opened up a little bit as Murchison got a little wide on that last lap. Now you've got Kazem and you have Crocker. They're going to kind of pull away from that group as now Jordan Fuhrman and Colin Murchison, they're going to be side by side coming up out of turn 2 and heading up into turn 3 with Ben Jones right there. So, again, you're seeing that they're starting to open up that gap because they're starting to battle behind
them.
Yep.
Exactly. All right, just got word. We talked about him a little while ago. Ray Siebert-Heathrow had a real good start today in the number 9 machine. He has just now brought his car down the pit lane. It appears as though the white and gray number 9's day is done. Also, John Grayhor, bit of a challenge in that threshold braking zone at turn 5 at the bottom of the hill, as he went a little bit too deep. He currently runs 20th in the number 40 machine.
And we're getting a little bit of a debris flag down there, so I think he may have kicked up some dirt through there as well. So now you've got not only that, but you got to pay attention to as you're trying to make passes on cars, but now you've got a little bit of dirt and gravel probably sitting out there.
All right, I know we're having a little trouble with a couple of our cameras right now. We'll take a look at them during lunch. Again, this is going to be our final race before we break for lunch here today, Brian. We're going to have one more bracket race and 4 more MARRS races right after lunch.
Yeah, down in line there, you see the 3rd car in line right there. That's Kazem in the red machine. Then you've got the black with the silver numbers. Kalen Crocker. Crocker started to pull out just a little bit on Kazem. Had to tuck back in. If not, if he was to go too wide there, that would have bring the other 4 back to them, along with losing John Hotz and allowing him to get further out. 2 cars are in this group, because it's all about momentum. 2 cars are faster than 1 in certain aspects of this racetrack. You've got to stay nose to tail.
All right, as we watch here coming down through the chute, that is the what do you call 4 cars? So it's Colin Murchison, Jordy Fuhrman, Ben Jones, and Isaac Jordan.
Knowing those 4 drivers, a big gaggle.
A big gaggle, yeah, exactly. I mean, well, at least we know one of them is talking, and he's in the second car there in the group. There is Jordy Fuhrman looking for a way to get around Murchison. He hasn't been able to pull up very close behind. Let's jump back over to Chris Tilton. Tilton here, who started today's race in 9th position. Well, that's where he is right now. Still in 9th. It looks like he's lost lost touch of Isaac Jordan ahead in the 46 machine. But, still a great way for us to see what this car encounters around here.
You got Jay Bindrum now going to come back with him. He's going to come up side by side, try to make that pass. We'll see. If we stay on this inboard, Spencer, we may be able to see Jay Bindrum make that move. You could just clearly see it in the rear view mirror. We'll see if they go side by side down into turn 1.
Well, Bindrum's right there alongside in the light blue machine. There in the light blue 88, and you can see Chris Tilton keeping the car to the outside, and there is Jay Bindrum, and he comes right across the nose of Chris Tilton in order to defend against a possible over-under, and Tilton's going to now have to concede 9th position. He now drops to 10th. He doesn't make a move to the inside here, I think wisely so. He may. If anything, if he judged the run a little bit differently into turn 3, I think he might have had an opportunity. Let's take a look here as they come under braking the 5. I don't think Tilton's close enough to try and make a move here.
Yeah, I think he's probably going to set him up when he gets out of turn 6 and head up into turn 7, because Bindrum lost kind of the front end a little bit, that going down into turn 4. That's going to affect him with drive off right here. He may be able to pull away a little bit more now. I don't believe Tilton's going to be able to catch to him just a little bit off the apex there. I'd like to see him a little bit tighter in that car.
There as Brian and I restored to our in-car instruction. So Chris, he's got his Garmin Catalyst there, which actually has the ability to tell him and coach him during the session using AI. It looks like he may have actually turned it off. Maybe because yesterday we pointed out when he was a couple tenths down and why he was down. Anyway, let's go back to the out of car view here, Brian. As we now see going down into turn 1, Tilton and Bindrum side by side. This is Tilton to the inside now in the white machine, in the white number 36. Bindrum just a lap later. He's going to have to concede 9th position to Chris Tilton. So move Jay Bindrum back to 10th.
Yeah, I think Bindrum's having a problem with that car in two particular spots that we saw in the in-car. One coming through turn 4, and then the other one coming through turn 10. Really, when he gets on the brakes, he loses the nose a little bit, and that car ends up to wiggle out. And in turn 10 on that one, you saw a big, huge drive off from Chris Tilton, was able to get through that, and that helped him with the speed down the front stretch. Yeah,
indeed. And we kind of saw as we were in tilt with Tilton's onboard, pardon me, how that 88 car looked rather unsettled in a couple of places around the course. Not that it was dancing on edge and at the limits. It appeared that maybe those limits were artificially lower.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
As we look back here, some of our other battles, we still have that battle going on with the Reef Chasm and the 123 of Kalen Cracker. Tell you what, Sam Paley making that number 73 machine look really, really strong. There's been some good drivers in that car. I was not one of them, by the way. That car has definitely got some speed and some pretty good things. So he's kind of holding on to John Hotz there. Hotz is still sitting back there. Now it's about 3 car lengths. So Hotz is, was about a 10th faster last lap. So again, working those cars as hard as they can. Hot's starting to reel him in.
Yeah, indeed. So, hey, Brian, I wanted to mention somebody who would normally be out on the racetrack right now, racing in SSM, not able to make it out today. That is Mike Monahan, who is also the class administrator for SSM on the Washington, D.C. region's road race committee. Yesterday, he was out volunteering with Skills USA, out in Charlestown or maybe Morgantown, West Virginia. Big conference, and today he's going to be here this morning before he has to go off and do other things. But should mention that today is his birthday.
Happy birthday, Mike!
Yeah, I want to wish Mike a happy 104th.
27. I was going to say 20. That was going to be nice. I was going to say 27th birthday.
Well, subtract 20 something from 104, and it's probably more accurate.
Pretty close.
Yeah, exactly. Probably close to it. So congratulations, happy birthday to Mike, and was reminded of that today by his beautiful wife MARRS, who's running the pro shop here at Summit Point. So if you're on the facility here and you need some equipment for your race car, maybe to get through the rest of the race weekend, or some safety equipment, stop into the pro shop there and see MARRS.
I'm actually going to walk over there during lunch. I have to look at some shoes.
Well, there you go. See, Mars, I sent you a customer.
Yep, I'll be down there during lunch.
All right, as we get back to the action here, great fight so far. Up at the front of the field here, we were just watching Sam Paley in the number 73 machine over John Hotz, our leader, coming down into the carousel, or coming into turn 5 right now. And Brian, we talked about him a little bit yesterday, but Sam, I believe this is his very first MARRS race, but he is not an unknown quantity when it comes to racing Mazdas, where he was the 2021 Mazda MX-5 Global MX-5 Cup Rookie of the Year. That's the Mazda Pro Series. Also, a Ford Performance Junior driver and a multi-time IMSA race winner in MX-5 Cup and other races, as well as pole sitter. And he's here, I think, doing some coaching this weekend as well, but he's jumped into this RP Performance Mazda Miata and put on a real good showing against John Hotz, who was I believe John was our 2024 MARRS champion in SSM, if I remember correctly.
I think that was Ryan Maloney.
Ryan Maloney. You are
Ryan
right.
Maloney
Yes.
picked up that jacket.
Yeah, that's right.
John picked up the SM.
That's right. That's right. And John's a tall guy, so getting a jacket tailored for him is kind of difficult.
Yeah.
That's a matter of fact. I have to go back a little bit. It was actually Ryan Maloney taking the championship last year in SSM with Jamison Huffman second, and John finished third in the championship. But he's right there, all over the back of Sam Paley's number 73 Mazda.
Sam is working the you-know-what out of that car right now, trying to hold off. John is a lot faster coming through 10 right now. And when they come out of 10, and Spencer, we'll pick this up next time they come by. When they come out of turn 10, our start-finish camera, you'll see Sam Paley is all the way over to driver's right, trying to work to break the draft for John. Well, John is a wily veteran who does that thing every single lap.
Well, we saw at the end of the SM race where John made he was the trailing car and made 74 moves to try and get around.
Right. So again, the wily veteran that John is, that doesn't phase John one bit.
No.
John is going to go where the car in front of him goes to keep the draft. As they come out, you'll see here. Now we'll see. Now here we go. Here's Sam Paley. He's going to come all the way over to driver's right. John's going to go follow with him all the way to driver's right. As we pick them up right there, as they go down into one, you'll see Sam move just back to the driver's left to get on line to make that entry in, and John is right there. So John is getting off turn 10 that much better and able to suck the draft right back up to
exactly. And I would suspect at some point we've got 8 laps remaining. There is a long way to go. We've got 16 miles remaining in this race. At some point, Sam Paley's going to move back to driver's left, and John Hotz isn't going to follow him. and Hotz is just going to keep the car there to the inside, and he's going to try to just outbrake him into turn number 1.
A little bit further back there, we talk about our Mazda Miata line. Colin Murchison, last time by when he went up, and you'll see him come into your screen right there. He's going to lose a little bit from that Chasm and Crocker battle there because he went 2 wheels off up the hill out of turn number 3. So again, losing a little bit there.
We've got H. Fuhrman in the chat. I would suppose it probably related to Jay Fuhrman, Jordan
Unless
Fuhrman.
we know Jordan. He could be texting from the car. Right?
Yeah, Jordan's more about
he does voice chat.
His post-production work.
Yeah, that's right. He's post-production.
Yeah, his post-production. So
voice to chat is probably what he's using in that car.
Making his own sound effects while the race is ongoing.
He does do that.
Yes.
I have heard that he likes to sing. John Hotz, we talk about John Hotz. I think he likes to hum during the race because he goes back from side to side, so he's humming as he's racing along. He does that stuff.
All right, as our leaders now come into turn 1, and we look just back just a little bit. There's Arif Kazem. He's in the red number 98 machine, and he's been keeping a pretty consistent margin back to Callan Crocker in the 123 machine. It's just under about a second. But those 2 racers now are running almost identical lap times. As a matter of fact, that last time by, Crocker was the faster of the 2 racers. He was 0.02 of a second faster than Arif Kazem ahead. And at 0.02 of a second per lap, Brian, you're not going to make up a lot of ground.
Yeah. pretty good battle, Spencer. If we could, coming up out of turn number 2, you're going to see here, that's a battle back here for 11th, 12th, and 13th. That's Meyer Alzot in the red 101, Ben Sarley in the blue 190, blue and yellow 199, and then the 113 there of John Moyer. So when they went into turn 1, Ben Sarley tried to make a move on Meyer Alzot, and Meyer has got a ton of lap time here.
Laps. Our former HPDE chief instructor.
So
lots of time.
Yeah, so he let Ben make that move.
Right.
Ben was completely out of position, and Meyer just drove back right around him.
Yeah.
Here and here we go. You just mentioned this, Greg, and I'm picking this up, and I know we were following the Sarley in that. So we can stay on that battle for a minute. But the last time by, Sam Paley, when he went by the start-finish line, he stayed driver's left. John Hott stayed to driver's right, and then they crossed back into each other to pick up the draft right around the 500-foot mark. So again,
perfect.
No head games being played out here at all, right?
No, not at all. Is that like a tango, or what do we call that little dance move right there?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but Paley stayed to driver's left. John went to driver's right, and then they ended up back together when we got down to the 100-foot mark. So,
oh my.
There's the Crocker, the Chasm battle. There they go. There's the two front leaders right there. There's Chasm. There's Crocker. Then there's Murchison now coming down into turn 5. Neither driver making a mistake. Those two gaps there is kind of leveled out a little bit, although Colin Murchison just set the fastest lap of the race, Greg, with that 129.647 on lap 14. So he's starting to reel in Kalen Crocker.
Yeah, and I should mention that 129.64, that is still about 8/10 off of what our qualifying time was. It was set yesterday morning. It's about 72 degrees ambient air temperature, almost the same as it was yesterday, Brian. The difference is we don't have the overcast skies that we had yesterday. We thought today was going to be raining most of the day, and it's turned out to be a really nice day. Here as our leaders now making their way down to turn 1 as we continue on board with Chris Tilton. As Tilton now still in 9th position, has got Isaac Jordan ahead. Jordan's just now, I think, coming into turn 10. But Tilton is, he's still got Jay Bindrum.
Still fighting Jay Bindrum.
Well, if you look in the rearview mirror, there's the light blue as they come into turn 10. Let's see if Bindrum goes to make the move going into turn 1 here as they come onto the front straight. And Tilton, he moves a little bit, maybe about a foot or 2 feet in to try and hold off the blue car. And it looks like Bindrum, he's going to hold station as they run down into turn number 1.
Tell you what, Greg, as we were watching that coming out of turn 2, our leaders now, there may have been slight contact coming out of turn 2 because Paley went all the way driver's left on exit out. John kind of tucked in a little bit more. And I think there may have been a little bit of a cross-up because when they got to turn 3, there was a larger gap than it needed to be. So there may have been a little bit of contact coming out of 2. I'm not hearing any calls, but that car made an evasive move to not to make that move like that.
Hey, Brian, let's watch this battle that Spencer has brought up for us. This is the battle for 3rd, where Arif Chasm had opened up a pretty substantial lead, and by substantial, we're talking about half a second or something back to Kalen Crocker. But things are, I think, starting to close down a little bit here as they come onto the front straight.
That's the battle for 3rd right there, going down into turn 1.
And they are side by side, Brian, as they come down. There are 2 leaders going into turn number 1, and now it is 3 cars. It's Chasm, it's Crocker, who just ran his fastest lap of the race. They're side by side in the 1, and then Colin Murchison in that black with orange number 58 directly behind them, to the point where you can almost throw a blanket over him. Now Chasm's going to have to be able to defend as they come down into turn 3. He's warded off the danger for the moment, but Murchison gets around Kalen Crocker, so move Murchison now up in the 4th position.
Yeah, good move by Colin Murchison. Again, I think another rookie that we have here that just went through driving school.
14 years old.
14 years old, made that pretty good move coming out of turn 1 and 2. So able to set that up and get around Kalen Crocker.
And I should mention, not only 14 years old, but had never worked a manual transmission until he came out to our driver's school like 3 weeks ago.
Yeah. And it's actually Jordan Fearman's mother that's in the chat. So.
Hi, Mom. I'm sure you're very proud of your son.
He is doing very well again
He
this
is.
weekend.
And we mentioned Jordy's come very, very far in a short period of time. Speaking of coming a long way in a short period of time, Brian, onto the front straight and past the start-finish line, John Hotz, he is your new leader with 3 laps remaining as he gets by Sam Paley coming out of turn number 10. And the battle for the last step on the podium now, once again, Arif Kazim, he's driver's right. He's on the inside in the red car. We got Colin Murchison on the outside in the black number 58 machine. Kazim, once again, holds off the 4th place runner. Last time it was Crocker. This time it's Murchison as they make the run out of turn 2 heading into turn 3.
Yeah, I tell you what, really good move by Kazim. He just stuck to that line and stayed driver's left coming out of turn 2 and was able to just take that speed and open up that corner and get really good drive off to put him back in front.
And as opposed to the ITA race that we saw, he left himself enough ground so he wasn't completely throwing away all of his entry speed into one. That he was able to cheat over to the center of the track or so. And running wide, that is Colin Murchison dropping wheels into the dirt on the outside of turn 6A. Again, that when you turn in early there, and he might have been pressed into turning in early there by Arif Kazim as they went in the 6s. Kazim maybe cheated in a little bit there, and that opens up a big advantage for him. Not such a big advantage as they're coming up on a slower car. They're coming up on the number 40 machine of John Grayor are our leaders. John Hotz, Sam Paley, as they are once again nose to tail now with only 2 laps remaining.
Yeah, they're going to have to work by Grayor. Grayor, I think, is going to stay far driver's left. Don't be surprised if John and them, maybe they go driver's left. Grayor will stay driver's right coming out of that turn where they can do. But then you've got the next 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th place car. They're going to come up on within the next lap. But Paley and Hotz, they have kind of checked out a little bit from our 3rd through 5th place cars. Right now, they've got past the John Grayor machine. There you see it on your screen. So those two will battle again. Still watching that battle a little bit further back with the in-car there between Binderham and Christopher Tilton. I tell you what, that's been a battle all day long. And then a little bit further back, and I'll just mention this, as they're going down into 1, we talked about it with Meyer Alzat, Ben Sarley, John Moyer. Now throw Miranda Price in that group. Is now we're going to go 2, almost 3 wide. Somebody's going to go in. I'm going to pick out who that is when they come out here in a minute, Greg. Somebody tried to pick up 3 for 1. I believe that was Miranda Price, and we're going to be 3 wide coming out of turn 2, heading up through the little short chute there.
All right, coming now up the hill and underneath the bridge, it is Sam Paley, your leader as we come out of turn 10. They're going to see the 1 to go board here. Just 2 miles, just 10 turns remain here at Summit Point Raceway in our final SSM race of the weekend. John Hotz taking a look to the left, taking a look to the right. He has the door shut on him by Sam Paley, who moves back over driver's left, and Paley's going to lead the pair as they come down into turn number 1. Subtle car placement there by Sam Paley. It might have, from my eyes, been more than the 1 move that's allowed, but it was they were subtle moves, Brian, that maybe only you, me, and John Hotz noticed.
Well, I tell you what, you saw my head bob back and forth there as they went through there. The wily veteran against the youngster here. First time at the racetrack with the youngster trying to set up the wily veteran. And now as we look at turn 10, Greg, we've got John Moore, who has gone off in turn number 10.
Yeah.
I believe he's going to be able to get that continued moving around. Looks like he may be sitting right there, but he was in that battle with Sarley and Miranda Price along with Meyer Alzot.
Yeah, and he's stuck in the gravel trap, Brian, which means obviously we're going to have a local caution when our leaders come around for the very last time. And so it's going to be up to John Hotz as they come out of turn 8 and towards the bridge. Hotz is going to need to be right on the back of Sam Paley. He's going to need to find a way to slingshot through. He's about a car length back as they come out of turn 10. John Hotz, he moves over to the left. He moves to the right. He's right alongside Sam Paley. And as they come to the line, taking the win by 41 one-thousandths of a second. Wow. John Hotz, he is your winner. Finishing in 3rd will be Arif Kazim. He holds off Colin Murchison. who finishes just off the podium in fourth. Kalen Crocker will finish in fifth. Jordy Fuhrman, he comes across the line. Mama Fuhrman, your boy did good. He finished sixth today, with Ben Jones finishing in seventh. Isaac Jordan with redemption from yesterday. Isaac Jordan, driver of the number 46 machine. He's out of Weehawken. He'll finish eighth. Chris Tilton, he starts ninth. He finishes ninth. He holds off Jade Bindrum at the end. Bindrum will round out the top 10.
Well, here they come now. You're right. He just barely, the announcer's curse again. He just barely held them off.
By 0.4 of a second. There you go. Yeah, congratulations to him. Then we got Meyer Alzad in the 101 car. He's going to finish 11th. Ben Sarley 12th. Miranda Price 13th. John Maslin 14th. And Florence Solaru will finish in 15th position. All right, so we're waiting to hear word from race control as to when our next race, our bracket race, will start. We think it's going to be probably right around 12:30 today, about an hour from now. And we'll update the screen here as soon as we get the information on that. But for now, we're going to take a break. We'll be back. Actually, before we take the break, Spencer, if we can throw up the schedule here real quick. What we got right after lunch, we've got our second bracket race of the day when we come back, and then we're going to wrap things up with 4 MARRS feature races. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 next, our big bore, then our small bore, and then our open wheel and prototype races. So stay with us. We'll be back here in just about an hour with more action from Summit Point Raceway. It's a 2025 April-ish MARRS presented by OG Racing.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession. Along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
Need a ride?
No. Okay. Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, Belmont, Ohio.
one of my older Motorola's. They hit a digital zoom very quickly. It's kind of hard. You don't see it. You find her on the screen when it hits digital zoom. I'm up there.
So it's just when you zoom in too far.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. It goes into. Will do, and they'll use exactly, yeah, because it's still a USB-A connection that's just getting converted, but you can get something that'll actually take power and do the video off of it, and so you actually end up using a phone or using a tablet and run an output from the phone to the flat screen instead of,
Here we go. Wait, here. For the whole year I've been doing it. Today I finally got fed up. Big herds of them this weekend. I mean, of course, yours are better, but this is, they're not hurting my ears like I could take them off.
It's not much. This actually says on the thing it doesn't have all these other crap they put in these super socks. That thing's burned my damn eyes. Just a little drop of it in there.
Sweat just a little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
remarkably similar to mine.
Oh, I don't believe that. You do this to yourself?
There's a bunch of levels of problems within that because of what we do.
Right.
That first and foremost, it can't be treated like that.
If you don't love her, why would you be out here?
Exactly. And then your volunteers are no longer paying attention.
And then I will take that and make it much worse than what it really is.
As you did yesterday.
I did not sleep well last night, I'm just saying.
Oh, man. Yeah, as soon as I walked up, I was immediately handed the radio and the headset.
No, I really...
I would give that with just enough information initially to start the process to get that resolved. the story after the fact. And the story can still be car number, door to door, both stops and gravel.
I'm just gonna sit
How
in
do?
the chair.
How do?
This is your first person. She was here for the school 2 weeks ago.
Welcome back. Local?
Charlottesville.
That was one up for them to say, hey, come No, that's middle. That one answering the question straight towards the end when they're trying to get across and they got to do the 3 quizzes and the whatever trolley do. That question about the swallow, and they get a return question of, was that an unladen swallow? And the question guy is like,
Well, thankfully, the R7's just right across the street at RP. So coming back and forth between here,
Welcome back from lunch, everybody, and welcome back to our coverage of the 2025 Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series and the April-ish MARRS, presented by our great partner, OG Racing, and of course, the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati, and we got Spencer Gaynor here, our director, giving you all the great views of this afternoon's action. Before we get underway with our third and final bracket race of the weekend, let's take a quick look at beautiful Summit Point Raceway. All 10 turns, all 2 miles of it here in beautiful Summit Point, West Virginia. And Brian, we've talked about it before. Great flow here. Something to challenge almost every type of race car here. We've got threshold braking zones, we've got downhills, we've got uphills, we've got cambered corners, we've got off cambered corners, and it is just something to throw everything at a driver.
Yeah, you've got to be on your toes. You've got to be able to focus this entire race, for every time you're out here on session, because this track changes not only minute by minute, but lap by lap, right?
By lap.
So, you go hard down into turn 1. That's your hard braking zone down through there. We come out of turn 2. We come through turn 3. Pretty fast corner, touch of the brakes. We talked about this morning. You come down the chute. You got to try to get as much as you can.
Fastest corner on the course.
The car wants to move over, keep it to driver's left. You want to get through the apex there in turn 5. You want to roll it right over the curb where you can. You're going to see different cars and different manufacturers of cars out here. They're going to take it differently every single time.
Exactly.
Then it's basically on the throttle, really from where that number 6 is in some cases, all the way through till you get to the entry into 10. You've got to be able to pick that throttle up as quickly as you can from 6 all the way till you get to where you're touching the brake just ever so slightly getting into turn 10. That's the fastest part of this racetrack. That's going to determine your lap, whether it's a good lap or a bad lap.
All right, as we await our bracket racers to take the track for their pace up, let's take a look at the schedule, what we've got coming up for the rest of the afternoon for you here. And it is a 10-lap race for our bracket racers. And then, Brian, we go back to MARRS Feature Racing, where we will have races for our remaining 4 race groups. They're on the left, probably on the right-hand side of your screen there. All right, so as we get ready to go, let's go now, Brian, and we're going to run down the starting order here. Starting on the pole, in his BMW 328 IS, it is Christopher Graham of Hedgesville, West Virginia. Then we've got Corey Markovitz. Corey is scheduled to start second in the number 18 Porsche 911 Cup car. He's out of Martinsburg, West Virginia. Chris Schooler, who was black flagged during our last race, brought down the pit lane. We'll see if he takes to the track, and indeed he does. There's the black number 39 machine. He's out of Washington, D.C. Joseph Dedricks in his Ford Mustang. He's out of Fort Worth, Texas, representing the Texas region of the SCCA. That's the 163 car. Stephen Shue in his Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 out of Gibson Island, Maryland, will start 5th, with Trey Harper in his Porsche Cayman starting in 6th. That is the number 9 car. He's out of Chantilly. Gum Spring, Virginia's Nick Shively will start 7th today. He's in his brand new, to him, Panos Esperante, with Matthew Richards starting 8th. Matt's in the number 63 BMW M3s, representing the Philadelphia region. Brian McRae, representing the Susquehanna region, comes to us from Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania. He's driving his Scion FRS and starts 9th. Starting 10th outside of row number 5, driving the number 34 Honda Prelude from Palmyra, Virginia, David Alessi. Steve Martin out of Silver Spring, Maryland, is driving his number 50 Ford Mustang, starting 11th. Starting 12th, driving the number 62 BMW 318 Ti, one of the most loved, or according to him, least loved BMWs there is. It's a combination of like an E36 and an E30 hatchback. Really bizarre machine. He is starting 12th today. He's from Ocean City, Maryland. Ben Brunk starting 13th today. He drives the number 114 Subaru BRZ. He's out of Frederick, with Frank Alessi, or Louis Alessi, out of Scottsville, Virginia. He's driving the number 43 Honda Prelude, starts 14th. Jennifer Rome starting 15th today. She's in the number 186 Scion FRS, while Manassas, Virginia's Zach Hollander is driving his Mazda Miata, the number 89 machine, starting 16th. Starting 17th is Jeff Liller. He's in the number 127 Mazda MX-5, while Jed Prentice from Tacoma Park, Maryland, is in his number 68 Mazda Miata, starting 18th. Starting 19th is Christian Zanatich. He's driving the number 67 Honda Civic. Starting 19th and starting 20th, driving the number 26, Blue Turd Honda Civic from Bethel Park, Pennsylvania, representing the Steel Cities region. It's Matt Phillips, who hopefully he's not still texting.
I hope not.
Larry Slavinsky will start 21st in the number 181 Ford Fiesta. And then we've got Dan Dennehy Rodriguez. He drives the number 111 Nissan Sentra SER, representing the Steel Cities region from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And the green flag is in the air, and still no Porsche on the front row, Brian.
No, he's sitting back here on the grid. They can't get that thing started.
Oh, yeah,
So-
there he is. He was sitting there ready to roll off. He still is on the grid. Chris Graham, Chris Schooler down into turn one with the two BMWs. And as they come through turn number 2 and onto the short chute coming to turn 3, it is Chris Graham in the Ghost. He is your lead car, trying to make a run down the inside, though. It's the Ford Mustang of Joe Dedricks. There, the 163 machine can't quite get up to the two BMWs, however.
Yeah, I tell you what, the Chris Squared, as we'll call them right now, they were side by side coming out of turn 1 and turn 2. Chris Schooler decided to think better of it, didn't get the run off that they wanted coming out of turn 2, got in behind Christopher Graham. Christopher Graham now going to lead, but you're right. Dedricks tried to go and get on the inside, just couldn't make that stick with the drive off coming out of there. He got back. He's about a car length and a half back now from Chris Schooler in that number 39.
Now Chris Schooler, longtime driver in the Washington, D.C. region HPDE program and time trials program, Brian. He's just recently started racing with us here in bracket racing. His brother, Carlos Schooler, who we'll see hopefully a little bit later in the small bore race in H Production MR2.
Right.
So again, this is a 10-minute race as our leaders.
10-lap race.
10 lap. Did I say 10 minute? Yes,
Yeah.
10 lap
Could be
race.
10 minutes, though, because they're sitting about a, 120 seconds, 20-some second lap. So
Yeah, indeed. So there you go. So 10 lap race as our racers here make their way around. So Brian, let me quickly make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 5, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Race group 5, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. This is your first call to the grid.
And I know that you put that, the bracket timing up again, still not working this afternoon. So unfortunately not going to be able to break those out. But I know that you have them broken out there. We can go through. We'll manually do it the best that we can. Looks like we may have one car going a little bit wide there to turn 5. Looks like they're able to continue. Just may have clipped the dirt there. That may have been let's see, it was right in front of the McRae machine. So that actually could be David Alessi in that number 34 Honda Prelude.
All right, so that's the newer Honda Prelude for like 96 to 2000. I think 2001 Honda Prelude, the very last generation Honda Prelude, and Father Lewis in the early 90s. I think it's a 1993 chassis Honda Prelude, the red and black number 43.
It's good to see Frank having all of his tires on today. I know he lost a few, lost I think like 2 on Friday and 1 yesterday. So good thing they've got all those tires and new rims. One of them I think is now the new swing down on the backside of the racetrack. So they may charge you to get on that swing, but and Joseph Dedricks able to get around Chris Schooler coming out of turn 2 up into turn 3 last time by. So now move Joseph Dedricks into the second position here behind Christopher Graham. Trey Harper in that Porsche 981 Cayman, sitting right now in 4th place overall. His best lap time 1:22, and we'll start putting them into some brackets here, Greg, as you look through what the breakout of the times are. Because again, in this group here, you're not only racing, the individuals in front of you, you're also racing the clock too, right? So you're trying to get the best lap time you can. Once you move up in the bracket into a, either an A or a B, depending on where you are, you cannot move back down. You're stuck in that bracket for the rest of the race. And then you're racing the individuals on the track. So you can be in 2nd place in your bracket and be 4th overall based off of your lap time. And then it's up to you as the driver and as the clock is to keep yourself as close to you can as your competitor, as we do in regular racing. But here you're just not disqualified if you run out of that bracket.
Exactly. We've got our A1 bracket for racers that run faster than a minute 17. Our A2 bracket for drivers a minute 17 to a minute 19. The A3 bracket, which is where our fastest drivers from the last 2 bracket races have ended up, for drivers where their fast lap time is in a minute 19 to a minute 21. A4 for a minute 21 to a minute 23, and on and on and on. A total of 10 different brackets all told. And as soon as we'll get another lap in the books or so, and then we'll start. I'll start doing that mental math or mental gymnastics, trying to pick out what brackets they're in. Because unfortunately, our special bracket racing live timing and scoring is not working correctly again this afternoon.
And Corey Markovitz able to get out, has not lost a lap, so was able to get out right before the green flag came out. He's sitting right now in 15th overall, but again, that Porsche, that 911 GT3 Cup car, he's going to be pretty quick and start picking off some spots. I think this morning he did the same thing and may have moved all the way up to, I think, 9th or 8th overall as this race started to get going. So again, not a whole lot of time to do that. Makes it very difficult to gain positions on the racetrack. Looks like we got a car that just went off in turn 8. Looks like it may have continued there, but you can see that's the remnants of the dirt there. Looks like that may have been the 89 machine. Zachary Hollander in that, went off in that Mazda Miata. So I know that Hollander purchased one of Seth Gentry's old SSM cars at one point. I saw some couple photos recently online that I think they're rebuilding that car as well.
Yeah, that's the word that I got, is that they're working on rebuilding it. All right, so let's take a look here and see how things are playing out. I think we've got 2 racers right now that are in the A3 bracket. That is Joseph Dedricks and that is Christopher Graham. That they both run 120, low 120s. So they're in the higher end of that A3 bracket. They can get down to 190 to. They have to break out and go faster than a minute 19 in order to move to the next bracket down. In the A4 bracket, we've got Chris Schooler, who's run a 121 flat, and he's just barely in that A4 bracket. All he has to do, Brian, is run 0.04 of a second faster, and he will be in the same bracket as Dedricks and Graham. And he's less than a second behind him, so he might catch the draft and be right there. We saw during yesterday's race where he broke out of his bracket on the very last lap. So he went from winning his bracket to finishing third.
Yeah, right.
Let's see, Corey Markovitz, who's now 4th overall. He's in that A4 bracket as well, as he's got a fast lap time of 122.702. Then Trey Harper, and pardon me, Markovitz is further back than that, as he's still trying to work his way through the field. But I think we've got Trey Harper in that bracket as well, as he's run a 122.816. So he's just at the high end of that A4 bracket. Then we've got Nick Shively in the A5 bracket, who is running a 123.074, and Matt Richards is there as well as David Alessi.
Yeah, our leaders, just now going up over turn 3, headed down into the turn 4, getting ready to come up on turn 5. Tell you what, they went through some of the back half of this field. Some pretty good moves there by Christopher Graham and Joseph Dedricks as they came out of turn 2 and up the little chute there to turn 3. All the way over far drivers left, and then all the way back over to far drivers right once they made those passes to get back on line to make that turn, because if not, I don't think the car would have been handling there on either one of those with that Ford Mustang or with that BMW 328 IS. So good little maneuvering there to get back in line.
Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grade for race group number 5, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, please head to the grid. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. Nice little battle we've been watching going on here, Brian, between Dan Dennehy Rodriguez in the Nissan Sentra. He's out of Pittsburgh. And Christian Zenitich out of Rosedale, Maryland in his EF Honda Civic. Zenitich taking a look to the inside on Dennehy. Wow, look at the body roll on that Nissan Sentra that Dennehy Rodriguez almost scraped the door handle off that car going into turn number 1.
Tell you what, I'm waiting for that Nissan Sentra to have some roof racks put on it. Let's go skiing.
So Brian, we had it at the driver's school here.
We had an Audi.
An Audi A5 station wagon here with a full cage in it, and it was motored. It was a pretty amazing thing to watch. But I swear, and it had a roof rack in there. I was expecting to either see skis or maybe bicycles on top when the driver came through turn 10. It was great.
Waiting to see if he had the little trailer hitch on the back to see where he was going to put his bike there so he could ride it back and forth. Yeah, no, clearly saw that on that Sunday. It was, a couple individuals saying, you got to look at this thing, and I thought they were messing with me, as they normally do. Especially the individual I'm talking to, and it was like, the word came out as, I followed your career. I know you've run the Audi, and the word was, man, I wish you would have called me because I would have told you not to do it. He's like, I would have given you a race car rather than you build that.
Oh, my. All right, next time that we have Christopher Graham in his white BMW, and there he is going into turn 3 now as he's really opened up a pretty good size advantage over the Mustang of Dedrick's. Next time Chris Graham comes down the front straight, he's going to see the one-to-go board here in this final sprint bracket road racing series race of the weekend. There's Dedrick's coming up onto the back of the Prelude of Louis Alessi. As looks like we just had a driver go off, run a little wide through the dirt, coming through turn 8. That was the 114 machine of Benjamin Brunk. And he gathered it back up, got the car going, and just lost a little time there.
Well, Greg, they just repainted all of the rumble strips around here, and I made the thing on Facebook when they did that and said, if anybody hits these rumble strips, it's $20 if you leave a black mark, per time that you do it. And I think there was a couple drivers that said, I will definitely take that challenge, and they're going to be owing some money here, especially coming out of turn 8 and up the hill, because they're hitting it every single time.
So it was interesting. I was talking to Christopher Tilton, our in-car cameraman from the SSM race, a little while ago, and he had an off during qualifying on Saturday morning. And the reason for the off, so he says, is that he got onto the white paint on the outside of the track surface going through 6A, and the car just let go. There was no grip on the paint there. Yep. And, well, yeah, that's exactly
usually what happens when you have freshly painted curbs.
Exactly. and I told the folks at Summit Point that we were going to have a curb cam this weekend.
That's it, right?
That's the curb cam right there. Unfortunately, it looks, again, more like a watercolor painting than a camera. But, again, we apologize. That's one of the two. That's one of the two cameras that we're looking to replace very soon. As Chris Graham, and look at the slip angle. When that BMW comes through turn 8 and also through turn 10, Brian, it's pretty amazing to watch here as the rear end walks out on him. It actually looks very Miata-like coming through turn 10. I can only imagine what it would be like without the rear wing. As Chris Graham comes onto the front straight, checkered flag is his. And Chris Graham today is going to take the win in the A3 bracket, as we've got a local caution down at turn 5. And it looks like Zenitich got that pass done on Matt Phillips just before they got to the yellow flag. Hopefully they didn't find a big mess waiting for them around the corner.
We'll have to figure out what that was, because now it's gone. So obviously, well, here they come now. We're going to get the number here, but I believe it was our Panos car.
And of course,
yep, Nick Shively and that Panos spun down in turn 5. So
well, I was just talking about the BMW coming through turn 10. Oh my gosh, the Sentra driven by Dan Dennehy Rodriguez. It actually looked like a rear-wheel drive car for a moment as he had this power-on oversteer coming out of the rear, where the rear end definitely wanted to beat him to the start-finish line. In comparison to the rear wheels as he crosses the line. By the way, so we had a couple of other folks cheering on Matt Phillips in the blue turd, including Amanda Haynes, who I think was on this morning as well. Amanda is Matt's co-driver in that Honda Civic, and she said, "Let's go Goon." Very, very nice name for somebody who texts and drives. Anyway.
Well, real quick, when we talk about Nick Shively, the listing here is the Panos, but that is actually a Viper. That's what I'm being told. I'm being told
really?
It's the Viper and not a Panos.
Well, you know what? We'll watch it as it comes across.
He's already come across.
Okay, well, we'll see when he comes down the pit lane, because every photo that I've seen of that car, it is absolutely a Panos. The Panos has a very long hood, a very short rear deck, but it has a small block Ford in the front of it, and we'll take a look here when he comes onto the pit lane here. But if we take a look, top 10 drivers across the stripe: Chris Graham, Joseph Dedricks, Chris Schooler, Trey Harper, Matt Richard, David Alessi, Brian McRae, Steve Martin, Corey Markovitz, and then Benjamin Brunk. And let's see, because he should be in this group here. I think he's the second to last. Is he the second to last car in this group?
No, that's McRae there.
Yeah.
He's still coming through turn 8 right now. He's just now coming up the hill right here.
Oh, that is absolutely an Esperante.
Yeah.
That is definitely a Panos. It is not a Viper. And we could tell. You could tell from the nose cone there. There it is, the orangish car coming in right behind the Honda Fit. And
Matt will start texting here as he gets in, and he'll let us know.
That is your not Viper. That is absolutely a Panos Esperante. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for our final bracket race of the weekend. Next up is going to be Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Let's make a final call to the grid for them. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 5, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid just as the 5-minute warning is being given. Again, race group number 5, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, 5-minute warning has just been given on the grid. And with that, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more racing action. Stay with us.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
Need a ride? No. Okay.
Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, Belmont, Ohio.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway. It's the 2025 April-ish MARRS presented by OG Racing and the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati and, of course, Spencer Gaynor. Next up, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. And let's run down the starting order as they're on the last half of their pace lap right now on the pole and trying to repeat his run yesterday, driving the number 51 machine, yesterday's winner from Langhorne, Pennsylvania, Liam Kerper. Theo Pepes will start second today in the number 27 machine. He's from Clifton, New Jersey, with Steve Mincon from Schwenksville, Pennsylvania, starting third today in the number 99 car. Mark Wendling starting in 4th position. He's from Littlestown, Pennsylvania. And then we've got both Matt Polk and Stephen Shue starting 5th and 6th, both from Gibson Island, Maryland. AJ Ferragonio is from Freedom, Pennsylvania. He will start 7th with Kevin Silbert starting in 8th. And to round out the top 10, Mike Kosuth will start 9th today in the number 5 machine with Bob Rockwood in the 88 car starting in 10th. Green flag is in the air, Brian, and we are underway once again here at Summit Point Raceway as Liam Kerper in that black number 51 machine tries to hold off the blue 27 of Theo Pepe's. Great race yesterday as Pepe's took an early lead over Kerper, but Kerper was able to take it back and take the lead as we've got a lot of brake smoke in the air, and we've got two drivers that get to more than two drivers getting together. It looks like the number 50 is involved. The number 3 car of Mark Wendling had that brake lock up going into turn 1, Brian, and I think started the whole chain reaction as we saw the 50 machine of Schroeder go through the air.
Yeah.
And I think we also had Stephen Shue might have gotten caught up in that as well. I think we've still got a local caution at once. So there's at least one car still over there, and we'll try to pick up the pieces here in just a moment.
Yeah, literally pick up the pieces. But looks like you said, one of them there is going to probably still be down there, but everybody else seems to be there. So it looks like we had a couple cars going down here, hard on the brakes, not able to get stopped, able to run into each other, spin right in front of 3/4 of the field, basically, and really had nowhere to go for some of these drivers.
Yeah, and the word we're getting, and we got from about the middle of it there, that the report from the corner was that Mark Wendling in that blue number 3 car did get into the back of the 27 car, our outside pole sitter of Theo Pepe's. It didn't look like it affected Pepe's, but when Wendling got into him, Brian, the car shifted about 30 degrees to the inside, and everybody then had to start checking up. So you can see there, we've got the local caution at 1, we've got the debris flag at 1. It sounds like the one car that is still there is Mark Wendling, and the corner workers feel that car is in a safe position. So we're going to stay, with the exception of the local caution there at 1, we're going to stay green.
Yeah. Yeah, we've got a few cars. It looks like we've got Mike Kosuth has got some pretty loose body work on the left-hand side on that left rear, kind of flapping up and down last time by up through turn 3. So we have to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, and we think that Kosuth was the driver that had the number 50 car kind of mounted and go up from the rear. Got a lot of Michael Schroeder there in the number 50 machine, got a lot of air as he really just rode up the back of that car. So we'll continue to watch that from here as well. But big gaps now between Stephen Shue running in 5th in that green and white number 81 machine, and Richard Herman in the number 0 car there as well. Spencer, why don't we throw up the timing and scoring if we can? And I also will switch that over to our MARRS series. And get the right logos up. There we go.
So our group heads down into turn 1. Liam Kepper, your winner from yesterday. Again, the spin and the win yesterday that he had, leading over Theo Pepe. Steve Mincon now is going to drop down into 3rd. At one point, when we had all that, and that last time by, he had moved up to 2nd. So drive around. Steve Mincon was one of the fastest cars we had towards the end of the race yesterday in that 15-lap sprint race. So we also have now, and Greg, we talked about Mike Kosuth. Well, the back half of that car is now sitting in the dead middle of the racetrack,
that's
just past the start-finish line. So it needs to be moved because that is not in a very good spot.
Yeah, and we've got a debris flag and we've got a caution flag on the starter stand because, again, that piece of bodywork right in the middle of the front straight, and we're going to send a vehicle out to try and retrieve it, and here it comes deploying from the pit lane. So Start will now be displaying the 3rd flag. They'll be displaying the white flag to indicate that a slower-moving emergency services vehicle is on the way. But that's in a real precarious position, literally right in the middle of the track surface. Luckily, now with only 11 cars left on track, there's hopefully enough of a gap. As a matter of fact, we've got one car that's just come out of turn 10, and a couple cars going right by the emergency services team to try and avoid it. They've now picked up that particular piece of bodywork.
The whole back half of that car.
Yeah, and it's been dragged off to the edge of the track, and the emergency services team is pulled over as well. Great job getting that out of the way without having to go to a full course caution.
Yeah. Yep.
All right, so if we go and reset the field, it is Liam Kerper. Theo Pepe's just reset fast lap was about 0.2 of a second faster than Kerper that last time by, and is now moved into with about a half second. Steve Mincon in the 99 car is running in third. AJ Ferragonio, who started this race in 7th, is now up into 4th position, with Shu 5th, Herman 6th, Kosuth, Nicky Rumenskiner, and Brian, we got a little bit more familial information about Nicky Rumenskiner versus her sister, Amy Rumen, who, of course, champion Trans Am racer.
Correct, yeah. Amy runs in the Trans Am and the TA series that you see as a professional driver. Amy is her sister. They've been racing for quite some time. They kind of own and race together under the Rumen Racing banner. So Nikki's been driving a lot of these cars for the last couple of years. She competed here in 2 SCCA major events here at Summit Point in May, and then Watkins Glen in July back in 2015, and has continued to move up and race all different kinds of vehicles. Good to see her back here since it's been a while. Running that Mick Nichols and Company Steel Service Center Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. So good to see her back here.
And I know we typically see one or both of them racing, I think actually in Formula V at the majors here at Summit Point. Of course, we'll have our next event here at Summit Point in just a couple of weeks. As we have the majors race. Spencer, I think since now I've got the schedule screen actually corrected from yesterday, let's take a look at the upcoming events that we have here. There we go. April 19th and 20th is when the U.S. Majors Tour returns to Summit Point Raceway. So that'll be our next event with live coverage here from Summit Point Raceway on the Washington, D.C. region YouTube channel. Make sure to join us then. And if you haven't done so already, here is, and we've got a car off pace right now, Brian. This is the 14 machine. That's Kevin Silbert, who was already running 11th position, and I think he was letting some of the other racers through. But, Spencer, this would be a great time to push that big button. There we go. That's the one I wanted. So if you want to find out when we go live with the U.S. Majors Tour or any of the other events that we broadcast here on the D.C. Region SCCA YouTube channel, go ahead and subscribe. If you haven't done so already for today, give us a big thumbs up here. We would definitely appreciate it. Only 23 of you have done so far. There got to be more than 23 people that like what you see, as we've got almost 1,000 people that have been watching us here today.
Yeah, you talked about Kevin Silbert in that 14 machine. He let them go because he was one of the ones that was involved in that early incident down in turn 1 at the start of this race. So having some difficulty there, figuring let them go through, not to hold or impede them up. So he's going to go that lap down. But, yeah, good to see that he's still running out here, because I know we've had a few, Mark J. Wendling, Matt Polk, not able to get through turn 1 with that early incident. And as we talked about yesterday, the 88 Bob Rockwood not taking the checker, or not taking the green flag from his little incident yesterday.
All right, great fight going down into turn 1, side by side. The battle for the lead, Liam Kerper and Theo Pepe's there, as Pepe's pulled right up alongside the 51 machine, and that's where they stay as they come to turn 3. Pepe's to the outside, to driver's right. The black 51 of Liam Kerper, he had position going into turn 3, and Brian, he left himself a lot of room to negotiate that corner and carry speed through there. He didn't pin himself to the inside, and he was able to hold off Theo Pepe's, at least for the time being.
Yeah, Liam pretty strong running up out of turn 2 and turn 3. Saw that yesterday, see it again today. Again, still early on with plenty of laps left to go, 14 laps up to go. Theo Pepes not wanting to push the issue here, being patient enough to where he can work back to Liam Keppers in that 51 machine. So pretty good opportunity to get out of it right there and let Liam go through. And then look to pick him back up. Staying in that draft, again, they got a little over a 2-second gap to the third place to Steve Minkon in that 99 machine. And then a little bit further back, you've got A.J. Ferragonio in that 52 machine. Back, it looks like they may go side by side with Stephen Shue headed down past the start-finish line down into turn 1. There you see it on the camera right there. That is Ferragonio in the 52, the white one outside, the white and the green one, the 81. That's Stephen Shue. Again, we saw it on the on the leaders. Let's see if they do that again here, coming out of turn 2, heading up into turn 3. Who's going to give way right there with these machines? You can go too wide through there.
Yeah, easily, and we're seeing where Ferragonio is giving Stephen Shue a lot of room to negotiate as they come down hard on the braking into turn number 5. And there you go, the 52 machine for the time being holds off the 81 of Stephen Shue. I was going to say, Brian, as that whole sequence started all the way back at turn 1, it looked like Shue was really far back, and I didn't think he was going to try to make the move under braking, but I've seen now a couple of times over the course of the weekend that what he will end up doing is he will actually point the car towards the apex very, very early and cut across almost diagonally, and it opens up the room. It actually makes it harder for that driver on the outside to defend the pass.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's almost like, and again, not everybody's done this, but if you've ever driven in, and I say this, and this is not a full comparison, but if you're driving in a sprint cart, right, and you're in a sprint race, you turn that wheel ever so quickly, and that points to the nose. That's what it looks like he's doing here to get that front end to settle and get into the corner quicker than the car in front of him that he's trying to pass, or to try to keep and defend that car from behind. So making that quick steering wheel move and then letting the car do the rest of the turning. He's not just laboring the turn. He's getting in there pretty quickly to allow that front end to set and move forward.
Yeah, but in the meantime, Ferragonio still holds that car off. And as we see there, that's the number 14 machine, Kevin Silbert. He is technically a lap down from the racers that have just gone by him. And I believe he and Michael, Schrader now in the number 50 car. He is back to the lead lap as he heads down into turn 1. But our leaders coming out of turn 10 onto the front straight. And great fight there once again between Kerper and Pepe's. And I'm looking to see if I had the margin of victory yesterday.
Wasn't very much.
Yeah, it was pretty darn close. No, I don't have it here. But
it was within tenths, I believe, because again, I think Kerper got a great run off of 10 with 2 laps to go and kind of opened it up.
Exactly. Yeah, I think probably had his largest lead of the race when they came out of 10 for the very last time on the front straight. But for the time being, and we're just about halfway through this race, 11 laps complete in what is scheduled for 20 laps or 40 minutes, whichever comes first for the time being. They've got the strategy right on, Brian. We haven't seen them really fight. We had one swap of positions, but they've got almost 2 seconds now on Steve Minkon in the 99 car. He's not really a factor. But if they were to start fighting, and there's Minkon, if they were to start fighting now and this early, it could drag the 99 car back into the fight.
Yeah, one of the questions will become at the end of this race, and it's just something that just kind of popped through my head with, Mike Kosu. So the back half of that bodywork is sitting down just past start-finish line on driver's left. When you go across the start-finish line, there's a minimum weight you have to meet. Without the back half of that car, could come into play here, sitting in 6th position.
So I love always telling the story of this race I had as part of the MARRS Challenge at Virginia International Raceway a number of years ago. And one of our ITA competitors, his name was Larry Shiro, raced a 16-valve Volkswagen Scirocco. he got it very wrong going into Oak Tree. And this is when there was an oak tree there, as opposed to now where it's just an open piece of grass, but there was an oak tree with guardrail surrounding the oak tree, and it was a corner station. The corner station was on the inside, right at the apex of the corner. So Larry got it wrong, and Larry nosed right into the Armco at the apex of the oak tree. He backed up the car, and and Volkswagens of the mid 80s, late 80s were known for these big beefy bumpers with like shock absorbers and everything. When he backed the car away from the Armco, the car moved, the bumper didn't. And the bumper stayed attached to the Armco.
Oh.
And the bumper assemblies on those Volkswagens were probably a good 40 pounds.
I was going to say that's pretty much half, 3/4 of your nose weight.
That's it. And when the race was over, he finished on the podium. He finished third, and he got DQ'd for being about 35 pounds underweight. He had extra fuel in the car. He didn't have extra bumper in the car. As we watched now, again, this is Steven Shue and AJ Ferragonio as they fight it out side by side. And again, Shue with that inside position. Again, that kind of unorthodox turn. And, and it's interesting to see him do that, Brian, because typically, and we were talking about this during the ITA race with
you had Ed York at one point, I think, and then it was somebody else. I have to go back and look, but I understand.
But we were talking about Freeman and Gambino at the time, and how Freeman was coming all the way down the inside. And if you're on that inside position, what you can do is, if you come down center track, you can control when to turn in and basically hold the guy to the outside off. He can't turn in until you do.
Right, correct.
And with Steven Shue taking that diagonal entry, it allows. If anything, it allows the 50 car, or pardon me, the 52 car Ferragonio, an easy turn in, and he can carry more speed through the corner. He just can't find a way around.
Correct.
The 81 machine.
You almost have to delay getting back on the throttle, because if not, you'll end up turning the car, and the car will end up turning. Now,
you can enter with more speed. You just can't exit with more speed.
Correct.
It's a pretty neat little move.
Right. And what has happened is that actually slowed Ferragonio in that 52 machine basically that entire lap.
Yeah.
Steven Shue goes almost a full second faster, and now he's opened up by about 3 car lengths over that 52 machine as they come out of turn 2 and head up into turn 3.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 6, big bore racers. American sedan, GT cars, ITE and ITR cars, SMX, SPO, STU, touring cars, and USTCC cars. Please head to the grid. Race group number 6. This is your first call to the grid. And by the way, I want to mention AJ Ferragonio. Brian, we've got some little furry critters. A deer that has just crossed the start-finish, the front straight, just past our sound control at about the 800-foot mark going into turn 1. He has now planted himself in the bush in the huge island.
I actually see him walking across.
Yeah.
I think he was trying to pick up Steven Shue's back half of the car.
That could very well be.
There they go. Yep, and he's getting ready to come across now where the car is going to go into those. You can see this, and we're going to call the action from the deer here. I can clearly see this happening because he's going to have to try to get across the road. Why did the deer cross the road? To get away from the race cars.
That's right.
That's the new joke here.
And it's the old joke at some point, because we used to have huge pack of deer. I just always, when I see one, I'm wondering where the next ones are, and he's going to jump across right in front of Kevin Silbert's 14 car.
You don't think his eyes lit up?
No, I'll bet you they did, but he made it across. Yep. Another great story, Brian. Years ago at one of our drivers' schools here, we have like these practice starts and mock races to end the school each year. And we had our small bore group go out for their mock starts. And the pole sitter for the very last start, to start this 5-lap race, was a driver who's in a crimson Dodge Neon. And he takes the green flag, and he's coming down the front straight. And just as he does, there are 3 deer that cross across the front straight. And he had the car probably at a 45-degree angle to turn 1. And everybody behind him was watching the numbers on his doors because that was all they could probably see at that point. Somehow got it straightened out. It did a great job. But where there's one here at Summit, there are usually more.
Well, I think the deer decided that, enough's enough. I'm going to go over on the Jefferson Circuit and probably run around there for a while. There's nobody over there today, so.
All right, here's the fight for the lead going into turn 3 as Liam Kerper again. He's anticipating almost every single move that Theo Pepes is going to make. Pepes will make a quick move to the inside. Kerper is there to cover and then quickly move back to open up the corner for himself to go into turn 3. Most importantly, before Theo Pepes makes that move. So, again, not blocking. It's actually preemptive racing. It's a great job for him.
Yeah, kind of holding that line, I mean, again, there's a, again, as we get down to, I believe we're at, my timing and scoring has stopped here. I was going to say we've got 8 laps to go, but I think we're a little bit further than that. We got 6 laps to go here. We're just now getting into that point, Greg, where it is going to be where you have to start thinking about where you want to make that pass.
That's it.
All
right, we've got in the chat, Aaron Johnson said he had a deer run across in front of him going down into the chute last year.
I believe that. I believe we were here for that.
That's right, we were.
Saw that, yeah.
But there's whether it's deer, we had one year at the old 12 hours at the point endurance race. I remember Sean Dewey had a turkey jump in front of his car and actually go through the windshield.
So a couple years ago, Ryan Maloney in his SSM car during practice day hit a deer, and that prompted all of that fencing as you come down.
That's right.
All that fencing there coming up underneath the bridge to be in, kind of input in. That thing took out his windshield and his roof.
Yeah, the track here, Summit Point Motorsports Park, they've done such a good job in actually animal mitigation over the last 15 years or so that it actually is a surprise when we see deer coming across the track here. As we now have 5 laps remaining, Brian, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 6, Big Bore, American Sedan, GT cars, touring cars, USTCC, IT and ITR, SMX, SPO. Come on down. Your race is next. Race group 6 to the grid, please.
Kevin, as we go down into turn 1, Greg, I think you're going to see that's the battle for the lead. I think we're going to end up going side by side here. Theo Pepes is going to try to get underneath.
And he wasn't quite close enough. If he carried maybe a couple more feet in the braking zone, he might have had a chance, but he might not have been able to slow the car down. And Theo Pepes, Liam Kerper, goes around from the outside and manages to hold him off. And so now we've only got 3.5 laps remaining here. Time is starting to run down for Theo Pepes as he's looking to split the weekend with Liam Kerper, and they're both coming up on some slower traffic right now as they go through the carousel. You can see our Corner Station 7 flagger holding out the blue flag for the gentleman just ahead. I think that is the 50 of Michael Schrader.
The 50 of Michael Schrader, it may even be the 0 Richard Herman. We'll have to see. It could be Ron Reese. It could be, I think, is in that orange.
Oh, yeah.
In that orange car.
Paging Mr. Herman.
Yep, that's Ron Reese in the 67 in the orange.
All right, and they both clear that car successfully, and now three laps remain.
Yep. Poor Kevin Silbert. Not only is he dodging cars on the opening lap, he's dodging animals halfway through this race.
That's right. All right, once again, we've got Pepes coming down the inside, and this time he goes a little bit deeper on the brakes, Brian. He's got the inside move on the 51 car. Can he hold Kerper out as they come out of the complex here, and as they make the run down into 3? There you go, new leader, Theo Pepes, driver of the number 27 machine out of Clifton, New Jersey.
Yeah, pretty good move there to use the power to get on it a little bit sooner. Able to get that good drive off of that corner and out of turn 2, which enabled him to get around Liam Kerper. And we'll have to see as they come down through the carousel whether or not he's able to hold on to it. Last time by, he was A little bit slower there, but I think getting through that turn in turn one and putting Kerper outside there, really not letting him get on the power as quickly as possible.
All right, and Brian, it looks like the wind is picking up a little bit here at the bottom portion of the circuit. We'll see. I don't think that's going to affect these Spec Racer Fords all that much. Might affect drivers on our last group of the day, our open wheel and prototype racers. But now as they come to the start-finish line, 2 laps remaining, it is going to be Theo Pepe's your leader, and just what he needed. But now they're side by side as they come into one. Kerper to the inside, Pepe's to the outside, and well, Pepe's led for a lap. He now falls back to second with just under 2 laps remaining.
But not so fast. I believe you're going to see Pepe's is going to be able to hold him off coming through here. So now put Pepe's back. So Kerper leads for half a turn. Coming through turns 1 and 2, Pepe takes his finger out the window and says, not so fast.
Yeah, but now as they go into fight, this is great, Brian. We've had like three changes in the lead in 4 corners as Liam Kerper now goes back to the lead as they come through turn 5. Pepe's not defending the left side of the track there and allowed Kerper to just drive right underneath him and retake the lead. The next time they cross the start-finish line, they'll see the 1 to go board here as time is now winding down here. Oh, and just then our turn 10 cameraman decides to take a little pause for some Fritos as they come onto the front straight. Liam Kerper, your leader, and much like we saw yesterday, he opens up, Brian, about 2 car lengths here as the last lap begins. They now make their way down to turn 1. We've got Steve Mincon, who's got about 2 seconds now on Stephen Shu, firmly in 3rd position as they come down into turn 1. This time, Pepe's, he is not close enough. He's not alongside and cannot affect the pass. Liam Kerper is going to lead the duo out of turn 2 over towards turn number 3. And again, about 2 car lengths separating our leaders.
Tell you what, we'll have to see whether or not Kerper, this is where Pepe's has been pretty good, down through the chute and down into turn 5 under that heavy braking zone. We'll see whether or not he's going to be able to close the gap. I don't believe so. I think that 51 has got it going on now. That car has now come into Liam Keppers, and he is starting to pull away. This is the biggest lead we've seen out of these two, Greg, for realistically the last 10 laps of this race.
Yeah, and yesterday we thought the Kerper's car was really set up for the end of the race when the fuel was running low, that the car would be better handling. And we're seeing it again today. They've got this time perfectly, that with 2 laps to go, he has put in more pace than Theo Pepe's as they round the corner for the very last time, come onto the front straight. Pepe's, he closes things down just a little bit, but taking the checkered flag for the 2nd day in a row, taking your win in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, it's Liam Kerper out of Langhorne, Pennsylvania. Theo Pepe's will finish 2nd. Steve Mincon finishes 8 seconds back in 3rd, with Stephen Shu finishing just off the podium in 4th. He beats AJ Ferragonio to the line. He'll finish in 5th. As the rest of our drivers filter through, there is Kevin Silbert, otherwise known as the Deer Doctor. And coming out at turn 10 now, there's Mike Kozuth in the number 5 machine. He's going to finish 6th. All right. That's going to wrap things up for Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 6. Race group number 6. That is Big Bore. Please head to the grid. Race group 6 to the grid, please. Your race is next. And with that, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here with more racing action from Summit Point Raceway. Don't go away.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
Need a ride? No. Okay.
taking you back to simpler times.
Hey Dog. Belmont Classic Cars, Belmont, Ohio.
For NASA, and they told me, now you got to be an instructor. I'm like, I don't know if I want to ride with somebody else. I'll be sitting there.
It's a very passive role.
I don't know if
Pass it right into the wall.
I don't like riding with people in the regular going down the street. And it's get a little weep of oil. Like, yeah. Bearings and shit. Seals. Little telltale. Looked at the clutch fork and it was all wet. Yeah.
Let it go.
Yeah, it wasn't really dry.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway. It is the 2025 April-ish MARRS presented by OG Racing in the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. And it is big bore. It's the ground pounders. It is our sixth MARRS race, or probably our fifth MARRS race of the day. Let's run down the starting order. Starting on the pole today, driving the number 88 GT2 Chevrolet TA2 Camaro from Belmont, Ohio, dog. With a qualifying time of 117.120, it's Andrew Mistack. And starting on the outside of the front row, driving the Touring 1 Ford Mustang, the number 7 machine from Duncannon, Pennsylvania, representing the Susquehanna region, it's Robert Noecker. Marshall Lytle will start third today. He's in the number 14 ITE BMW M3. Oh, look at that. We've got Andrew Mistack's in-car video, and it's not making me nauseous today.
There we go.
That's good. All right, David Sanders, who we also have in-car video from today. He's driving the number 73 Touring 2 Chevy Corvette. He starts fourth. Kari Markovitz is in the number 18 GT2 Porsche 911 Cup car. He's from Martinsburg, West Virginia. He starts fifth with Jeffrey Pascal. He's going to start sixth today in the number 63 Touring 2 Chevy Corvette. Devin Mistack starts seventh today. He's in the number 17 GT2 Chevrolet TA2 Camaro with Joseph Latanzi starting eighth. Joe's in the number 99 Touring 2 Chevrolet Corvette. He's from Haven Beach, New Jersey. Then we got Joseph Dedrick, saw him just a little while ago in the bracket race. He's driving the number 163 Touring 1 Ford Mustang with Justin Shepard starting 10th. Justin's in the number 166 GT2 Porsche 911 Cup car. Robert Hayshak will start 11th. He's in the number 9 SPO Factory 5 Racing Cobra. He's from Nokesville, Virginia, with Andrew Connor, our pole sitter in the United States Touring Car Championship. He's in his BMW 325. He starts 12th. And then starting 13th, we've got Anthony Pacelli. He's in the number 144 USTCC Subaru Impreza WRX. Robbie Hines will start 14th on the field today in the Touring 3, number 4 Mazda Miata, with Jerry Hudson starting 15th. He's in the number 03 GT2 Panos GTS. Then we got Martin Swark. He's in the number 93 USTCC Honda Civic SI. He starts 16th, and the green flag is in the air, Brian, as our racers cross the start-finish line for race number 6 as they come down into turn number 1. We go on board with David Sanders.
Tell you what, Greg, a lot of cars didn't get the start that they wanted to. Some of them dropped back, and some of them had to do some evasive actions as they come through out of turn 1 and then turn 2. You can see David Sanders right there drop back just a little bit. I don't think that was the start he really wanted to.
No, it wasn't.
Because he was right behind Marshall Lytle when this race first got started. So, again,
that's right.
Not the start some of these wanted to make. I will tell you that Justin Shepard in that 166 was scheduled to start 10th. He has moved to the rear of the field. Last time saw him coming up through turn 3. Did not look like he was under full power.
All right, well, we can see David Sanders right behind Jeffrey Pascal's number 63 Touring 2 Chevy Camaro Chevy Corvette. And Pascal started 6th overall, with Sanders started the row ahead in 4th. And Pascal's license plate there says, "Say when," and I have a feeling when will be when they come onto the front straight, as he is going to give up a position there and probably lose the lead in Touring 2 as they all come out of turn 10 now and onto the front straight. Pascal in the red Corvette, Sanders in the yellow Corvette, and directly behind them, that is Robert Noacker in his Ford Mustang. And we saw this yesterday also, Brian. Noacker in the Touring 1 Mustang, he put the car on the front row there, and that's one of the Mustang Challenge cars that runs with IMSA, and it just didn't quite have the pace early on yesterday, and already we're starting to see it drop back a little bit through the field.
Yeah. Along with that 163, Joseph Dedrick, that is also one of the Mustang. They're both out of that Noacker stable, so both of those cars. And as you mentioned, we did see Joseph earlier on in our bracket. So getting a little double duty here this weekend, getting as much seat time as possible. Their next race for that series is not until Laguna Seca, I believe, in May.
Out on the other side of the country, but getting some good seat time and good practice time in here. And look at that as Sanders, as the rear end of that car really step out on him, as he had gotten around both Jeffrey Pascal to take the lead in Touring 2, but got around Marshall Lytle's BMW M3 as well. And you can see the Lytle car, it's got a nice advantage, big rear wing in the back, gives it some extra downforce through some of the higher speed sweepers like turn 10, certainly like the chute as well. As we go back on board with our overall leader, this is Andrew Mistak in the number 88 TA2 GT2 Camaro, and great view through the windshield in that brand new Sentinel live streaming system. You can see both what our driver has to do right behind the wheel there in the upper right. You can see what is behind him in the upper left, and there's not much behind him. In the upper left is when they crossed the line. He had already opened up over 5 seconds on David Sanders, who's now running second overall.
Again, as you see this, see through that car and hear it again, here's David Sanders as well. That car, you can really take a look at those hands. Both of those drivers in their hands when they come through here, really, really moving to get these cars settled down here. These things will move a lot. They weigh a lot. There you go. You can see that car really loose off the corner.
Yeah,
there.
and there's a big crown. There's a big crown, obviously, in the center of the track. So when you come through turn 8, and a lot of times it's right when you need to shift the car, the rear end will get naturally very loose. And we saw a big opposite lock from David Sanders.
Tell you what, pretty good battle, just a little bit further back. Again, it's not for battle in class, but battle on the racetrack. That is Jeffrey Pascal, that's Devin Mistack, Robert Nowaker a little bit further back, and then the 99 there, Joseph Latanzi. We've got some pretty heavy brake lockup getting ready to happen down here in turn 1. There it is. You can see it. That, I believe, was the Corey Markovitz machine. Got in there just a bit hot, as Bob Uecker used to say.
That's right. And we saw that this morning as we see another machine taken to the some people say there's no apex over at turn 2. Well, that is not absolutely not the case, as we just saw Joseph Dedricks grab a whole bunch of dirt right at the apex at turn number 2 as he went into that corner side by side with the 99 machine, the 99 Corvette of Latanzi. And a great little battle right there between Dedricks and Nowaker as they're battling out for 7th overall.
This is actually our battle in
USTCC.
the USTCC between Anthony Pacelli and Andrew Connor. Last time when they came through 3, and that's why I had Spencer giving the little signal. Let's go back and watch that because they were side by side going up through 3, and Pacelli was able to get, had to pull in behind Connor.
Yeah.
He actually had the line, and then just as you saw when they went through down into 5, Connor got really loose and starting to pull away now. So
if Connor wasn't fighting the car coming down the hill and holding it all the way to driver's right, he might not have almost run off the track. That chute is the fastest corner on the course with these cars probably doing somewhere around 120 to 125, Brian. And it's like riding a horse. You want to give it the reins. You want it to be able to stretch out a little bit. And if you are coming through that corner, binding it up, trying to keep it to driver's right, like we just saw Andrew Connor do, it is only going to bite you. Let's watch them as they come down the hill again.
Well, this is I was going to say, that's the difference. That's the battle I was talking about earlier with all of those cars. Again, that is Devin Mistack, Corey Markovitz, Jeffrey Pascali, Robert Nowaker now falling back along with Joseph Dedricks in that 163 machine. Those guys have been battling. Again, some of those are for class. That's the T1 battle. Right. Then you throw in GT2. That is for 2nd and 3rd in GT2 between Devin Mistack and Corey Markovitz. So pretty good battles going on right now early on in this race. And again, Greg, as you said, and we were looking at some of these in-cars, you think the hands were busy. Now, wait till we get later when that fuel starts to burn off and the tires start to go away and everything else. These guys, the difference you see in the braking zones from these cars as you would from our Miatas or even from our Spec Racer Fords in those Gen 3 machines, they can go pretty deep. Here, these guys are on the brake well before that 500. You're talking 3,500 pounds trying to get that thing slowed down from 100, 120 mile an hour down the front stretch. It takes a lot, and it takes a lot of brake.
Yep, and you can see there as he has to get it down to 45 miles an hour. And here he's just slowly feeding in the throttle, much different than when a Miata or a Honda Civic comes through here. Those are some very tight corners for a Corvette that you can't give it too much throttle or the rear end will want to just walk around on you as it moves from side to side as he's already now up. And I'm interested to see what the apex speed here will be for David coming through turn 10. And it's actually very similar to what a front wheel, like a Honda Civic or a Mazda Miata will do. Just about 85 miles per hour at the apex there for that Chevy Corvette. But I guarantee you that no Mazda Miata is going to make it up to 140 miles an hour before the braking zone at turn 1.
If they do, we have a discussion that needs to be made and had in tech if that happens through here. So again, big, huge battle between that whole entire group from Devin Mistack all the way back to believe the 99 there. Joseph Latanzi in there. All those guys nose to tail within a car length of each other. Robert Noaker holding on to that T1 lead in that battle as well over Joseph Dedricks and Joseph. And Joseph's been out here a couple times already where Robert this is the first time out on track today for that car. So, again, getting ready for their season. This is probably more for Robert just to get back into the seat, test those cars. I don't believe that is the car that Robert drives in the actual challenge. Yeah, I don't believe that's his car. I think his car is. I think these are the other two cars in that stable. I know they have three cars in there.
I just like when we talk about Mustang Challenge and you keep calling it a stable. I think that's perfect.
That's perfect, right? It's in the stables.
That's right. As I was talking about giving a car its reins as it comes down coming down the chute. Perfect timing. All right, here it is. Andrew Mistak. He is your overall leader. He's got about 15 seconds now on Marshall Lytle, who's worked his way around David Sanders, the BMW driver, now up in the second overall. Sanders has about 7 seconds on Devin Mistak. Devin Mistak running second in GT2 behind Dad, quite a distance back. And Corey Markovitz, though, pretty close battle. We ought to check in if we can between the white Porsche 911 and Markovitz, and then Devin Mistak in the white Camaro. And there they are as they're going through turn 3, Brian, as they get around one of our slower racers. I think that was Mike Herbert
too.
Yeah, and the BMW M240i.
Yeah.
And we can see there Herbert trying to stay off the line coming through the chute.
Yeah, that's going to be a good battle there between Markovitz and Devin Mistak for that second place in GT2. I tell you what, Devin stepping up this year, getting a lot more seat time last year. I think this is his third full year. I think he came out 2 years ago. I think we talked about it yesterday in that Ford Fusion, and then switched back over to this car. And so, gaining more and more seat time and, in that out here. So a good run by Devin right now early on with about 12 laps to go.
Oh, Brian, we've got a car off at turn 10, and that is, I believe, the black number 99 of Joseph Latanzi, the Touring 2 Chevy Corvette out of Haven Beach, New Jersey, as he went off into the gravel driver's left, and as we see so often, overcorrection comes across the front straight, and he is in the grass over driver's left. There you go. You can see him on our view, and that is going to bring out a full course caution, Brian, here, as you can see the starters now deploying the double yellow flags, and our safety car driver will be standing up, and he'll pick up our leader, Andrew Mistak. And I believe when he deploys right now, I believe Andrew Mistak may be the next driver through, but Latanzi now actually has been able to get himself off the wall. If we can go back to that turn 10 camera here, Spencer, there he goes. That is the Latanzi car. He's managed to get the car off the wall. He's going to bring it back to the paddock, so self-cleaning.
Well, and now we're going to go right back to green flag racing.
There you go. Greg. Back to green flag. Double yellows dropped. Safety car driver crawling back into its hole. And on we go. And here comes Andrew Mistak as he comes down through the chute. I want to see this in a GT2 car, Brian. As he comes down and drops the car down. I don't think that speed is accurate because it's just showing 45 miles an hour the whole way around. I mean, I know that Andrew is just kind of crawling around right now and not doing much, but I think he's doing more than 45. Just kidding. Here. Well, let's take a look as he comes up the hill. And again, Andrew Mistak currently lapping in the 1 minute 20-second range. Has had a fast lap of 1:17. He comes up to the back of the Porsche 924. Probably 944 of Nicholas Groth, who's running 18th overall. And Groth has been running in the 137 range. So, almost 17 seconds a lap faster.
Yeah.
Got him like he was standing still.
One of the things I want to look at, Greg, here is that as that double yellow came out we had some of these cars that kind of stopped, kind of slowing down, and then it went back to the full course, the green. Corey Markovitz, once that double yellow was dropped, got around David Sanders. I think David Sanders was expecting the cars to go completely, slowing down and was at a point where he didn't really see the flag station there going down into one, and Markovitz went by him. And so now he's having to work really, really hard, which has allowed Devin Mistak now to close the gap. Again, not for position and class, but where we had the battle between Corey Markovitz and Devin Mistak, now Devin Mistak has really kind of gone all the way back down. That gap now has been not as close as it was all race long here through there. So I think that having the double yellow flags come out and then going back to green relatively quickly, that ended up opening that up. So now,
since 1976.
Now we're at the halfway point of this race right now. Again, as I talked about, Corey Markovitz, once he saw that the flag stations that dropped those double yellows ended up getting back on the gas, passing David Sanders and opening that gap up over Devin Mistak for that battle in second place in GT2. Jeffrey Pasquale, now he's dropped a little bit further back. He is 3.5 seconds, almost 5 seconds back from David Sanders as our overall leader. Now Andrew Mistak starting to come up on the Robert Hayshak machine, heading up out of turn 3, going down the chute into turn 4. So a lot of stuff going on right here. You as the driver gotta go back and keep looking at what's going on. This is where you really have to pay attention to the flags, because I think there's a couple drivers, Greg, that really got taken by surprise that they thought was really going to go back through and drop it.
And this is the shot that I was hoping Spencer would give us here as we watch Mistak come up on Bob Hayshak. Oh, Hayshak closes the door.
you see Mistak's left hand go up in the air. Like,
yeah.
What was that?
But that's also a part of the track right there.
Part.
It's almost impossible to see a driver coming underneath you because you can't look over with the head and neck restraint.
Sure.
And the car is actually leaned over the opposite direction because it's off camber coming through that portion of the track. So there you go. Mistak makes it through in one piece there. All right, Brian, real quick, let me make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, race group number 7, small bore racers. We go from big bore to small bore. Small bore racers, production, GT Pinto, Legends cars, SPU cars, Touring 4, ST7, and STL racers, please head to the grid. Race group number 7, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
Getting word 62, Mike Herbert is taking his car back to the paddock, so his weekend here is now done. Yeah.
Hey, so Spencer keeps throwing up the graphic there, the animation to subscribe and give us a big thumbs up. If you haven't done so already, and I know who you are and I know who you aren't, please give us a big thumbs up. And if you haven't already subscribed to the Washington, D.C. region YouTube channel, please do so, and that way you can find out anytime we go live, like in May when we'll be back for the Summit Point Majors.
Actually, we'll be back here in April. In
okay.
The Summit Point Majors.
Hey, good thing I updated that graphic yesterday. Join us in April, and you know what? If you subscribe, you'd know that it's in April, not in May, because we'd send you a notification about it.
Good thing is you've got your math figured out for the weekend.
No,
the
I
bad
don't.
news is you don't know when you're going to be here.
Yeah, I know. That's why I have a calendar.
I'll call you and let you know a couple days in advance.
Thank you very much. I need you, Brian. All right, rejoining the action now is the Herbert, the 62 of Mike Herbert, the Touring 2 M240i.
Going to go down into 1. You're going to have Marshall Lytle there putting a lap on Anthony Pacelli in that 144 machine. And again, where we saw that battle for USTCC, that battle has quickly gone away as Andrew Connor now has really kind of stretched that out over Pacelli. So, and I know Pacelli's been having some serious problems with that car this weekend.
All right, Brian, real quick, we're switching over to the in-car camera for David Sanders, and that is because he is coming down the pit lane right now, and he is going to be heading back to the paddock. So Sanders didn't have a great start, worked his way up. The second overall, was leading Touring 2, And for the second day in a row, he had some mechanical issues yesterday as well, Brian. His day is now done. So if you give us a big thumbs up for David Sanders retiring early, we'd appreciate it.
Well, I tell you what, Greg, when I was looking at that, and I don't know if the the graphic as far as what's hooked up there from his in-car, but if you saw there, and I don't know if the motor was turned on or not because we can't hear, he had 0 oil pressure. That was one of the things I noticed. So I'm wondering, and again, may not be working, but I would think that all of that telemetry would be working in there, but that showed 0 oil pressure. So either the car was turned off, which would create the 0, or that's the problem that he's having. If somebody's down in the paddock there, if they can give us something on the chat, they can let us know that of what we saw, whether or not that was working. I didn't notice that when he was on track. Just happened to notice that as he came down pit road.
All right, we've got Studio VRM Racing in the chat, one of our USTCC racers, and he's joining us in. Glad to have him along. Aaron Johnson says, always great coverage, guys. Thank you very much, Aaron. We really appreciate it. Give us a big thumbs up if you haven't already. I'll bet you Aaron already has.
And you do need to get one of those Sentinels, that is for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, we've been putting it on the screen there, and you can see, actually, I think Andrew Mistak running the new Gen 3 unit. You can see the difference in video quality there between the Gen 3 unit and the Gen 2 unit, but definitely reach out to James Candelaria. I think it's www.sentinel.racing for more information.
Tell you what, Greg, next time Andrew Mistak comes by the start-finish line, is going to be 4 laps to go as he's just now coming out of Turn 2, heading up into Turn 3 again. So, again, this race winding down, and I'm telling you what, I guarantee you these cars are a handful, as I talked about earlier on. As the fuel burns off and the tires burn off on these heavier cars, they are a handful to maneuver around this racetrack.
And and we are seeing even the Honda Civic that we just saw come roaring down through the chute. Another one of our USTCC cars. That was Martin Swark. The track definitely getting greasy. When I talked to Andrew Mistak yesterday, he said the last 2 laps he had no rear tires left. That the track just got so much more greasy than it had been early on. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for Race Group 7 Small Bore Production, GT Light, GT Pinto, Legends Cars, SPU, ST7, STL, and T4. Please head to the grid. Race Group number 7 Small Bore Racers, this is your second call to the grid. We go back on board with Andrew Mistak now as comes out of Turn 2 and makes the run down to Turn 3. And he's got, is that the American sedan Mustang that he's got coming his way of Alec Maisel. Or he's coming the way of Alec Maisel. Let's take a look, because I think the entry speed here is going to be vastly different. Maisel to the inside, and I'll take a look as Mistak is going to have to go the long way around and punch the go pedal. And there he goes. Good run there.
Alex kind of gave plenty of room in there, too.
Yeah.
You can hear the difference. Even though you've got a loud car, you can hear the difference when that GT2 machine comes up through there. So, again, it'd be interesting to see. I really want to watch his hands. If we can hold it here just for a couple seconds longer, Spencer, until we get to Turn 10. Really want to see how that car handles coming off of Turn 10 as we get there. Like I said, this time he's going to have three laps. You can see his hands.
And just got word from James Candelaria from Sentinel Systems, Brian. And what he's saying is David Sanders in the 73 car does not have basically he's not hooked into the ECU, not pulling data out of the ECU.
Oh, okay.
So that's why the oil pressure is showing 0.
Gotcha. Okay.
He may have had no oil pressure.
He may not.
but the camera system wasn't set up to pull the information.
Perfect. Thank you.
Next thing for James is, why is Andrew Mistak only going 45 miles an hour all the way around the course?
Correct. I guarantee you he is not.
All right, we break things down here by class quickly. And let's take a quick gander at where we stand. And we'll start off with GT2, where Andrew Mistak is your leader, Corey Markovitz second, Devin Mistak running in third. In Touring 2, It is Jeffrey Pascal who assumed the lead from David Sanders when he pulled in. Pascal, I think, just crossed the start. Actually, Pascal heading down into turn one now in his little red Corvette, the number 63 machine, with Mike Herbert in his BMW running second. David Sanders, as we mentioned, running third, having retired, and then Joseph Latanzi now running 10 laps down. Let's see, in SPO, Robert Hayshak, our sole racer, Nick Roth, our sole racer in STU, Alec Meisel, our sole racer in American Sedan, Rob Hines, our sole racer in T3, Marshall Lytle, our sole racer in ITE. So let's now move over to Touring 1, where Robert Noacker, and we ought to jump back to this Mustang fight.
Yeah.
Brian and Spencer, and they just went through turn 5. They'll be we should see them.
That's Devin Mistack right there, and you're right. Here they come right here.
Right behind the red Corvette.
Now you got me singing that song.
I know I am. Hey, I like a good Prince song. And so it's Noacker and Dedricks, the 17 and the 163. Also in United States Touring Car, Andrew Connor and his BMW leads Anthony Pacelli and Martin Swark. And I think the BMWs really started to open things up on Pacelli. We saw this yesterday as well, where Pacelli's car lost a lot of pace towards the very end of the race. And it could be the fact that it's a turbocharged car. He might be dealing with heat soak, but he's running now almost 3 seconds off the pace that he was running earlier today.
Yeah. And, you talked about those Mustangs, right? Both of those cars evenly matched. It's about the driver at this point, right? So this is showing you the experience between the both of those drivers where, again, out of the same stable there, they're pretty much even all the way across. So.
All right, so Andrew Mistack now working his way down towards turn 1. He is on the very last lap. Less than 2 miles remain for him. And all following racers will be working their last lap as well. Marshall Lytle running second in his E36 BMW with Kari Markovitz in his Porsche 911 Cup car. I think that's a 2016 or 2017 vintage. He's running third overall. Devin Mistack running fourth overall. Markovitz second in GT2. Devin Mistack third in GT2 as we go on board with our GT2 leader. That is Andrew Mistack from Belmont, Ohio, owner of Belmont Classic Cars, one of the great sponsors here of the Washington, D.C. region and the MARRS series.
Tell you what, you got real quick as you guys have that up there. I'm watching that Mustang Challenge kind of battle for in T1. And I tell you what, they're just now coming out of turn 1, heading up into turn 2. And Robert Noacker, he has actually gained on Devin Mistack in there. So whether or not Devin's going to give that up easily, if Robert Noacker catches him, that may allow Joseph Dedricks to pull up really close as we work this last lap.
All right, so Andrew Mistack, he does cross the line. He does take the win in GT2. Marshall Lytle will come in second overall. He's our sole ITE leader, and we're watching this fight right now here between, well, this is the battle for fourth overall. We got Devin Mistack. He's in the white TA2 Camaro, and then we've got the two Mustangs of Noacker and Dedricks. The two Mustangs, that's the battle in T1, but we're going to see here if Devin Mistack can hold on to fourth overall. He will already find himself third in the GT2 class as they come onto the front straight. We've got our USTCC Civic of Martin Swark taking the checkered flag. We've got the Hayshak car, the Factory 5 Racing Cobra SPO car, taking the checkered flag as well. Taking the win in T1 will be Robert Noacker out of Duncannon, Pennsylvania, with Fort Worth, Texas's Joseph Dedricks finishing second in their Mustang Challenge cars. Jeffrey Pascal will take the win in Touring 2. Taking the win in United States Touring Car Championship, it will be Andrew Connor in the number 66 BMW 325. As we mentioned, Hayshak will finish 9th overall. Anthony Pacelli will finish 10th overall, second in USTCC. All right, so let's make a final call to the grid for our next group, shall we? Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 7. Please head to the grid. Race group 7, small bore racers. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Stay with us for more racing action here from Summit Point Raceway. It is the 2025 Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. We'll be right back.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
Need a ride? No. Okay.
Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, Belmont, Ohio.
10-lap race for Group 1, 20-lap feature races for Groups 2 through 4. Then we did the 10-lap race for Group 1. And 20-lap feature races Groups 5 through 8. That was 5 and 6. We just finished 6, so we have 7 and 8. Barrett twins could tell you that story. Yeah, Vanessa.
Oh,
Yeah. F-A, or for red. F-A-R-R-E-T. intake valve, every guy went off to avoid him.
Probably got out of the fight.
Very. Oh yeah.
Now you just want to hit the brakes.
Hey, especially racing.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway. It is the 2025 Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Donati, and we got Spencer Gaynor here with us as well, our wonderful director for the weekend and for the season. And we've got heading out on track, Brian, right now, our second to last race of the weekend. Not that I'm counting. This is our small bore group. We just had the big ground pounders. These are our production classes, our least powerful, the touring car classes. We've got our SPU cars. We've got our Legends cars. We've got GT Pintos. You name it, we got it here this weekend. Let's run down the starting order. We had 27 drivers set qualifying times this weekend. Let's run it down. Starting on pole today with a qualifying time of 123.209 in his Chevy Monte Carlo Baby Grand, the number 30 machine of Dan Strauss. Starting on the outside of the front row, driving the number 182 STL Mazda Miata from Christiansburg, Virginia, it's Ted Cahall. Brian Price in his Touring 4 Scion FRS from Strasburg, Virginia. That's the number 51 machine. Brian Price. Ben Brunk will start fourth today. He's in the Touring 4, number 114, Subaru BRZ. With Mark Liller from Bowie, Maryland in his Touring 4, number 127, Mazda MX-5. Bob Connor will start sixth today. He's driving the number 9, 1934 Ford Legends car. With John Jenkins in his STL Mazda Miata. The number 195 machine from New York starts seventh. Starting eighth today, your pole sitter in H production. Looking for a little redemption and maybe a working throttle cable. In his Volkswagen Golf GTI from Fayetteville, Pennsylvania, it's Mike Kelly. Robert Cahall, Bob Cahall, is going to start ninth today. He's in the number 178 STL Mazda Miata in Gurnee, Illinois. Casey Mosley starting 10th. He's in the number 105 STL Mazda Miata. Jennifer Romes in her Touring 4, number 186 Scion FRS starts 11th. With Kevin Conlon starting 12th. He's in the number 14 STL Mazda Miata. If we move down just a little bit, Bruce Shelton, our GT Pinto pole sitter, will start 17th in the number 11 machine, with Drew Erie starting next to him in 18th position. And then in H production, we've got in E production, we've got Dan Rolfe in the number 85 E production Nissan 240 SX. As our pole sitter, Dan Strauss, leads the field.
Hello. Sorry.
Actually, not Dan Strauss there. That was the Legends car. Bob Connor shooting all the way up the inside, 3 wide, and he's in the grass right now, Brian. As they go down into turn 1, he was alongside our leaders about midway down the straight, and then he's about 8 rows back as our Mazda Miatas, it looks like, coming out of turn number 2, making their way down into turn number 3. It is Ted Cahall, your leader, with Brian Price in the black number 51 Scion FRS, running second overall. Cahall in STL, Price in Touring 4, Ben Brunk. Then in his Subaru BRZ, Mark Liller in his Touring 4 MX-5. Dan Strauss, who was scheduled to be on the pole, he broke yesterday. Apparently was not able to get that car repaired.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of drivers that did not make this field right now, but I only have one word to say about Bob and and this has happened, but this is not the first time that has happened, right? I've been in that position. I've done the exact same thing. That's the story about how I met Michael LaMena in racing. So that's a story for another day. But it looks like Daniel Strauss did not make the call. Benjamin Bunk did not make it. Mark Lillard did not make it. We look at Kevin Conlon, Douglas Ahn. They did not make it.
Ben Foltz, Dan Rolfe in the e-production
there's quite a bit
machine
of,
I just mentioned. Ken Van Horn, who had mechanical issues with his CRX yesterday. Thomas Gatos, who had issues with his CRX on the pace lap yesterday. Did not make the races. We complete lap number 1, and your overall leader is Ted Cahall with about 6 car lengths on Brian Price, who's your Touring 4 leader. And Brian, much like yesterday, we see him coming into turn 1 now in the silver Volkswagen Golf GTI. Mike Kelly, your H Production pole sitter, running 3rd overall. That's where he was yesterday until the throttle cable on that Golf snapped. And, I was thinking, you got disadvantages and you got advantages with that throttle cable. One, he had issues with it. Throttle kept open. He worked his way up to 3rd. Throttle stopped staying open. He ended up on the pit lane. But we'll see here today is that once again, he gets another great start. He was scheduled to start 8th, obviously with a couple drivers up front not making the grid. He started a little bit higher than that, but for the 2nd day in a row, he completes lap number 1 in 3rd position, which is not unheard for in an H production car, but certainly not the norm.
Yeah. Yeah, wow, what a start, right? Obviously, and again, that comes back from the power to weight ratio when we start these legend cars, right?
Yes.
They get a great run right off the start. It doesn't take much. Bob was probably right there in 2nd gear, shifted to 3rd gear really quick, really had nowhere to go, thought he could get to the outside there to driver's right of Ted Cahall. Ted Cahall probably saw him and moved over a little bit, which he has that right to do.
Or didn't see him.
But I think that, again, when you have that start like that, you're trying not to be right there. So, again, Bob had to go over the crossroad, 3/4 of the way down, came back on the other side of the crossroad, down there near the sound barrier there, and come back on the racetrack.
Somebody broke the sound barrier.
Yeah.
Our sound control folks there, they're making sure that nobody goes over 103 decibels as we watch the Connor car try to slide underneath Bob Cahall going into turn 3. I should mention, Brian, that we saw earlier today, and I think it was in the Spec Miata race, where Ted Cahall was side by side with another driver, actually at turn 3. And racing room, one of the wits, and racing room might have been an issue at that time too. We know that Ted Cahall is very reticent about giving up positions when forced. Good to see we got Kathy Leidick and her beautiful Alfa Romeo Spider out on track. She did not make the start yesterday, but brings that car out today. Good to see that. As she is racing, I believe that is an e-production machine, and given that Dan Rolfe didn't bring his e-production Nissan 240SX to the grid today, puts Kathy in a good position for a checkered flag.
Yeah.
All right, as Ted Cahall opens up now about over 3.5 seconds over Brian Price. I'll tell you, Price, though, one, Cahall's got a heck of an advantage right now in STL because John Jenkins is running 4th overall.
Not any longer.
Oh, well, yeah, you're right. Is he...
He's now going to get overtaken by that legend car. Bob's on a mission right now. Bob Connor's on a mission because he knew he made a mistake. He gave up a lot of those positions. He's going to work back. So, he's going to get underneath the 195 machine of Jenkins there.
Okay, so in STL now, Jenkins no longer 4th. He's now 5th. But more importantly, at the last when we completed lap number 3, he was about 11.5 seconds back from Ted Cahall. Bob Cahall, though, in his Mazda Miata was right very close to the back of John Jenkins, and if he was smart, he probably followed Connor right on through. We'll see how that plays out. And as a matter of fact, here they come now up the hill. There's Jenkins with Bob Cahall. Jenkins in the gray 195, Bob Cahall in the red 178 machine. So that is the battle for second in STL now. In Touring 4, a little bit further back, well, we've got Brian Price, who's your second place runner overall, and he's got now 14 seconds on Jennifer Romes. Romes is in the Scion FRS that is just behind that battle that we were looking at between Jenkins and Cahall and the two Mazda Miata. There's Romes in the white Scion now, just turning into turn 1, and just saw Bob Cahall grab a whole lot of dirt right at the apex of turn 1, and it didn't look like Jenkins had really forced him over there. I think Cahall just maybe turned in a little early.
Well, you had Jenkins and Connor side by side going down into 1, and again, this has always been a battle ever since I've been involved in the small bore group between the Miatas and the Legend cars, right?
Yeah.
The Miatas can go deeper than the Legend cars, but the Legend cars can get back on the power a lot more. And again, I talk about this, the power to weight ratio, those 1250s or the Z09 motors that are out there right now, they have a lot more torque coming off the corner. So Bob Connor's able to pull up in front. So if Jenkins is to get side by side at that point in time, which they were going down into turn 1, then you end up where he can get deeper in, but Connor's going to be able to outduel him. And I think Bob Cahall ended up getting kind of involved in that and really kind of got pinched off there trying to battle that. As you can see them again coming out of turn number 10, headed down the front stretch again. That Bob Connor and that John Jenkins battle is going to continue on all the way down through again another lap as they get down into 1.
I like how you make it sound like that is the eternal fight between the Miatas and the Legends cars.
It is.
That it's gone on for centuries. since before the Industrial Revolution. It's gone back to the Stone Age. And
it's gone on since 2015, and that does feel like a lifetime.
All right. So maybe not the Stone Age. That's like 2002, 2003.
Right.
But pretty darn close. Yesterday, Brian, we had a real close fight between Bruce Shelton and Drew Erie and GT Pinto, and I think at the line, the margin, Shelton beat Erie to the line by about, I think, a second and a half or so. As we watch Bruce Shelton there, he's coming down through the chute. Now there he is in that orange-ish, along with April-ish MARRS, and Drew Erie
right
just
there.
now at about 5 seconds back from there. We'll see if he can pick up the pace as this race continues on, but certainly not to the point where it was yesterday.
Yeah, we got a couple battles, going on. Again, it's not for class. It's battles outside of class coming through. You see there, Drew Erie just now coming through the carousel, but then you've got Jennifer, I believe that is Jennifer Romes behind him, or that may be Miranda Price a little bit further back, along with the 33 of Gregory Gale in that STL.
All right, Brian, I'd like to pick up the fight right now for second in H production. Chuck Allard in the blue and white Porsche 924, and we've got Mike McQueen in the little green MG Midget. McQueen's going to pop to the inside now. They're the last two cars in this group, and they had a great fight yesterday there as Allard is able to carry a little bit more speed. The advantage of the Porsche is it does have more straight line power, more top speed than McQueen's car, but the Midget with a very, very small little British motor and obviously a very small car, very, very nimble through the carousel, and can get on the brakes amazingly late because of how light the car is, but he has to be able to get it up to the side of the
Correct,
Porsche.
yeah.
And that is typically the challenge there. And again, they had a great fight yesterday. Let me take a look and see how that. I want to pull up how that finished up.
Well, I think Allard was able to beat him by quite a bit at that point. I think McQueen ended up falling back just a little bit, got stuck into some traffic.
Yeah,
so we had a little bit bigger field.
Yeah,
so.
we had Conlon and Romes that had split the pair, I think with about 2 seconds, probably 2 laps remaining. But McQueen, as far as fast laps go, was almost 2 seconds faster on the fast lap than Chuck Allard. Allard had inherited the lead when Mike Kelly's throttle cable issue came about. But McQueen and Allard, they had swapped lead a couple different times over the course of the race.
Yeah. Again, they're going to pick them up. They're just now coming out of turn number 2 and headed up, and you can see Chuck Allard going to open it up just a little bit more than what he did before. But, Greg, you're right. That little MG Midget, it gets through, and I say little, but that's really the only way to describe it. It's little compared to the Porsche. Really gets through turn 3 quite well. And able to come right back on the back bumper of Chuck Allard in that number 50 machine.
So we've got a question in the chat from, it looks like, and my vision is pretty poor, almost as bad as our 2 Motorola cameras. They're from Viper RL. He says, where is everyone with a dash in their name? And that's not a dash in their name, but for where they are on track. And those are drivers that did not take the green flag. They're not on track with us, but they're still in our timing and scoring system, showing is that they have not completed a single lap. So that's why, and you can see there they show up as, for example, 18th, 19th, 20th, 21st, and on.
Yep.
Yellow? Sure.
Again, timing and scoring, just because they don't, just because they don't take the green flag, they're still listed in timing and scoring, and so they get, when they don't get picked up, when they don't cross the start finish line, they technically still get scored, just not completing a lap.
Yep, exactly. All right, as we watch now, popping to the inside of Drew Erie's Pinto there, that's Gregory Gale in his STL Mazda Miata. That is the number 33 machine, and Gale currently running 4th in STL. He's got a long way to get up to that battle between Jenkins and Cahall, and I'd like to jump back to that if we can track them down, Brian. We'll
take a look at our cameras here and see. I'm not seeing them coming through the cameras. Actually, they may be going through.
They better come through one of the cameras.
Yeah, they just went through turn 5, so they should be coming through the carousel.
So right now, yep,
just behind.
There they are coming through turn 6, just ahead of this camera. If we can jump to the next camera,
there. Well, they're right there. Right there is where they're at.
Well, no, that's the H production. That's the H production.
Oh, okay.
I was looking for that battle in STL.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, if we stay right here, we're going to pick them up, and there they are. That's there is the second car right behind Bob Connor. Is John Jenkins? Oh, and Bob Cahall goes wide, coming through turn 10, dropped a wheel, and manages to gather the car up just slightly, and and able to get out of the gravel trap and continue. Obviously, that fight for second in STL, that is no more, as Greg Gale, I think, made up the nope, Gale was not able to get by Bob Cahall, but he goes and recovers. And, Brian, that's going to make things very difficult for everybody else coming out of turn 10, because now there's a ton of gravel all the way across the front straight, just at the exit of 10.
That is going to have to be pretty careful, as Spencer and I both looked at each other and pointed directly at you as you talked about that battle, and sure enough, you forced the driver off
there
in
you
turn
go.
10. So
usually I only do that on the last lap, Brian. Here I am, we're not even halfway.
Greg Ginsburg, please see the stewards on the second floor after the race.
That's right. Great fight here in H production. If we jump over to the front straight, Spencer, this is Carolyn Bayer Broering in her Volkswagen Rabbit. She finished second in H, probably finished third in H production yesterday with Larry Slavinsky in his the blue Ford Fiesta there. And Carolyn Bayer Broering, she manages to hold off Slavinsky now as they go into turn 1. Right now, Bayer Broering running 4th, with Slavinsky 5th. And, again, if Mike Kelly, Chuck Allard, or Mike McQueen have issues, that will make that a fight for the last podium position.
Absolutely, I was going to say that'll be a battle for third.
Not that I'm wishing that on anybody right now. Not that I'm manifesting that to happen. But a nice little fight there. We saw Slavinsky a little bit earlier, and he runs that Ford Fiesta in our bracket racing as well. Larry, for years, had been running an ITA Dodge Neon.
Yeah.
And nice to see him move over to a new chassis, and he's been running it quite well. There's Mike Kelly, right on the limits of adhesion. He is really pushing the limits with that Volkswagen Golf. Nice wide track in the front. The rear, a little bit more narrow, so you can get it to rotate a little bit. And it was dancing around on those rear wheels. Under braking as all the weight moved to the front of the car.
Yeah, absolutely. Looked a little unstable there, but I'm sure it was pretty much just how he wants it.
Exactly.
Right there. and he will let you know.
Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 8. Our open wheel, prototype, and sports racers. Please head to the grid. Race group number 8. Open wheel drivers, prototype racers, and sports racers. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, Brian. So yesterday we had Carlos Schooler pull his Toyota MR2, the orange MR2 that we're seeing come up the hill right now. He pulled off early with a mechanical issue. He's been known to light some flames up in that car every once in a while. Well, we're getting word that there's fuel spewing out of the back of the car, and Carlos Schooler, recognizing this, brings his car onto the pit lane. Looks like his race is done. Yeah, I was going to say he probably smelled it. I mean, the engine is right behind his head.
Yeah.
So
it's a pretty nasty smell, and I'm sure he was quick to pick that up. Keep an eye on our class battles here as we visually go through the cameras. I think the battles that we had earlier on, Greg, you talked about it when that STL has kind of opened up there a little bit for that second position, I believe, with the Jenkins machine, obviously with Robert Cahall. That's a 24-second gap there. You still got, a pretty big gap back to, from Ted back to John there. So
Sure. Yeah, indeed. And Bob Cahall, who had his car sitting in the gravel trap for about 15 seconds, still has about 5 seconds on Greg Gale, where Gale running 4th in STL. Miranda Price running in 5th. And let's see if we can jump back to that fight between Michael McQueen and Chuck Allard. They're on the front straight now. And Michael McQueen has just now opened up a tremendous gap. It is about 8 car lengths, or about 14 MG midgets here on Chuck Allard. The last time they had crossed the line, Brian, they were still pretty much nose to tail, and that's how they've been racing for the last number of laps since we last checked in on them. But now McQueen, here we go, as we watch him coming down into turn 3 now with a pretty serious gap on Chuck Allard. We'll see if under maybe some upcoming traffic. I was just going to say Chuck Allard looked like he actually had the right rear tire go down on him, Brian.
Yeah,
I actually saw some smoke from the rear going into turn 3, and as he came out of turn 3, the rear end walked around on him. I'm fairly certain he had that tire just going down on him. He's now recovered, and by the way, the hatch in that 924 is open. It's unlatched. That could have provided him more downforce if he tilted it up just a little bit, but I'm fairly certain his right rear tire is down, and we'll see if he can make it around and limp it back to the pits.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that again. Again, that's the product of what happens when you're really trying to fight it, or you potentially run over something there. That's what happens at not the opportune time.
Yeah, and you remember I was talking about that fight between Carolyn Bayer-Boring and Larry Slavinsky and how that could turn into the battle for third. Let's take a look. They're going into turn 3 now.
Allard's still on the racetrack, so obviously not a problem with the tires. Just now coming out of turn 10 and heading down the front stretch. So here he comes, but not only is the back hatch the hatch looks like it's closed, but the right headlight is up, so it's winking at you as it goes down the front stretch. So the arrow getting underneath there, and I'm sure that's really going to slow that car down even more.
All right, well, we'll see what happens with Allard. Let's watch this battle between Slavinsky and Carolyn Bayer-Boring for a few moments, because it hasn't yet, it could turn in to the battle for the last step on the podium here at Summit Point Raceway. As we've got 6 laps remaining, Brian, I'm going to make another call to the grid for our next group. Seems like the thing to do. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group 8, our final race of the day. Open wheel racers, prototype racers, and sports racers, please head to the grid. Race group 8, please start heading to the grid now.
Yeah, that Carolyn Bear Brewing and that Lawrence Slavinsky battle, as you talk about, Greg, now heading down into turn 1. It's about a 2-car length lead with the 90 of Brewing over Slavinsky. And you're right, that could end up being, depending on really what's happening with Chuck Allard. The last time by when I looked at him, again, still just a headlight up. Car looked to be running really well. He's just now coming out of turn 10 and heading down there. So with that battle just now heading up into turn 3 and about 6 laps to go, looking at lap times, if he can continue that, he may be able to give himself a little bit of a gap.
He's back in the ballpark, Brian. I mean, he had the bad lap where he was down and he went off track at a 1:37. He's now down back to a 1:31.6. He's lapping almost identical lap times now again to Michael McQueen, who is now 10 seconds up the road from him. So maybe didn't have a tire going down, but certainly, obviously looks like now third place is calling in life, or at least for this race, he's got to make sure that he can get the equipment to the end of the race.
Yeah, now it becomes taking care, if there is a potential problem, right, that may have caused that, during that spin, it is about taking care of the equipment to work yourself in and get as much of you can to where you can get that last step on the podium.
Yeah, I mean, because at the moment, we've got Carolyn Bear Brewing and Larry Slavinsky crossing the line. It is almost exactly 1 minute between Chuck Allard in third and Carolyn Bear Brewing, Larry Slavinsky battling for fourth.
Yep. And you've got Michael McQueen as they're just now coming through turn 1 and turn 2. You've got Michael McQueen. He's just now entering in turn 1. So he should be able to catch them, I believe, here with 5 laps to go.
Funny joke.
I saw.
From Dano. And the way I read it, I told you I need a new glass prescription. He says, "I'm no scholar," but I thought he was leading it off with, "I'm no schooler." And I'm not going to repeat the rest of it. If you're watching online, you can go to chat and see what he said. And no, the Alfa Romeo was not the first to retire. The Alfa Romeo is, I think, still circulating on
just went through
track
turn
here.
3.
Yeah.
Just went through turn 3. So I think the only car that actually took the green flag today that has retired is the Carlos Schooler in that 111 machine. Everybody else is out there running. At one point, we had everybody still out there running.
All right, Slavinsky with a good run out of turn 10, Brian, and still about the 3 car lengths back, though, from Carolyn Bear Brewing. The advantage that Slavinsky has, if he can close up just a little bit on that Volkswagen, is it puts a big hole in the air.
Yes, it does.
It does. I mean, it is wide-ish. It is tall-ish. You look at Slavinsky's car, and it is tall-ish as well, not nearly as wide as the Volkswagen.
Yeah.
However, maybe a little bit harder to draft off of, and he's making some headway now as they come into turn number 3, right behind the FRS. I think of is that the Rome's machine that just ran a little wide? Yeah, I think Jennifer Rome's dropping a wheel coming through turn 4. And we'll have to talk to Carolyn there, getting on the brakes just a little bit, coming through the chute. She knows after all these years not to brake in the chute. Not in an H production car. She doesn't need that.
Well, she's trying to set Lawrence up there to think she's getting on the brakes. Maybe she just tapped it just to think maybe he would. Again, that is the fastest part of the racetrack. When you see somebody in front of you get on the brakes, you start to panic a little bit because you don't know if they're getting really loose and they're going to go around. And if they do, then, again, that's the not that we would ever have a racer playing mind games with another racer.
No, not at all. Although when I was running the majors here, Brian, back in 2013 in a very much underpowered Honda CRX, I had a Datsun 510 ahead of me. This was an H production race. He tapped the brakes 2 times, 2 laps in a row going down through the chute, and the 3rd time I just drove right around him.
Yeah.
I knew it was coming. I knew why it was coming. And then he knew that he had to find a way around me. All right.
3 laps left to go here. I tell you what, next time Ted Cahill comes by in that STL machine, as he just went by the start-finish line, headed down into turn 1, putting a lap on, I believe that is the 30, maybe the 33 there.
Yeah.
Of Gregory Gale. He will have 2 laps to go. So next time by, Ted Cahill will have 1 lap to go here.
Yeah, indeed. And so Cahill lapping up to 4th position in his own class as he's lapped Miranda Price, he's lapped Gregory Gale as well. Well, his brother Bob only 12 seconds up the road. So the driver of the 178 machine probably ought to be looking in the rearview mirror. Now that's when things get interesting, because we've seen them race for position in some of our other events here.
Well, I was going to say, that is Miranda Price just in front of Father Brian Price. So I was going to say, does she move, or does she say, you know what, you're going to stick behind me? I'm not letting you pass.
Well, this is, and again, we've seen Brian drive that car with the rear end hanging out. I think Brian's just going to show her the door, literally when he gets by her, just to show her the numbers on the car, just to freak her out a little bit. As this is, I think, Miranda's 3rd year of racing here with the SCCA, and she's picked up quite a bit of time and a lot of knowledge with additional seat time, as she's been racing both SSM here as well as STL.
He's definitely just going to hang with her. He's got a pretty big lead on Jennifer Rome. So,
all right, and as we watch this father-daughter battle coming through turn 10, our leader, Ted Cahill, has started his last lap. So, Brian, let me make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 8, open wheel, prototype, and sports racers. This is your final call to the grid. Race group number 8, our final race group of the day. This is your final call of the day. Please head to the grid.
Well, Greg, I can tell you that Cyan FRS of Brian Price's front bumper does line up pretty decent
with a Miata?
With the back of a Miata, because he literally pushed her all the way down the front stretch until they got to the 500-foot mark of turn 1, and he backed off and let her go at that point, and then caught right back up as they came out of 2 into turn 3. So those nose to tail, that was a true lineup there. Again, got a comfortable lead over Jennifer Rome's, again, for that battle in T4. Again, those are the only 2 T4 cars out on the racetrack right now. So again, Brian, comfortably.
All right, so our leader, Ted Cahill, comes out of turn 10. He's in the blue number 182 machine, and he is your STL leader here today and takes the overall win. Brian Price in that number 51 machine as he's working with his daughter. Well, he's got a while to go. He's going to come out of turn 10 right behind Miranda Price. And is he going to let her run another lap, or is he going to make her suffer?
And she's already been lapped by the leader.
Yeah, that's true. So they both get the checkered flag. They cross the line side by side. Brian Price will take the win in Touring 4 and finish 2nd overall. And Mike Kelly, who runs his fastest lap of the race on the very last lap, finishes 3rd overall, takes the win in H Production. Great run for Kelly, the H Production racer. Bob Connor in his Legends car, his 1934 Ford. He's going to cross the line as their sole racer in Legends. He's going to finish 4th overall. And John Jenkins in the number 195 Mazda Miata. There he is on the front straight. He's going to finish 5th overall, 2nd in class. Jennifer Rome's now on the front straight. She's going to finish 2nd in Touring 4. And as long as we're running down all of our second place finishers, Brian, coming out of turn 10, he's small, he's mighty. Oh, he's in a midget. He's Michael McQueen. He's going to finish 2nd in H Production in the number 27 midget. He's out of University Park, Maryland. Congratulations to him. And finishing now coming across the line, it's going to be Chuck Allard. Actually already crossed. He's going to finish 3rd in H Production. Kellen Barry Boring ekes out 4th over Larry Slavinsky. They'll finish 4th and 5th, 1/10 of a second separating them at the line. Bruce Shelton will take the win in GT Pinto with Drew Erie finishing in 2nd. Let's jump back over to STL where we talked about Ted Cahill and John Jenkins. Bob Cahill will finish in 3rd. Greg Gale finishes 4th. Miranda Price, she will finish in 5th position. In Touring Fords, Price and Romsey are our sole racers. In E-Production, Kathy Leidick, our sole racer in the class, as was Bob Connor in Legends Cars, who we just talked about a moment ago. And that wraps up our small bore race here at Summit Point Raceway. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, there is one more race here today. It's some of our fastest cars at the point, our open wheel racers, our prototype racers, and our sports racers. Stay with us, everybody. We'll have more action here from Summit Point in just a few moments.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The Spring Hill Royal Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
Need a ride? No. Okay. Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, Belmont, Ohio.
I've enjoyed it so much more. Not having to do that dumbass drive up 81. Or take 15. 1 minute. I refuse to go on 81. Oh, so you take what? 340 to 15?
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway. It is the April-ish MARRS presented by OG Racing and, of course, the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsburg. He's Brian Donati, and it is time for our last race of the weekend, Brian, our open wheel, our prototype, and our sports races, although I don't think we have any sports racers here this weekend, but we do have some open wheel prototype racers. And let's run down the starting order as they follow the pace car down into turn one. Starting on the pole today, and there he is in that light blue number 142 West Chassis machine, and that is Jason Fraley out of Wellsville, Pennsylvania. He goes by the nickname Rev. Chuck Moran is your Formula Continental pole sitter. He starts on the outside of the front row, drives the number 45 Crossley 71F. He's from Oakton, Virginia, representing the Old Dominion region. Jake King, a day older and hopefully another year wiser. Yesterday was his 24th birthday. Jake is your Club Ford pole sitter. He drives the number 27 Royale RP24. He's from Franklinville, New Jersey. He represents the South Jersey region of the SCCA. And then we've got Mark Walthu driving the number 22 Crossley 35F. He's from Enrico, Virginia. Represents the Old Dominion region, starting on the outside of row. I already said it. On the outside of row number 2. That would be 4th, everybody. Starting 5th today, your pole sitter in Formula 6, driving the number 73 QRE Invader from Gloucester, Virginia, representing the North Carolina region of the SCCA, Harrison Southworth, with Jeff Baskin. Starting 6th today, he's driving the number 12 Van Diemen Formula Continental. He represents the North Carolina region. Dino Lodico will start 7th. He's driving the number 8 Formula 600. He represents South Jersey region. He's from Mays Landing, New Jersey. And then starting 8th today, had some mechanical issues yesterday. Looked a little bit better today. Dave Gomberg, he's driving the number 31 P2 Cheetah SR1, and he's from Laurel, Maryland. Brian, pace car on the pit lane, turning things over to our front row. And Jason Fraley has decided to take the outside lane rather than the inside. And that puts Chuck Moran driver's right. Green flag is in the air as they make the run down to turn number 1. We're racing here once again at Summit Point Raceway as those engines start to rev on up. And let's take a look. Here is Chuck Moran. He's going to slide in behind the west of Jason Fraley. Fraley, pretty easy there, move into turn 1, takes the lead.
Yeah, I tell you what, as the race went on yesterday in our sprint race that we had for 15 laps, Moran was able to fall back a little bit from Fraley, as we talked about, and was able to capture the lead there momentarily halfway through that race until he ended up getting collected with Dino Lodico going down into turn number 5, which kind of ruined that race, which allowed Fraley. We'll have to see whether or not Chuck Moran's going to be able to do the same thing, kind of duplicate what he did yesterday. Fall back a little bit and then pick up the pace as the race goes on, taking care of those tires. Also, Jeff Baskin, I see that he got his body modifications taken care of yesterday.
Yes, he has reattached them when necessary, and
wonder if Jason went over there and helped him. He is a body modification artist, so
that is
I'm
right.
sure he created something to
some new artwork.
Yeah, exactly.
And all the while, and I thought Bob Ross did a great job on our turn, the exit of turn 3 camera and the turn 6 camera. But maybe the real artist here is Jason Fraley this weekend, as he's going to lead Chuck Moran down into turn at number 1. Again, not a battle for class here, as Fraley is your P2 leader, and the only other P2 racer he's got with him on track is Dave Gomberg. And just as I say that, Harrison Southworth, Brian, in his QRE Invader Formula 6 machine, having some challenges
he's going to be in a
with
spot.
that car.
Yeah, Greg, he's going to be in a spot. He should have turned in to the cutout right, and he did not, and he is pulled just past our first cutout into our second cutout. So, yeah, that's not a good spot you really want to be.
Yeah, and so our starter stand now is actually displaying a local caution there, which is going to limit the ability for cars to pass. But we're going to see. I have a feeling that they're probably going to let them stay there. And actually, what they're going to try and do is try and get one of our emergency services teams who will likely not have to enter the track surface to try and pull him back a little bit further away.
Yeah, come through the
track surface.
Yeah, come through the back gate here, back just on the other side of our tower. You're right, Greg. I think come through that way and be able to go to that second crossroad and maybe pull him backwards, get him to the crest. I'm shocked that he didn't pull through that first cutout there. Kind of come up.
Could have carried just a little the speed that it took for him to get down to the second access road. He probably could have used to get off. I should mention here that Dino Lodico, in the Mays Landing, New Jersey driver, did not take the green.
Oh, he's out there.
Is he?
Oh, I do believe he's out there.
Yeah,
I think
you know
he's
what?
got some transponder.
Yeah, there he is. That must be it. Yeah, there he is going into I think going into turn one now. Yeah. So okay. So Lodico, he is on track, just having some issues with the transponder. Assuming he can make it halfway, and Brian will never know if he does because his transponder isn't working. Lodico should take the win.
Looks like he put a new nose on the front of that car. So Jason Fraley pretty busy last night here.
That's right.
I think because it looks like that's the red nose. I think they had a black nose on it yesterday.
Yes, they did. Yep.
And for Friday. So
although Lodico came off the gas coming down the hill into the chute to let looks like Dave Gomberg and Jeff Baskin by. And good to see Gomberg getting that Cheetah up and running. I talked to him this morning. Apparently the issue, Brian, if you remember, he retired the car before taking the green flag yesterday. Actually pitted in from the end at the end of the pace lap. That he said that there was this very weird oscillation in the car. That it was kind of bouncing around, moving around. I was joking with him that he shouldn't have put on oval tires on the right front and the left rear. That it,
Stick to the square ones.
Yeah, exactly. That was almost like an amusement park ride. But he's got that car. He's got that car running right now. So again, you can see we've got the local caution on the front straight. We do have the emergency services teams. They are there. Matter of fact, if you look at this camera shot, Brian, you can see Rescue 1 there. With the Southworth machine, and again, they're going to try to. It looks like are they trying to push it back?
Yeah, they already did it. He's pretty far back now. The next, one of them will run back down there and get the truck and get out of the way. That he's definitely clear out of that. They'll move the truck forward,
and as soon as they do,
they'll be able to hook him up and get
him back.
Get it back in.
Yeah. So as soon as they get the truck back, they'll be able to lower the local caution over at the starter stand. Yep, and there you go. Local caution has been withdrawn at the starter stand, so we are green all the way around the course. Brian, if we check in with our Club Ford racers, Jake King, who was yesterday's winner, he was also our 2024 MARRS champion in Club Ford. He has now opened up as Mark Walthu comes across the line, about a 10-second advantage on the 22 Crossley of Walthu now, as they're both working lap number 5. And in Formula Continental, Chuck Moran now with a 45-second advantage over Jeff Baskin.
Yeah.
So I think, this is going to be, for all intents and purposes, more than a question of whether,
you may not want to speak too fast.
Dexterity, and whether or not these race cars can make it to the checkered flag.
You may not want to say an individual's name.
I'm not going to say anybody's name because we know they'll go off at turn 10. So, Brian, let me run down the entire order here.
There you go. Let's reset.
Let's reset the field. They'll all end up stacked up in a pile, kind of like the the Chicago Police and the Blues Brothers.
Yeah.
Up, 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 up. Yep.
I tell you what, Jason Fraley's got that car going right now. He's kind of in that 115, 116. Now, again, his best time was a 114, 360 during the race yesterday.
Right.
He's back under that 115, 286. He did that on lap 2 again. So, again, as this race goes on, you got to take care of the equipment. Right? We talked about that where Chuck Moran, if it wasn't for the unfortunate incident yesterday with the 8 with Dino coming down in turn 5, I think Chuck Moran may have had something for Jason Fraley because they were actually nose to tail coming down the chute before that incident took place there in turn 5. So we'll have to see whether or not Chuck does the same thing because that lap there, he was 0.7 of a second faster than Jason Fraley.
Yeah.
Still 5 seconds back, from that WR1 1000. But I tell you what, that Crossley seems to be going quite well right now. They're just now crossing the start-finish line, heading down, and again, it dropped more time, almost another 1/10 off of that. So things are starting to look up here for Chuck Moran.
Yeah, and so Fraley, who we see now going into turn 1, I think we talked about this a little bit yesterday. This is only his first year road racing, Brian, but he has been doing hill climbs where he is the Pennsylvania Hill Climb Association's novice instructor. He's been doing hill climbs, time trials, and also solo or autocross now for 10 years. So this isn't his first, maybe his first rodeo, but certainly he's no stranger to motorsports, and definitely not a stranger because he said he got the bug for racing, Brian, because as a kid, he said he grew up on Pinto Alley. And he said he spent his childhood summers at Summit Point almost every single weekend.
Wonder if he's ever run, and I'm sure there's people in the chat right now, and I'm sure Amanda will probably tell me. I wonder if he's ever run or worked at the Weatherly Hill Climb in Pennsylvania, if they know what I'm talking about. I used to attend that as a kid every year for a while.
Well, if he's with the Pennsylvania Hill Climb Association, I'm sure that he has definitely spent some time.
That was a pretty good event. I used to be able to sit on my aunt's porch and watch that as they would
Weatherly,
go by.
the Pagoda Hill Climb. I mean, so many great events, and I spent a couple of years announcing races for the Appalachian Hill Climb Association, and we had a number of the Pennsylvania Hill Climb drivers come down to places like Pine Mountain and to not Staunton, but a couple other places, both in Kentucky, also in Western Virginia, and some ultra amazing talented racers. It is something here, and Brian, we've got a driver looks to be a little bit off pace.
I believe that is the Jeff Baskin machine.
Yes,
that
it
going
is.
Down into.
Yeah, that is the Continental Van Diemen of Jeff Baskin. He was already a lap down to Chuck Moran, but I can't tell. I mean, it looks like he's back up to speed now, but the way he came down through the chute, he was offline, pulled the car all the way over, and there was nobody really close behind him. I'm not sure what the story was there, as Fraley now coming up on Dave Gomberg, his competitor in P2. He's going to put Gomberg a lap down, and as he did, Jason Fraley reset fast lap, and he's lapping at he's lapping about 5 seconds a lap faster than Gomberg at the moment.
Being told that he has run the Weatherly Hill Climb, and they still do it twice a year. So I'm trying to find out when the dates. I'd love to go back. It's been years. Like I said, would go there as a kid, sit on my aunt's porch, and be able to hear it and watch it. And
oh, Brian, we've just had a big piece of the Fraley West machine just come flying off just as he was heading into turn 3. It's sitting center of track. I mean, it's not as large as the back of a Spec Racer Ford bodywork, but it's kind of big there. It's sitting right in the dead center of the track. By the way, we did have both Maddie P and Amanda check in, and thank you, Amanda. Tells us that June 7th and 8th is the Spring Weatherly event,
there for that one.
And Matt Phillips, obviously not on the grid but still texting here to tell us that he is an ultra talented hill climber, and he is checking in.
Yeah, getting the word about the debris that's potentially out there.
Oh,
it is
not
definitely there because I
there.
can see it.
It's
I can see it from here. It's just left of actual entry into that corner.
Yes, correct.
And I don't believe we're going to have anybody going too wide, so I don't believe anybody would hit it. But
I don't think we have a problem. And that's exactly when he turned in for turn 3, that's when it flew off. And I'm trying to take a look. And Spencer, maybe we can pick him up as he comes down into turn 5 right now. I wanted to see if it's like the end. No, it's not the end plate of the wing.
That's what I was thinking it was too.
Yeah. So, but it is black. It is not blue. It might be part of the air cleaner, part of the air intake on that car.
I was thinking maybe it was part of the side part of the wing there.
Yeah.
Because when he went through turn 3 just this last time, he really took it slow, like the car was moving. I was thinking, obviously it has something to do something. Actually, I'm getting word now, Greg, on our chat that it may be part of the headrest.
Oh,
that may have flown off there.
Oh, that would be painful.
Yeah, that's not going to be comfortable.
And there you go. Lewis Racing says it's the headrest.
Yeah, that's.
Well, that'll teach him to maybe lean back a little bit more in the seat next time.
Yes. or get a couple tire wraps.
Yeah.
Invest in some of them.
And Brian, I'm also now looking as that car comes into turn 2. Spencer, let's definitely pick up the West as it comes into turn 3. It looks like there might be some body work on the right-hand side of the car, that might be dragging. He actually almost ran right over that piece of debris. But I thought for a moment when he turned in for turn 1, it looked like there was something down just ahead of the right rear wheel that might have been dragging, but I didn't see it there on his entry to 3. Wow, big braking moment there for the that was for the Walthu machine going into turn 5. Hard on the brakes, car dancing around at the limits of adhesion. Oh, by the way, I wanted to mention, Brian, I did talk to Mark Walthu last night. We talked yesterday that Walthu was the 1994 MARRS Formula Ford champion. Okay, and I wanted to know whether or not it was that if he was driving the same chassis, the same car, that he won that championship in, because the Crossley that he's running right now, I believe, is a 1979 chassis. It would be right around the same vintage. And he said no, he won the championship in a Van Diemen RF85, and he sent me a picture of the car with him on a victory lap here at Summit Point. Really cool here. If you want to take a look, Brian, I'm just gonna I can't throw it on top of that view there, but take my word for it. Really great image there. And again, that was when they were known as Formula Fords, so we didn't have the Honda powered machines back then. All right, and Brian,
looks like getting word from Gomber.
Yeah.
Although he's still moving at a pretty good clip, coming up out of 2 and up into 3 here.
Yeah, lots of smoke when he turned in for turn 1. Under braking as all the oil went to the front of the motor. Big, huge puffs of white smoke. So we'll see how that plays out and whether or not he can get that car to the end. As we mentioned here, Brian. As we're now with 8 laps remaining in this 20-lap or 40-minute race, it was going to be a question. And there we go. We can see as he came through turn
really
6.
See it now,
yeah, lots of smoke from that car. But, it is just going to be a question of longevity and dexterity for these chassis and whether or not they can make it the whole way.
Yeah. Keep an eye on that. Like I said, it doesn't seem to be under full power when he's coming down. It's only when he's making the turn and getting back on the throttle.
Off the throttle, exactly.
Although, when going down into turn 1, you see just a little bit out of it, but you don't see a lot. Again, it's when he comes off the throttle and gets back on the throttle is where the smoke starts to come out of the back.
He might have gotten rid of all the oil now. It looked much better there. That time around.
It's normally like a Formula V. If it's not smoking, it's not running. So we'll have to see when it goes down.
But I could see the camera when he came in at 3. You could still see as he rolled off the brakes to turn in for 3, you can still see a little bit of a contrail there, white smoke. Same thing as he comes down into turn 5.
Right.
All right. Well, I mean, all that we have to do, Brian, is start talking about him, and we'll see him at turn 10 in a few moments.
Yeah, right. Get a little bit of word. It's raining. Matty says it's raining down in turn 7.
So maybe that isn't actually the white smoke that we saw off of the back of Gomberg's car. That might actually be maybe a little bit of water coming up from the tires.
Well, I don't know about that because I did see it coming down into turn 1, and I'm not seeing anything out here on turn 1. When he came out of 2 the one time, it was a long string of that white smoke. But look, the car's going to run its fastest lap, right before it goes, and so maybe Dave's like, "Hey, I'm just going to run it till it goes."
That's right. Meanwhile, Jeff Baskin. In his Van Diemen,
he may not want to.
He's been sitting right behind that car for like the last 4 miles, and I hope he has some tear-offs on the visor, and you might want to start maybe driving a little bit offline, a little bit counter to what Gomberg is doing there. Just so he can literally see his way to the finish. And he does it coming down the hill. I just don't know if that was necessarily what he intended. As we've got 6 laps remaining here at Summit Point Raceway. Spencer, while we got a little bit of time here, why don't we bring up the schedule now that we've confirmed that it's actually correct, or we think it's correct there. And so we will next be broadcasting April 19th and 20th. That is the Summit Point stop on the SCCA's 2025 U.S. Majors Tour. Then just a few weeks later, we'll be heading down to Danville and Virginia International Raceway for the MARRS Challenge. And then we'll be heading to the Lightning Challenge at New Jersey Motorsports Park. Brian, I think we got an update on the Gomberg car.
Yeah, so I think it's getting worse.
Yeah.
There's got to be something there because we have one car off in the gravel trap of turn 10, and they had just called in that there is probably some fluid or some oil out there.
Yeah, and I think that was the Walthu car, the number 22 Club Ford, that just went through. And we're going to a full course caution because it does sound like there is a decent amount of oil all the way around the track. You can see that our starter stand is now displaying a debris flag, and I think we're starting to see more of our corners showing debris as well. And I think that is actually for a line of oil following the number 31 machine. As our leader, Jason Fraley, comes into turn number 3, and he's got the Formula Continental, Jeff Baskin, just behind him. Luckily, Baskin went and stopped running right behind.
Well, Greg, I don't think that
31.
was the Walthout machine that went through the gravel trap because he is on pit road. That was actually Jake King
in
that
the
went through
27
there
car.
And do it. And just before the double yellow came out, Chuck Moran was reeling in the Jason Fraley machine.
And Brian, real quick, over at turn 8, please don't hang the flag right over our camera. Over at turn 8, we've got one of our racers there face to counter race.
That's Jeff Baskin.
That's the Baskin car who was right behind.
Yeah, and I think that's when Gomberg came by the last time. And now you're not going to be able to see it because we're going to hang the flag down on turn 8. And again, you've got Dino Ladico. So yeah, there's definitely some fluid out there for these drivers. So. And we also have Gomberg right there on that camera shot, right on pit in as well. So.
Yeah, so we've got cars in many different.
We have 3 cars being able to run now out of the 7.
On the bright side, Brian, they're not in the turn 10 gravel trap.
Yes. So
as I am being applauded here in the announce booth right now. Oh my. All right, so we have 4 laps remaining. We are under a full course caution here at Summit Point Raceway, and you can see the safety car now staged up as our leader, Jason Fraley, brings the field around turn number 1. And we are getting word now, Brian, and we can see rain coming down from our cameras as well, which might actually be impacting this as well. It might not all be oil, but we are getting word now that the next time Jason Fraley comes onto the front straight, he will see the checkered flag to conclude this race.
Yeah, one of those unfortunate things when you have the rain, plus you also have potentially some other fluids on the racetrack, that becomes a problem as well. So Ladico is going to be high-sided, I think, on that curbing there. That's a $20 fine, I believe, at the end. I'm sure that he's not worried about that $20 after
Probably not. Remember, he's one of our sponsors for the South Jersey region broadcast. So
we'll give him a break on that one.
Yeah, so we've got Fraley. We're watching Jason Fraley in the 142 West, our P2 leader. We're watching Chuck Moran in the number 45 Crossley Formula Continental. They're running 1-2 as they come up the hill now. And again, they will see the checkered flag the next time they come by. The unfortunate thing here, Brian, is they, especially as the rain is coming down, which is going to make this even more slick, they are going to end up needing to take another lap. As they cross the start-finish line, they got to make their way back to the pits. So, and unfortunately here, we can't easily have them come in through the crossover road and come back through all the gravel in the back. It just won't be good. So there you go. Checkered flag is in the air. And let's see. So we've got Fraley takes the overall win in Prototype 2. Chuck Moran will finish second overall, takes the win in Formula Continental on the front straight now after his little ride through the gravel trap at turn 10. Jake King will take the win in Formula Continental. He will finish third overall. And Brian, I think every remaining racer is in a
either sitting on sitting right outside turn 8, sitting right near the pit, or sitting right on the entrance to pit, which is going to be a problem to get these cars into the pit. And then we had Walthau who went back to
So Spencer, let's look at turn 8 real quick if we can.
Since
we don't have a flag in front of our camera. And so that's Jeff Baskin. Let's move over to turn 10. And there is Dino Lodico, and we can see that we've got emergency services with another car over there as well.
That's the Gomberg machine.
Right.
So again, they've got to get that moved before those other 3 cars get around.
Come down the pit lane.
So they can come down the pit lane.
And they've got him there now.
The only thing he's hooked up and moved out, so they'll be able to go through there.
All right, so let's start wrapping things up here, Brian, as we've now run down the full order, and we've got the ticker there. And you can see the final finishing order of our last race of the day. So let's take a look. Let's bring that schedule back up of what we've got coming up. Again, here, next time we're going to be here is at Summit Point, April 19th. But there is the rest of our schedule. We, of course, want to thank our wonderful presenting sponsor this weekend, OG Racing. Thank you very much. And want to thank all of the volunteers that help make these events work. The Sports Car Club of America, it is just that. It is a club, and all of these events from the Washington, D.C. region, whether it be our road racing or whether it be any of the other programs that we've shown schedules to you for the entire season here, they are all run by volunteers. If you want to join the Sports Car Club of America, either help us put on these events or put a car on, whether it be a racetrack like Summit Point Raceway or one of our autocross courses at Blue Crab Stadium, or go karting with us at United Karting, make sure to check us out, wdcr-scca.org. Brian?
I'll tell you what, Greg, another fantastic opening weekend here at Summit Point. 2025 is going to be, I think, one of the best we have seen. We've got a lot of new drivers coming out this year. We also have new individuals moving into different classes, different races, different, all the way across the board. It's going to be a fantastic season. If you cannot be at the racetracks, check out these streams. These drivers are going to give you one heck of a show every single time they're here at Summit Point.
That's right, and absolutely. And if you like what you see here, or you liked what you saw here today, remember, go ahead, give us that big thumbs up, and go ahead and subscribe to the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA, and we'll let you know every time we go live. All right, so for Brian Donati, for Spencer Gaynor, I'm Greg Ginsburg. We want to thank you all so much for joining us this weekend, and we'll see you in just a few weeks for the 2025 U.S. Majors Tour. Have a great one, everybody.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession. Along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but you know the people waving those flags. Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action. Feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country. Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Want to look cool off track? Check out Belmont Classic Cars in Eastern Ohio for your first or next classic car. We offer a variety of classic, unique, and popular cars. Looking for something not shown in our inventory? Call us as we may have it coming in soon. At Belmont Classic Cars, we understand all too well the expenses involved with racing. And while you can't finance your slicks, Belmont Classic Cars can help you finance a cool ride, offering you the most competitive rates from the best financed companies in the business. Mention this ad and you'll get 50% off shipping or equal value off of your purchase. To see Belmont's current inventory of classic cars, visit BelmontClassicCars.com or find them on Instagram or Facebook at Belmont Classic. Go fast, Belmont Classic Cars.